Was this his sanctity? The one place he could show the emotion he denied himself? As I stood there feeling something for a man I didn't think myself likely to love, I couldn't help wondering what could make him appear this vulnerable. The music came to a sudden stop, and I jerked back as he stood. Scared of being caught, I glanced around for some place to hide. Only the abrupt sound of a keypad beeping into the night had me peeping around the corner in time to see Salvatore disappear behind large black doors. When it slid shut, I retraced my footsteps back to my room, curious as to what secrets lay behind that door. Thirsty, I tiptoed down to the kitchen, heated some milk, and took my time to drink the warm liquid, my brain still stuck on who or what had such a dire hold on Salvatore's emotions. Done, I rinsed my mug and went back upstairs. My feet came to an abrupt halt as my eyes fell to a wedding dress, standing on a movable rail just inside the room. Running a hand through my hair, I ventured closer. Stunned by the beauty of the gown, the air left my body on a slow exhale. Wow. My admiration plausible, yet I still stood precariously close to that cliff of despair. I'm sure it meets with your approval. I jumped, pivoting sharply. Salvatore stood just inside the balcony door, with his hands in his pockets of his sweatpants, his open shirt draped loosely over his muscular frame. His gaze roved the length of my body. How did he get here so fast? There was an inexplicable transformation to his features. Either he'd found some joy in his piano playing, or he was pleased to be marrying me. The latter seemed more like a sacrificial slaughter to me, so I went with the former. "What are you doing here?" I finally squeaked, before clearing my voice. "Why? Scared that seeing the bride before the wedding might bring me bad luck?" His sneer wasn't lost on me, making me think I'd imagined his earlier vulnerability. Why, if he was against this marriage, was he marrying me? I shook my head, not bothering to reply. He took a step toward me, and I unconsciously stepped back. "Bad luck and I are bedfellows, Bella. We have the perfect arrangement. I fuck it in the ass, and in turn, it sucks my cock when I feel the need for it." He took another step, and this time I stood my ground, silently patting myself on the back for that courage I didn't quite feel on the inside. "Hopefully, with you as my wife, we can have a threesome now and then." "Why are you so mean?" I cringed the second the words left my mouth. His brow shot up, amusement tainting those grays a shade darker. "If I were anything else, trust me, little girl, you'd enjoy me less." He reached out a finger, running it across my jaw from end to end. I shivered. "For instance, I could lick your pussy and you'd enjoy it. Or I could bite your clit and you'd be crying out for more." My shiver became a tremble at the vision those words elicited. I knew he felt it because he took another step closer and slid his hand around my waist, his strong fingers digging into the robe. His hard cock grazed my stomach, and my breath caught in my throat. "I could slip just the head of my cock into your mouth and let you suck me slowly. Or I could drop your head off the edge of this mattress and deep-throat you until you're gagging on my cum." The clench of my thighs was an involuntary reaction, the swallow of saliva in my suddenly dry mouth, not. "Which would you prefer, gentle me or mean me, Bella?" I couldn't answer, embarrassed that I actually liked the mean version. "If I run my finger through your pussy now, I'm sure I'll find my answer, wouldn't I?" Those insanely thick eyelashes swept downward for a second, his inhales slowing as if calming himself. I wasn't sure what he was thinking because he stepped back and walked out, leaving me with heart palpitations that I was certain would give the normal effect of coffee on me a run for its money. Placing a hand over my heart, I pulled in deep breaths, affecting my own calm strategy. How can the same man display two dire extremes? Perhaps I'd find my answers after I married him. Perhaps not. 31. Gianna, 18 years. Another restless night had me looking like a zombie. Staring at my face in the mirror, I ran the pads of my forefingers along the circles under my eyes and sighed. With no toiletries and clothing, I was seriously starting to shrivel up. Shaking my head, I glanced away at the knock on my bedroom door. While part of me hoped it wasn't Salvatore after yesterday's bizarre day with him, I accepted that I had no choice in the matter of whether I wanted to see him or not. I crossed the room on a slow drag of feet, then perked up when I opened the door to Rosanna's smiling face. "Morning, Signora." She didn't enter when I stood back to allow her into the room. "Did you sleep well?" When I shook my head, she held out a hand. "Come, I have the perfect thing for you." Frowning, I followed her down the hallways until we reached the back end of the property. She opened a door and I gasped at a large pool that sat half indoors and half outdoors. The half on the outside ended on a wall that dropped off a cliff. From the right angle and distance, it almost appeared like the water merged with that of the sea on the horizon behind the pool. "Oh my God, Rosanna, this place is beautiful." I glanced around, admiring the blue and gold decor of marble tile, loungers, and towels. She gestured to a room to our right, and I followed her. When she opened the door, the scent of sweet incense sticks filled my nostrils, immediately reminding me of Bhavna's Friday prayer ritual. Entering the room, I surveyed the warm ambiance of the spa with its soft music and pastel shade decor. "This is Olivia, Signora. She's going to pamper you with a full body massage and facial." Rosanna introduced the petite woman standing to her left. "Why the treat, Rosanna?" I fingered the little quartz stones on a shelf. "It's your wedding day, Signora, and no matter what, a bride as pretty as you deserves to be pampered." Her rapid Italian had me glancing at her with a hesitant smile, not wanting to be reminded that I was to marry the devil. "Thank you," I sighed. "I will come back to fetch you in an hour and a half." "Rosanna?" I stopped her before she could leave, and she looked at me. "Would you please be my maid of honor?" Her eyes widened before they watered, bringing tears to mine as well. "Of course, Signora. It will be my honor." She palmed my cheek softly. "Thank you," I replied, stepping toward Olivia, who held out a robe and pointed to a screen in the corner of the room. Taking the robe, I smiled. "I might as well make the most of it," I mumbled to myself. 2 hours later, relaxed and drowsy, I stood outside the walk-in closet in my room, mouth agape. While my mother had made sure that Harsh received more than enough money to take care of me, never in my wildest dreams would I have anticipated shopping for the array of clothing in front of me. Dresses, suits, blouses, and skirts spanned one wall, while shelves with bags and shoes lined up the opposite side. On the third wall, the one facing me directly, sat rows of jeans, t-shirts, yoga pants, and tank tops around an alcove. Walking from one end to the other, I ran my fingers lightly over everything, enjoying the textures of expensive wool to gossamer silk, and stopped at a glass case sitting in the center of the room. Several drawers revealed trays of sunglasses, watches, belts, a multitude of jewelry I'd probably never wear in this lifetime, an assortment of lingerie that spread warmth from my cheeks down toward parts of my body that I chose to ignore. Lastly, a dresser carved into the alcove hosted bottles of perfumes ranging in sizes. After opening the fourth bottle, I gave up sniffing as my nose twitched until I sneezed a couple of times. Next to the perfumes and a set of neat shelves displayed my brand of face and body moisturizer, with both night and day options and a range of makeup I wouldn't know how to blend even if I tried. A line of nail polish and lip gloss in varying colors had me smiling. "Wow," I whispered, totally enamored. My shopping bill would have probably cost me a little over $500. Whoever shopped for all of this had some serious skill when it came to maxing out a credit card. Even as the thought that Salvatore may have been the one to choose all the items, I swallowed the notion. After last night and his hard words, I didn't think he had it in him to entertain the likes of my wardrobe. After a luxurious bath, a knock on the door had me opening to Rosanna and a guy whose flawless makeup wasn't even close to anything I'd achieve. "This is Raoul, Signora. He's here to do your hair and makeup." "Hey, sweetie." Raoul stepped closer and kissed both my cheeks before I could respond. "You have such beautiful hair and a gorgeous bone structure." He circled me as if he were studying his next makeover candidate, while I arched a brow at Rosanna. She smiled, waved, and walked out. "Come, we have lots to do if I'm going to make Mr. Salvatore drool at the sight of you." Oh, I love this man already. Laughing, I followed Raoul to the dresser, where he sat me down and began working his fingers into my hair. An hour later, I stared at my reflection in the mirror, my eyes wide with shock. I didn't recognize the woman staring back at me. Oh my God, is that me? Delicate embroidery adorned the elegant bodice and sleeves of the dress, while soft layers of white lace tapered at the waist and fell in a graceful ball gown to swirl around the ivory Jimmy Choo sandals I wore. Whoever chose the dress, I was surprised they knew both my dress and shoe sizes. Then again, Salvatore struck me as a man who knew everything about his friend and foe alike. And for the moment, I had no idea which category I fell into. Laughing, Raoul stepped behind me, catching my gaze in the mirror. "All you, sweetie." He grasped my arms slightly. "Trust me, I've been called a genius, but with your beauty, very little effort on my part was required, and even less makeup. You're freaking gorgeous." He gave my arms a gentle squeeze. "Thank you, Raoul. I guess I need the confidence boost. And whoever chose this dress..." He chef-kissed it before continuing. "It's a handmade Vera Wang." "Say what?" My lips widened in a confused smile. Raoul's face flashed morbid shock. "Only one of the most sought-after designers in the world, girl." "Okay," I sighed, realizing there was so much I could have learned with my mother around. I didn't realize my smile had morphed into a somber grimace until Raoul said, "Hey." He slipped between me and the mirror. "It's your wedding day. You can't be sad now." Forcing a smile to my lips, I nodded. "You're right. I just wished my mom was here." "Oh, sweetie." He leaned in and embraced me in a gentle hug. "I don't want to ruin your dress, so I can't squeeze you any tighter." He kissed my brow. Laughing, I forced back the sniffle and dabbed my nose with the tissue he placed in my hand. "I can do this," I whispered, more to myself than Raoul. He still heard me, though. "Yes, you can." The door opening had him stepping away as my father entered the room. "My work here is done. Save a picture for me, okay?" Raoul dropped another light kiss to my brow, picked up his things, and left the room. "You look beautiful, Gianna." Straightening the lapels of his black tux, my father walked further into the room. "You don't need to act like the doting parent, you know," I retorted. He didn't bother hiding his impatience and held out a hand. "Let's go." "Isn't there anyone who would like to give me away as a real parent would?" I scowled. "Maybe I should ask Julian." "Stop behaving like an insolent little child, Gianna. Mr. Salvatore is waiting, so let's go." He walked out and waited at the entrance, annoyance bouncing off his shoulders. Glancing one more time at the mirror, I picked up the bouquet of white lilies, followed him out and down the passage. I wasn't surprised when we reached a part of the castle that led to a mini church. This place had everything to prepare for a rainy day, so why not a place of worship? Dressed in a pretty champagne-colored dress, Rosanna was waiting outside as we arrived. She preceded us a second later. I paused on the threshold, taking in the scene, despite my father's tightening grip on my arm. God, this was really happening. My insides churned, and I wasn't sure if the sudden burn in my chest stemmed from reflux or fear. With his back to the entrance, Salvatore stood on a small platform in front of a priest. Hands clasped in front of him, face in a deep scowl, Leo stood next to him. Julian sat in one of the two pews, his lips wide in a smile, his eyes on me. Several other men I didn't know occupied the other rows. As we walked down the aisle, I steadied my uneven breathing while trying to still my racing heart. The irony of my situation wasn't lost on me. When I married Zane, I didn't mind the quick ceremony at a courthouse. The idea of a white wedding with all the thrills and frills had no impact on my desire to be with the one man I loved with all my heart, the one man who I never thought would betray me. Yet, as I stood there debating the farce I was entering, I found myself wondering why, if this man was so gratuitous with his arrogance, hadn't he made a big deal of his wedding? Where was the extravagance the dress that I wore demanded? Why weren't there hordes of people in attendance if he was the most feared man in his trade, whatever that was? Surely his level of authority required some respect. Then again, he didn't seem like the type of man who worried about the fancy aspects of a business deal, just the end result, and that was all that I was to him, the final outcome of a deal between him and my father, brokered when I was a child, and one who lost a lifetime of happiness with a mother who couldn't be here today. To do what? Save me, perhaps? When I finally made it to the platform and Salvatore turned to take my hand from my father, I barely managed to hold back my gasp. In a dark gray tux, his hair styled to perfection, clean-shaven face, all hard angles and chiseled perfection, the man was a sight to behold. As if he sensed my admiration, his eyes met mine and one dark brow rose. I shifted my gaze to the priest, utterly convinced that many women would kill to be in my place right now. Why, then, was I given an honor I couldn't do justice to? "Vincenzo Salvatore, do you take Gianna Mancini?" Vincenzo? I hadn't heard his first name before, and admittedly, it suited him. Coupled with Salvatore, it sounded powerful, important, and I didn't doubt the significance. "I do." The automated response slipped past my lips when it was my turn, and while the urge to close my eyes and shy away from the devil himself, I locked gazes with him. Where mine held uncertainty, his, once again, were blank slates of gray. Take my soul. Maybe you need it. You may kiss the bride. The part I was dreading. I closed my eyes, forcing myself not to give in to that urge to run. Zane was the only man I'd kissed before, and I wasn't sure if I was prepared for another. My heart thumped, and my insides resembled roiling winds at its wildest. This was an act of intimacy between two people who cared for each other. Yet as I felt the veil being lifted and the soft touch of a finger on my chin, I opened my eyes, and for just a moment, I wasn't sure if I imagined the warmth reflected in those beautiful grays. His lashes swept downward, hiding the emotion from me before his lips brushed mine in the softest of kisses. If that caught me by surprise, then I wasn't prepared for the delicate sweep of his tongue along the seam of my lips, or its sizzling dance against mine when I allowed him entrance. Wisps of his musky scent curled around me, drawing me deeper into his web of deception. Because that's what it was. All this time, I believed he was a cold, heartless monster. The touch of those gentle lips, however, belonged to the saint of seduction himself. I wasn't sure when he'd slipped his other hand around my waist, but if it hadn't been there, I would have crumbled to the floor. In one heart-stopping moment, Salvatore il Diavolo had not only taken me through the fiery gates of an unlikely hell, but he'd also unleashed carnal sin with just his mouth alone. When he finally pulled back, I feared opening my eyes, not wanting to believe the man I'd just kissed was the same man I was learning to hate. 32. Gianna, 18 years. Thank you, Julian. I stepped out of Julian's embrace to find Salvatore watching me from across the room. The distinct tightness to his shoulders and clenched jaw spoke to his annoyance. What had I done to rile him up now? Those silver eyes flicked from my face to where Julian's hand still lay draped around my waist, the gesture innocent. When his gaze came back to my face, I understood. Vincenzo wasn't jealous. He was possessive, and that scared me more for some reason. Go on. Julian nudged my lower back as though he sensed Salvatore's displeasure. Avoiding him, I made my way upstairs. The last time I was in Salvatore's bedroom was purely by chance, and I wasn't his wife. I had no idea how I'd ended up on his bed either, and I hadn't bothered to ask, because when he stepped out of the bathroom with bleeding hands, I'd forgotten that he was the stranger I was sold to. All I was interested in was helping with dressing those wounds. My kindness was wasted on a man like him. Either he just didn't care about hurting the people around him, or it was just me that he didn't like. Regardless, I was now his wife. Yet, that 4-letter word did very little to calm my agitated heart. Truth be told, I was scared shitless, and wedding nights were supposed to be romantic. Not one party fearing that other. I opened his door to find Rosanna laying out an emerald satin lingerie set on the bed. "Signora Salvatore," she greeted, her smile warm. "I've moved all your clothes into his closet." She pointed to open double doors that were a room on its own. Her words sparked a finality I hated. "Thank you. Who shopped for all my clothes and accessories?" "Signor Salvatore." Her reply surprised me. "Everything?" She nodded. After 10 minutes of pacing the bathroom floor, I stared at my figure in the mirror for the umpteenth time, uncertain if the lingerie was ideal. Was it too sexy? Not sexy enough? I didn't want to send the wrong message. I wondered if it were Rosanna or his choice. Opening the bathroom door, I peeked out. He wasn't there yet. Good. Giving no thought to my actions, I hightailed it out of there and made a beeline for my old room. Inside, I locked the door, double-checked it, and scooted under the covers in one quick slide. Usually, I took my time to arrange my pillows in a certain way. I didn't bother with the effort. All I wanted to do was hide. Eventually, my breathing eased, and certain he wasn't coming for me, I relaxed. I wasn't sure how long I laid there before I heard a sound in the room. Shoving down the covers, I sat up. A scream choked in my throat when Salvatore stepped toward the bed. My gaze locked with his. I just stared at him. Not knowing what his intentions were, was beginning to mess with my head, and my heart rate picked up again. My gaze drifted for a second, taking in his shirtless, tattooed body and rippling muscles. Swallowing, I forced it back up to his face. Then he moved. With his hands in his pants pockets, he prowled to my side of the bed, grasped the covers, and slowly dragged them downward. I tried to hold on, but he tugged, and I let go. He stood there for a full minute staring at my body, to the point where I swallowed repeatedly. His eyes narrowed as he noticed the movement of my throat before his gaze met mine again. I panicked when he undid his belt, button, and zipper, but made no move to remove his pants. My gaze automatically flicked to the deep V disappearing into his briefs. I shouldn't be looking there, but I did, twice. When his hand reached down, the whimper slipped out, unchecked. Don't what? I hesitated, not wanting to know what his reaction would be. Touch me. Why? I was still searching for an answer when he added, You don't like me touching you? Yes, I don't. So if I touch you here... He rolled his index finger over my nipple, which immediately hardened under his touch. You don't like that? I crossed my hands over my chest. Yes. Before I could anticipate his move, he grabbed both my wrists and forced them up over my head, while his other hand slipped into my panty. No, I breathed, his fingers circling my clit. I squeezed my legs tight. Releasing my hands, he shoved my legs wider apart, and I barely had room to breathe before the full weight of his body covered mine. Whatever little air trapped in my lungs swooshed out. I pushed against his shoulders, but he grabbed my hands and held them over my head again, and his mouth sought mine. The kiss was hard, brutal, nothing like the kiss at the wedding. My lips stung, and when he slipped his tongue into my mouth, I bit down. His head reared back, his hard eyes meeting mine. My hands ached from the tight grip, my thigh muscles complaining from the weight. Get off me, I squirmed. You're my fucking wife, he growled. I can touch you, fuck you, suck you, and you can either enjoy it or cry. Exhausted from the exertion of holding him off, I surrendered. Do whatever you want to my body, but you'll never get me to love you. Love is overrated, Bella. The less I know you, the more likely I'm to fuck you. His hand slipped between our bodies, and he snapped my panty in a quick twist. I'm not above raping a woman, but fucking my wife is considered a husband's duty. So shut the fuck up and spread your legs. As I said, it can be pleasurable or painful living with me. The choice is yours. With one quick motion, he was inside me, and I should have screamed, squirmed, did something, but my body bowed, shocked by the intrusion. He was big and thick, and I was further annoyed by the slick heat coiling in my pussy. Salvatore stiffened. He pulled out of me and sat up. You're not a virgin? Shit. Slowly, I shook my head. He climbed off the bed, fastening his belt, glaring down at me. "Get the fuck out of the room," he snarled. What? "Get the fuck out of the room before I throw you out," he barked. This was my room. Where do I sleep? "Does it look like I care? You're soiled goods. I'm sure you'll find somewhere to hole up," he sneered. Those gray eyes darkened when I didn't move. He leaned over to grab me. I rolled over to the other side and vaulted off the bed. I should have left, should have walked out, but I chose to poke the bear, and we all know what happens when you poke the bear. It bites. Hard. "You're such an asshole." I threw the bedside lamp without thinking, and it hit his head. Oh, shit. Not thinking twice, I raced out of the room. I heard Vincenzo curse and come after me. Not bothering to check, I ran. But I didn't know where to go because I was still getting acquainted with the house. Stupidly, I ran for his bedroom and shut the door. I shot into the closet, intending to change my clothes and get out of there. I only managed to get my panties on when I heard the bedroom door crash open. Glancing around, my gaze fell on his gun lying on a shelf. Not sure what I was thinking, I walked out and aimed it at him. Leaning against the doorframe, hands in his pants pockets, his head cocked to one side, he watched me. "Stay away from me, or I'll shoot." "Go on, shoot me, Bella," he taunted. Shit. Giving no thought to my actions, I squeezed my eyes shut, turned my head away, and pulled the trigger. Where was the noise? I balked, opened one eye, and stared. Salvatore still stood there. I opened the other eye and turned the gun around. What did I do wrong? "Did your fuck of a father not teach you how to shoot, girl?" He sauntered toward me, reached up, and clicked something. "Next time, try checking to see if the safety is off when you want to kill me." I dropped the gun and shot past him, heading straight out the door, forgetting which side was out. As soon as I spotted the first door, I hurried toward it. Once outside, I paused to look over the waist-high railing, realizing it was a large balcony overlooking the pool 2 stories below me. Shit, I cursed, remembering my mid-thigh, silk, nightie-clad body. The only way out was jumping over the balcony. I turned. Vincenzo stood between me and the only door back into the house. Moonlight shadows hid his expression from me. 2 pillars holding up the balcony above us were the only hindrance between me and him that I could probably duck around. Then he moved into the light, and my gaze dropped. My heartbeat went into overdrive. "What are you doing?" Slowly, his brow lifted as he walked toward me, his hands unbuckling his belt. "Stay away from me!" Even as the words left my mouth, my eyes darted in all directions, looking for an escape. He stopped halfway between me and the door, the belt folded in half, the buckle end slapping his palm. Pulling in a deep breath in readiness to run, I shot past him. When would I ever learn that Salvatore was an extremely agile man? He caught me by the arm, yanking me backward. My back hit his chest. He locked my arms just below my breasts with his hands over them. I tried to headbutt him, but only managed to hurt my shoulder in the process, and winced. "Let me go, Salvatore!" I grunted with the exertion of fighting him off. "You're hurting me!" "You didn't seem to bother when I warned you. Pain or pleasure, remember?" He brought his lips to my ear and traced his tongue along the curve. I shivered. "You can't run from me." His words fortified with an unspoken threat. "You have 2 choices. Take your punishment, or I force it on you." "I'm not a child." My chest rose and fell in quick succession. My breath labored. "No, you're not. You just have a beautiful ass that I want to see blush with strikes from my belt." His deep, husky voice messed with my senses, the scent of his cologne curling its way around my nostrils. Dropping the belt, he pushed a leg between mine and spread me wide. One of his hands slipped down and bunched my nightie up to the hand that held mine in place. Then, in a quick tug, he snapped my panty, stuffing it in his pants pocket. A second one for tonight. "Say I'm sorry, Bella." I shook my head. Without warning, he smacked my pussy, and I jumped against him, the sensation rousing a tingle through me. "Remember what I said the last time I belted you? The next time, my belting will follow with my cock filling this sweet cunt." His hand struck my pussy twice in quick succession, and I couldn't stop the groan. Pleasure started to seep through the pain, desire igniting in my belly. Another smack, and my hips bucked hard, and I felt the immediate rush of wetness slick my thighs. My nipples tightened and I closed my eyes, biting my tongue, anticipating the next blow. Instead, he slipped a finger through my slit and brought it up. "Would you look at that? The mouth fights me, but your fucking cunt is weeping for me." Annoyed, I ground out, "I am your wife. I deserve respect from my husband." "Respect is earned, and you're not in a position to request anything unless you bend over. It's the only position I'll consider right now." Before I could anticipate his move, he nudged me toward the carved railing. Forcing my hands around the stone structure, he bent me over, and I panicked when he tied my wrists together with my torn panty. "Please, Salvatore, don't do this." I cringed at the break in my voice, the pleading even more so. In reply, he pulled the material tighter until I was flush against the railing. The tear of silk had me craning my neck to look over my shoulder as my nightie, ripped down the center, fell on either side of my body. I dropped my head in the crook of my two arms and stared at the floor, trying hard not to let the flutter of anticipation control my body's reaction. I was determined to show him I wouldn't bow to him. Not again.
33. Vincenzo, 35 years. Call me a bastard, call me fucked up, but as long as this woman had me by the balls, I would continue to fight the temptation of her mindfuck over me with the only way I knew how, by controlling her body. Virgin or not, I needed a piece of this girl, or I was likely to fucking kill someone. Appeased bloodlust or sated cock. The choice was easy. It was right there for the taking, and I intended to. Crouching behind her, I rolled my tongue through her slit, and I heard her sharp intake of breath. I ran the tip from her clit to the tight ring of her ass, and she cut off her whimper. I knew she was holding back, probably vowing not to react. Rolling my tongue over her puckered ring once more, I moved it lower and sucked her clit into my mouth. Her hips bucked. I bit down on the sensitive bud, and her cry slipped through her lips. Good girl. I squeezed the round globes of her ass cheeks as I straightened. Admittedly, the view of her bent body, her skin flushed with anticipation, she was ignorant to, and her ass sticking in the air just for me, was fucking beautiful. Fetching the belt from where I dropped it, I snapped the hard leather against my palm twice, loving the effect the sound had on her shuddering body. Relax, Bella. It will be more pleasurable this way. Or you could say, I'm sorry. Fuck you, she cursed, her voice muffled against her arm. Good. I didn't think she had it in her to curse. I raised my hand and struck. The belt whistled through the air, connecting with her ivory skin with a loud smack. "Oh, God!" she cried out, her ass flexing. My cock gave a little twitch of appreciation. "Say, I'm sorry," I demanded. No response. Again, the leather cut through the air, followed by a merciless crack as it slashed against her pinked flesh. She screamed. "Look at me, Bella." She refused. Another strike, another sob. "Say I'm sorry." Nothing but a whimper. Strike, and another. "Please, stop," she cried out, her head angled to look back, blinking rapidly, her eyes terrified, bloodshot, and teary. Torment painted her every feature, overshadowed with pain, as she glared at me. I cocked a brow, stroking her heated flesh. "So beautiful. Your skin is blushing for me. Say you're sorry, and I'll stop. Or another 5 more." All I got was silence, and a look that could kill me. Another strike. She yelped, moving her ass away, but I stilled her body, my fingers digging into her soft skin. I struck again. She bit her lip, squeezing her eyes tight. Another 2 strikes, never in the same place, twice, marking her ass with thick red stripes. The view heated my blood, and my cock strained against my pants. My breath labored, my chest rose and fell in quick succession with every smack. Darkness pulsed through my veins. I could feel it claw through every inch of skin, taking control. Sweat meandered down my back and chest, immediately cooling with the night air. One more strike. "I'm sorry." Her eyes flew open, tears glistening against her creamy skin, cheeks flushed, yet her wetness trickled down her thigh, thick, creamy, and fucking stunning. I dropped the belt. "You hate me, but you love this, don't you?" I mocked, my voice thick with need. I dragged my fingers up her thighs, collecting her cream and smearing it over her pussy. I slipped the center finger inside her while circling her clit with my forefinger. It took me barely 3 circles, and her body tensed. Her neck arched, and she cried out the same time her pussy walls clamped down hard on my fingers. I watched as her arms trembled, fingers fisted, her breaths hoarse, ass cheeks pulled taut, and her thighs clenched as her orgasm ripped through her entire body. Fuck. Using my leg, I kicked out her legs, spreading her wide, undid my fly, and pulled out my aching cock, hungry and desperate to fuck. Grabbing her hips, I plunged so deep, so fast, her feet lifted off the floor, and she cried out, her voice echoing over the open space. "Fuck yes," I grunted. Her inner walls and the heat of her core squeezed my cock, her slickness wrapping around me in a vice grip. One hand gripping her hip, fingers digging into her soft skin. My other hand reached up, and I fisted her thick curls, pulling her head back as I thrust harder, deeper, faster. It was nothing like I imagined. She probably expected tender on her wedding night, probably romantic even. No, this was carnal, primal, raw fucking, and I fucking craved it. My thighs slapped against her ass. I slid in and out, thrusting deep as I tried to hold on. Letting go of her hair, I reached over her and pulled at the panty restraining her. As soon as it gave way, I clasped a hand around her throat, squeezing lightly, and lifted her upright, keeping her locked between my pumping body and the balcony. My free hand palmed her breast, rolling the hardened nipple between my thumb and forefinger. I bit her shoulder, sucking the silky smooth skin until it pinked under my mouth. "Salvatore," she cried out, her fingers grasping the railing. "Please," she whimpered. "What do you want, Bella?" I growled in her ear. She moaned when I sucked her earlobe into my mouth. "Tell me what you want, and I'll give it to you." "To come," she breathed. Squeezing down on her throat, I released her breast and dropped that hand down to her soaking pussy, my thrust so relentless her body bounced on the tips of her toes. Deeper, faster, harder. I pressed down on her clit. Her cunt throbbed around my dick, and she climaxed so fucking hard. Her inner walls gripped me tight. I lost that last sliver of control. My balls tightened as my orgasm ripped through me, tearing up my spine and crashing against my cock. Jesus fucking Christ! A low growl rumbled out my chest. I stilled as I creamed her cunt. When I'd pumped every last drop of cum inside her, I pulled out of her and stepped away, stuffing my cock back in my pants. She gripped the rail, her body trembling, sniffling, her red-rimmed eyes large and green, cupped by pink-flushed cheeks and lips swollen from biting down on them. She stared back at me. I loved that sight. Then my gaze dropped to her thighs and my cum dripping down her legs, staining the ivory skin, branding her beauty with my creamy mark of ownership. I loved that sight even more. Go get cleaned up. 20 minutes after a shower and downing 2 much-needed brandies, I stopped in the kitchen, grabbed what I needed, and went upstairs. When I entered my bedroom, Gianna was sitting up in my bed, a vision of beauty in red lingerie, reading a book. She looked up, her eyes puffy from crying, and I could feel the frozen darts she directed at me. I neared her. Here. I held out the bowl of ice cream. "What's that?" She didn't take it. Mint pistachio ice cream with chocolate sauce. I lowered the bowl so she could see it. Her eyes flared in surprise before she shook her head. I didn't miss the telltale lick of her lips. "Eat the fucking ice cream." I set the bowl down on the nightstand. Walking away, my glance fell on the broken lamp she'd tossed earlier in her room. It sat on the dresser. Was she trying to fix it? I turned as she picked up the bowl, her gaze going to the broken lamp before looking at the bowl again. "Throw it, Bela, and I'll smack your pussy so hard you'll become a walking orgasm." "I wouldn't dream of wasting a good treat on you," she mumbled, spooning the dessert into her mouth. Moving to my side of the bed, I dropped my sweatpants, and she turned her head away from my naked body. I climbed onto the bed, and she cowered in her corner. Leaning back into the pillows, I looked at her. "Come here." She shook her head, spooning another mouthful. "What did I say about repeating myself?" Setting the bowl on the nightstand, she inched her way to me. Even though she was trying not to look, her gaze dropped to my cock. "Take off your clothes and straddle me." She hesitated for just a second, then, removing her clothes, she threw her leg over mine, straddling me. Her eyes locked with mine. She sat with her hands clenched at her sides, either afraid to touch me or stubborn. "Kiss me." She had a beautiful, fuckable mouth. Lush, full lips had me wondering how it would feel to have that mouth around my cock. She drew closer, and her lips brushed mine in a soft kiss. I lifted my hands to her hips, and she leaned back. Slowly, I shook my head. "Either you kiss me, or I fuck your mouth." Blinking, she pressed her mouth to mine. My hands on her hips, I pulled her closer, her pussy now resting on my hard cock. She traced my lips with her tongue before sliding it into my mouth, her exploration tentative at first, then delving deeper. Unable to resist, I fisted my fingers in her hair and took control, driving my tongue into her mouth in a long, languid kiss. Taking my time, I circled her soft, swollen lips, deepening the kiss. She didn't pull back when I nipped her lip lightly before sinking my tongue inside her warm mouth once more, kissing her hard and deep. I didn't think she was aware that she was rolling her hips now, moaning softly, the sound alluring. Dropping one hand from her hair, I searched the soft folds of her pussy, through the enticing, slick flesh. I teased her swelling clit lightly. She jerked and whimpered. Her pelvis thrust against mine, her whimpers turned into pleading moans. I dropped my other hand to her lower back, urging her to rock a little faster. Ignoring the need pumping in my veins, I worked the engorged bundle, rubbing and pinching. Pulling away from my mouth, she leaned back, her eyes closed, her moans loud. I pushed my middle finger into her entrance hard, and she bucked. Moving my thumb over her clit sent her over the edge. She gripped my arms tight, grinding her pussy against me. My cock throbbed as I watched her come, straining and arching that beautiful body of hers. Her tits pushed up high and full, rising and falling as she rubbed her slick flesh against me. My gaze dropped to her flat stomach, down to her smooth, glistening cunt spread out wide against my cock. She was still riding her orgasm when I fisted my dick, pushing the head against her clit, running it up and down her soaking pussy. "Look at me, Bella," I gritted, wanting inside her. Her eyes opened, hooded and drugged with pleasure, following my gaze down to my throbbing cock, the swollen head sliding up and down her dripping flesh. A whimper left her lips. "Vincenzo." Her breath hitched on my name, and my eyes snapped up to her face, liking the sound. Her eyes meeting mine. "Ride my cock," I demanded, gripping her hips and lifting her. Fisting my dick, I positioned it at her opening and slowly lowered her onto it. She moaned low in her throat. Dragging air into my lungs, I began teasing her clit with my thumb and clutching her ass. I circled my hips, letting her pussy stretch around my girth. Her moans filled the room. Squeezing her clit between my finger and thumb, her pussy spasmed, drenching my cock, and with one last thrust, I was fully sheathed. "Fuck," I hissed, my fingers biting into her soft skin. She rocked her hips and we groaned together. Holding her with both hands, I lifted her high until just the head of my cock sat inside her, before pushing her down onto the length of it. "Oh, God," she cried out. I did it again, sliding slowly out of her before dragging her down, thrusting my hips up to grind my cock into her. I groaned, losing control as her muscles began tightening and squeezing the length of me. Faster, I lifted her high and pushed her down. A couple more times I rammed into her, forcing her to take it all, until her nails were sinking into my shoulders and her cries grew louder. Flipping her onto her back, I hooked my arms under her thighs and lifted, opening her wide for me. My hips jerked hard, and without warning, I sank deep inside her. Fuck. Her pussy muscles held my cock like a vice around me. I began thrusting. She cried out, her head thrashing from side to side, her nails digging into my arms as I fucked her hard and fast. I tried to slow down, but I was too far gone. I needed to fuck hard. She heaved and strained as if to push me off, but her thighs gripped me tightly, keeping me anchored to that fucking beautiful cunt. I withdrew and thrust back into her, that high-pitched sound she made pushing me closer to the edge. I pounded into her, sinking deeper and harder. My breath staggered in my throat, pleasure flooding my body. "Oh, God!" Her whimpering moans started low, then her body arched high off the bed, her muscles convulsing as her orgasm rippled around my grinding shaft. Resisting the urge to come with her, I fucked her hard and fast until she cried out, another orgasm ripping through her. Her tight, slick heat like a fucking aphrodisiac. She squirmed and bucked beneath me, her hands clenched at my lower back, and when her fingernails dug painfully into my tightened ass cheeks, I finally catapulted, my cock exploding inside her. My orgasm went on and on as I continued to thrust, the sound of slick flesh surrounding us. Still, I didn't stop even after my hot cum gushed out. I continued to pump into her, gripping her backside and holding her writhing body tight to deepen the penetration. "Please stop," she begged, lethargy lining her tone. Still, I pounded into her until she begged again. Fighting the need to flip her over and fuck her ass, I forced calm into my body, willing it to slow down until I slumped on top of her and could hear her struggle to breathe. My body felt like I'd been railroaded by a fucking wrecking ball. The second I lifted off her, she dragged herself to her side of the bed and turned away from me. Shaking my head to clear the sexual deprivation out of me, I rolled off the bed and went into the bathroom. I returned with a washcloth, and when I neared her, she flinched. "I'm not going to hurt you again," I said, gently opening her legs. She covered her face, but I could hear her sobs. I wiped her down and pulled the covers over her. I wasn't sure what brought me awake until my eyes opened and the delicate hand on my chest had me turning my head. The scent of lavender filled my nostrils, and I stared at the beautiful girl sharing my bed, her face against my arm, skin soft as silk, her breathing even, a purr against the stillness. Something exploded with it, spearing through the walls I'd put up over time. It shielded me from emotions that could weaken a man, catch me off guard, and leave me vulnerable. Still, it tainted my insides, similar to how her tears had stained her cheeks because of me. I felt it in the tendons at my nape, in my chest, weighing me down. This was all new to me, and I had no fucking clue how to react. Then she turned slightly. Sane. The name was a hiss on her lips, but I'd heard it. I sat up and jerked her awake. Terror filled her eyes as she looked at me. Who the fuck is Zane? Her fear morphed into panic, and her teeth bit down on her bottom lip as the tears fell. I asked you a fucking question, I gritted, barely holding back the need to shake the answer out of her. He is the man I married before my father came for me, she whispered, swiping at her tears. Jaws clenched, I glared at her. Is he the one who took your virginity?" She nodded, and I sucked in air through my teeth. "What's his name?" Zane Morone." It was a murmur on her lips. Now it would be a mark against my heart and a void in my chest. I knew exactly how to react. I was not done forcing my world on her. No, I was just getting started. I'd been promised a virgin, and she might be the best fuck I'd had. A deal was a deal. You never fuck with Vincenzo Salvatore. We leave on our honeymoon tomorrow. Go to sleep." My words were quiet against the silent night, soiled by soft sniffles I found arousing. Something I'd miss for now.
34. Gianna, 18 years. I came to with a start, realizing that the tires bouncing on the runway had served as my alarm. In a lethargic haze, I disembarked. The first step off the plane, and despite the air-conditioned terminal, I could feel the shift in the air. Japan was humid in summer, and I wondered why Salvatore had chosen this country as a honeymoon destination. Then I remembered he was Vincenzo Salvatore. Who knew why he did what he did? I couldn't imagine him in board shorts and a pineapple print shirt basking in the Hawaiian sun. The image brought a grin to my face. Although he'd shocked me last night with the ice cream I'd thought he'd forgotten about, the way he'd fucked me, the effects of which I could still feel between my legs, told me he wasn't over my betrayal of not being a virgin. I had no idea how long he planned on punishing me. Glancing over my shoulder, I searched for Leo. For some reason, he seemed to be slower than me, and I wasn't sure why Salvatore had asked Leo to bring me here. Even when we were boarding, he kept his distance from me. I continued walking, knowing he'd catch up. After all, they had me tracked, so not like I could go anywhere. I could just imagine him checking his phone now and then while following the red blip that was me on his screen. After I grabbed my bags from the carousel, I waited for Leo to catch up, as I had no idea where we were heading. The airport was weirdly manic, even at 7 in the evening, and I let the sea of passengers guide me through immigration. "Stay here, Gianna." He gestured to a bench seat. "I just need to use the restroom, okay?" "Sure." I took a seat. "I'll watch your bag if you want." I tipped my chin at the laptop bag he had slung over his shoulder. "Don't worry about it. Back right now." I watched him walk away. He took a call and, as if distracted, he continued walking past the men's room. I frowned but didn't go after him. 10 minutes passed, and my anxiety became a ball in my stomach. Without thinking, I chewed my thumbnail. Somewhere between my mother's death and marrying Salvatore, I'd forgotten that little habit. Now I pulled out my thumb and stared at it, as if it could tell me what to do. Another 10 minutes, and I shot up from my seat and began a small back-and-forth pace. I had no money, no phone, and no phone number to contact anyone. Leo held on to my passport for safekeeping, and I feared if I moved, he might miss me if he came looking for me. Another 10 minutes, and I was ready to puke from the prongs of dread spearing my insides. "Excuse me, miss." A voice steeped in a Japanese accent called out. I turned. Yes. 2 airport officials stood there. "Can you come with us, please?" The shorter of the 2 men held out his hand, gesturing for me to follow him. Where? Come, please." I shook my head, and immediately his features tightened. The 2 of them drew closer, and, flanking me on both sides, they took hold of my arms, forcing me to walk with them. "Please, I'm waiting for someone," I squeaked. noticing a third official rolling my bag behind him. My head snapping from side to side, I searched for Leo and cringed, noticing people stop and stare. But instead of embarrassment, I felt the tears well in my eyes. "Please," I begged, trying to stiffen my body, but their grips tightened on my arms, and short of being dragged, I went with them. I had no idea how long we walked, but given the size of the airport, I figured it was a good 10 minutes. They shoved me into a room that was bare, except for a white table and 2 metal chairs. Another official, with his hands crossed over his chest, stood just inside the room. He wasn't Japanese like the other two, and his uniform different, but his expression was a lot harder. I decided he was a senior official. He pointed to a chair. "Sit." His American accent immediately adding a little comfort to my dilemma. Slowly, I slid into the seat, while the man who'd carried my bag set it on the table. "What's your name?" "Gianna Mancini," I replied, "but I married a few days ago, so it's Salvatore," I quickly corrected. "Why am I here?" I stammered, fear straining to escape. But I pushed it down, telling myself it was a mistake. They got the wrong person. Maybe they'd help me find Leo, or get back home to the safety I knew. "Is this your bag?" Ignoring my question, the senior official asked, taking a step closer. "Yes." "Can you open it?" It was an order. Nodding, I opened the tiny purse that held a pack of gum to aid with the gravity, a small bag of crackers Rosanna had given me to help with nausea I couldn't get rid of, and the key for the bag. Once I had it open, the senior official nodded to one of the other men. The shorter one, using a baton, began moving things around. Haphazardly, he emptied the items out of my bag onto the table. "What the hell are you looking for?" I wanted to scream, but recognizing I was at a distinct disadvantage, I just waited. When the short man was done, he stepped back and the senior official picked up one of my dresses. "Is this yours?" I nodded. He picked up a pair of jeans next. "This?" Again, I nodded. One by one, he began picking up an item, and each time he'd ask if it was mine, and I would nod. By the time he reached for the last of the 2 items, my patience resembled thin ice. The last item was my vanity bag that contained my makeup, toiletries, and beauty products. It had 2 trays. The top held all the bigger items, and the bottom all the smaller ones. I almost screamed when he began asking me if each of the items belonged to me. Then he lifted the tray and, right there nestled among the lipsticks, nail polish, and perfume bottles, sat 3 little plastic bags filled with a white powder. My eyes widened and my heart rate sped up. Disbelief lined every cell in my body, and I was already shaking my head as he picked up the plastic and looked at me. "Is this yours?" I shook my head. "No." The whisper slipped through trembling lips. "I'm going to ask you again, Miss Gianna. Is this yours?" He pointed to my suitcase. I nodded. "And this?" He pointed to the vanity bag. I nodded. "And this?" He waved the plastic in my face. I shook my head, the tears now a full-blown river down my cheeks, my heart an unstoppable roar against my ribcage. I felt like I was dying on the inside. "Please, it's not mine." He slammed the table with his baton, and that comfort of knowing he was American went right out the door. The loud thwack kicked me in the stomach, and I jumped, my body shaking. I gripped the edge of the table, my sobs filling the room. "Please," I stammered. "I will ask you again, Miss Gianna. Is this yours?" He pointed to the vanity bag. I nodded. "Then how is this not yours, if it's your bag that you have the key to?" "How?" he yelled, slamming his baton against the table. How? Cowering from his shouts, I kept swiping at the relentless tears. I was shaking so badly, the chair was moving, the squeaks against the tiled floor adding resonance to my sobs. I don't know, I mumbled. My words broke between my cries. The man? What man? He sneered, as if I was lying. The man I came with, I sobbed. Where is your passport, Miss Gianna? He grated, leaning closer. I swiped at my face. Tears and snot glistened on the back of my hand. I don't have it. The man I came with has it. What's his name? Leo. Leo Salvatore. The senior official gestured to one of the men, who left the room. Guessing he'd sent the man off to verify Leo, I stared down at my linked hands, wondering how this had happened. I thought back to when I was packing my bags. Rosanna had helped me. I balked at the thought that she would have planted the drugs. If Leo planted it, he would have needed the key to open my bag, and I hadn't left it alone, had I? Covering my face, I sobbed into my hands. This can't be happening. I'm American, Miss Gianna, and I've been working in this country for close to 5 years. You should know this doesn't look good for you. The senior official looked down his nose at me, and the thought of him helping me disappeared, along with my exhale. I wasn't clued up with world travel, but common logic would tell someone that smuggling drugs were an illegal offense. What if they imprisoned me here? Fear kick-started my heart, and I choked on more sobs. I looked up when the man returned. He handed the senior official a clipboard and spoke in Japanese before moving away to take his place next to the other man. We have a little problem, Miss Gianna. The senior official drew closer, and his expression alone told me I wouldn't want to hear his next words. He held out the clipboard, which held several sheets of paper. There is no Leo Salvatore on any of the incoming flights for today. My heart dropped to my toes. I bunched my dress in fists so tight they would need to saw off my fingers to get it open. That can't be. I swallowed the thick ball of dread stuck in my throat. He was on the flight with me. I stared at the official, too shocked to blink. What about the immigration office that stamped my passport? Wouldn't they have a record of that? I asked, hope blooming on the horizon. I'd seen that in a movie once. Would it work? The official shook his head. There is no record of your arrival. What? I choked out. Did I just step into the Twilight Zone? How is that possible? He shrugged. Without a passport to prove you exist, there's nothing we can do. But... He paused, and locking his hands behind his back, he paced the room. My heart rate right now was close to that of cardiac arrest, waiting for him to elaborate. I was just about to jump out of my seat and demand an answer when he stopped pacing and looked at me. That shouldn't be your major concern at the moment. What? I cried out. You were caught smuggling drugs, Miss Gianna. That's a far graver offense than a missing passport. You're to be arrested. A rapid search started in my brain as I searched for something logical, trying to remember everything I'd ever learned. What about the embassy? Can't I contact them? You can. He crossed his arms and a forefinger tapped his lip as if he were deep in thought. Once you're arrested and processed, they will make contact with the embassy. No! I sagged in the chair. Please, you're American. Can't you help, in your personal capacity? He scowled at me. I don't help criminals, Miss Gianna. He turned his back on me. Take her away. Please, I begged between the tears. Don't do this. You're making a big mistake. The two officials from earlier gripped my arms once more and dragged me out. I grabbed onto the doorframe, screaming, "Please, don't do this! My husband is rich! He'll pay you!" I was grasping at straws because I had no idea if Salvatore would pay up if he knew his wife was a criminal. My nails digging into the metal frame, I held on. "Please," I sobbed, my chest heaving from the exertion, my body wound tight with desperation to hold on. He merely stared at me, and I wasn't sure if his smile was one of amusement or sympathy. The two officials holding me yanked so hard I felt my nails rip and my left shoulder pop. I screamed, not from the pain, but being dragged to a destination I might not survive. I was beyond embarrassed as people stared. Dropping my gaze to the floor, my heart in my hand and the tears staining my white dress, I let the men lead me away. I lost track of time, with all the shunting from office to office and the rapid Japanese surrounding me. My brain refused to function, and the tears dried up somewhere between leaving that interrogation room and being shoved into the back of a van. The second we stepped outside, a blast of hot air hit me in the face. Nausea curled in my throat, and I fought to stem the need to hurl, because if I did, something told me I would be transported with it in the van, or on my clothes. Driving away from the airport, the darkness of the city enveloped me. It swallowed me whole as we traversed busy streets filled with pedestrians, cyclists, and a massive throng of traffic, even at that late hour. All this I saw through the tiny hole that represented a barred window. We'd driven for so long, I'd lost track of time. They'd stopped twice to allow me to use the restroom at gas stations, given me a sandwich, an apple, and bottled water. While my stomach craved further sustenance, I was grateful they hadn't left me to starve. When the vehicle finally stopped, my scratchy eyes felt like hell had taken a dump in them. My mouth resembled arid cotton wool. My shoulder ached, and ripped nails burned. With all the rolling around on a seat that was nothing more than a long piece of wood nailed to the floor, my ass was numb, and my body felt like I'd been trampled by a couple of elephants. The clunking of a bolt sliding back filled the interior, the echo pounding in my ears before the doors were flung open. A few seconds later, a white light hit my eyes. I picked up my hand to block the offending brightness, but was yanked by my wrist, and I forced my stiff legs to carry me or risk being dragged on my knees. Glancing around, I took in the tall electric wire fencing. Behind that, rows of buildings illuminated by scattered lighting stood out like something you'd see only in horror movies. Was this a prison? If the man standing next to me wasn't holding me up, I would have crumbled to the floor as fear ate a greedy path up my spine. A woman who looked to be in her late 40s, her hair pulled tight in a severe bun at her nape, her lips in a no-nonsense sneer, and dressed in what looked like either a dark green or brown uniform, stepped toward me. Her eyes roamed my body from head to toe. "You're a pretty one, aren't you?" Her accented English was perfect. She circled me, and a creepy feeling stole over me. Instead of a prisoner, the way she examined me, I felt like a selection of prime meat. And when she gripped my chin lightly and turned my face from side to side, I knew it wasn't a normal prison. Steadily, the anxiety grew. "Welcome to your new home." She tipped her chin toward the gate. "Let's go." Glancing behind me in a last-ditch effort of hoping for assurance, I followed her.
35. Vincenzo, 35 years. It's done. I ended my call and glanced away from the view outside my office window, the spot I hadn't moved from since Gianna told me about Zane, since my call to Leo to inform Gianna he'd be bringing her to me in Japan on our supposed honeymoon, and since they left for Japan. Leo stood on the other side of my desk, gloating like he'd just accomplished a fucking miracle, instead of playing with someone's life. Where? We landed in Japan, as you asked. They'll keep her for a month maximum, apply for the new passport, then release her to the embassy. No fuck-ups. No, straight-laced, like you asked. All the players have been paid enough to make sure it runs smoothly. Good. Can I ask why you're doing this? Reaching for the brandy I'd been nursing for the last half an hour, I rolled the brown liquid around in the glass before placing it back on the table. After having finished 2 bottles over the last 72 hours or so, the effect was beginning to lose its touch. I live in a dog-eat-dog world that requires unerring loyalty, Leo, and sometimes to teach a new pup tricks, you don't throw him a bone. You throw him in with the wolves. If he survives, chances are he'll kill for you. If not, he'll worship you. And what if he chooses not to worship you? I'd never completely trusted the man staring down at me with eyes that held a lot of secrets I either knew or was wary enough to know that someday it might come back to bite me in the ass. But I could trust him to pull the latest shit I asked of him, only because he was honest about not liking Gianna from the start. Naturally, a request like this probably had him rubbing his hands in glee. Sighing, I leaned back in my seat. I believe we are the creators of our destiny. It's all a matter of choices. Even as I uttered the words, some sixth sense told me that whatever I expected from Gianna, I'd probably get the opposite. I'd never dated, but I'd fucked enough women to know that sometimes they either wanted to be nurtured, fucked, pampered, or loved. With Gianna, she needed all 4. The question remained, what could I give her that she hadn't already found with him? Her lover, her husband, the man she'd never forget. Death.
36. Gianna, 18 years. Up until the moment the van stopped, I'd done well to keep my wits about me. Now, as I followed the woman through a building that either had no or limited lighting in certain passages, fear sprinted through my body. My thumbnails stayed permanently between my teeth, and I jumped every time the woman's hand touched my lower back to guide me. At least she wasn't dragging me. The longer we walked, the darker it seemed to get, and walls that looked like they were made from buckets of sand thrown at it now and then didn't settle the nerves lining my gut. It was getting harder to keep from peeing in my panty, and for the first time in my life, I was truly shit scared. Not even meeting Salvatore or Zane and knowing they were killers had made me feel this desperate to run and hide under a bed. We rounded a corner and stopped in what looked like a dimly lit office, a very dilapidated one with overflowing filing cabinets and overstacked shelves. A woman with 2 large front teeth that overlapped her bottom lip and dressed in the same brownish uniform sat behind a single wooden desk. Her gaze traveled the length of my body. She stood to salute the woman next to me before she spoke in a language I didn't understand. The woman next to me, who I now labeled Captain because I could think of nothing else, replied before walking off. And as strange as it sounded, I wanted her to stay. She might have not smiled, but there was just something about her that made me feel a small measure of comfort. Once she was gone, the other woman gestured for me to follow her. She entered another room off to the side. Dark, damp, and windowless, It sent a chill through my bones when I stepped in puddles of standing water, wondering what disease I would pick up. Grasping my arms to rub my elbows, I shivered uncontrollably. "Off." She pointed to my dress, and I startled, my eyes going wide. When I didn't immediately comply, she took a step closer and reached for my mid-thigh hem. Slapping her hand away, I crossed my hands over my chest and clutched the material of my dress in tight fists. Tears already welling, desperate to fall. Grinning, she shrugged, and I had no idea what that meant until she stepped away. A moment later, ice-cold water powered out of a hose in her hand and slammed into my chest. "What the?" I screamed, staggering back against the onslaught, my hands snapping upward, palms out to protect myself. I twisted and turned, running from side to side to avoid the hard spray. It was futile, and I collapsed to the floor in a shaking mess, grabbing my aching shoulder. Turning my back on her, I hugged the wall. Still, the water continued to rain down on me in torrents, hard and icy. When it finally stopped, my teeth were chattering so badly I feared I'd shatter them. I wasn't sure how long I sat there, shaking like that last leaf on a windy fall day, hanging on for dear life and hoping spring would come soon. The woman walked out and returned just as quickly. "Come," she gestured with her hand, and I decided her English was limited. Grabbing onto the wall for support, I slowly lifted my shivering body. Between the cold and the pain endured during the ride here, I wasn't sure which was worse. Every inch of me ached, including my heart, body, and soul. Outside that room, she stuffed a bundle of clothes in my hand and waited. Numb from the cold, modesty went out the door as I quickly slid out of the wet clothes, dried myself with the piece of rag that passed for a towel, and slipped into gray drawstring pants and a matching tunic. Also in the bundle was a pair of rubber sandals that I exchanged with my heels. When I was done, I rolled my wet clothes and shoes into a ball and followed Rabbit Teeth. Yeah, sue me. Once more, darkness descended the passages I was led down. Cells tapered off to the left and right of me, and with the dim lighting, all I could see were feet, unless a woman or two chose to near the door and gape at the newcomer. The silence, however, was unnerving. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting something to jump out at me. The smell of stale piss, vomit, and things I didn't want to dissect burned my nose, and I covered it with my wet clothes, which helped me breathe better. Rabbit Teeth shoved me to keep going because I was too busy observing my surroundings instead of walking. At the end of the passage, she unlocked a door and held it open for me to enter. There was just enough light to make out the other 4 women in the tiny cell. Mattresses lined one side of the wall, and a hole in the ground directly opposite the door. I shuddered at the thought of it being used as a toilet. Rabbit Teeth snapped her fingers for me to move, pointing to the vacant mattress snug between 2 of the other women. I walked over and dropped my bundle on the floor. The door creaked as she pulled it closed, bringing with it a sense of finality, and I forced myself to act brave. This wasn't a cell. A dungeon, maybe. The lack of windows and dampness from the floor had me sinking into further despair. A cold breeze passed over me and I shook, remembering my hair was still wet. I lowered myself to the mattress and with my back against the wall, I drew my knees to my chest and hugged them. The woman on my right held out a blanket. I took it and offered her a smile. She didn't return the gesture. Her expression, however, told me she was pleased that I'd taken the blanket. It wasn't the warmest or softest, and the smell made me turn up my nose, but I welcomed the additional warmth it gave my chilled bones. The other 3 women were already asleep and didn't bother to wake up and inspect the newcomer. I didn't know how long I'd sat in that position until my muscles began to complain with a biting tightness, begging to be stretched. My eyes straining to stay open, my stomach grumbling with hunger. Rolling my neck from side to side, I stood and paced from the wall to the bars to get my circulation going. It was on my third stretch when I caught movement in my periphery. Freezing, I glanced toward the hole, certain I'd seen movement. I stared, waiting. The only sound came from one of the women snoring under her blanket. Then I saw it. 2 black eyes staring back at me, its pink nose twitching, a fat body thick with gray fur. Behind it, another twitching nose appeared at the edge of the hole, followed by 2 black eyes. Rats! I couldn't move. Every muscle froze in fear. Panic began in a slow swirl from the tips of my toes, working its way upward. The shiver followed in its path, first in the legs, my knees, my thighs, and then those black monstrosities scurried toward me. The scream bellowed out first, followed by my legs pumping in perfect steps before I climbed up the bars, hanging on with a white-knuckle grip, begging for someone to help. Pandemonium erupted, first in my cell as the women woke, jumping around the room to escape the unseen terror, then the cell next to mine and the one opposite. And like the Mexican wave, screams and yells resonated through the passages. With all the chaos going on, I was sure either the rats had been squashed to death or escaped, but I wasn't taking any chances of dropping my feet to the floor. Several uniformed guards came rushing down the passages, batons raised, trying to figure out what the commotion was about, until one of the women from the opposite cell pointed at me. The guard turned to me, her expression murderous. Rapid words fired out of her mouth in a language I didn't understand. She beat her baton at the bars. Still, I held on, vigorously shaking my head from side to side. Chest heaving, she stalked to the door, opened it, and entered the cell. "You bitch! Make noise, huh?" She spat, charging me like an angry bull. My heart leaped into my mouth, dread running rampant in my blood. Letting go of my grip, my feet finding the floor, I threw up my hands in surrender. "Please, please!" I cried out, trying to back away. She grabbed me by the hair and shoved me to the ground. The back of my head slammed against the bars. White spots tasered my vision. The popped shoulder burned. Shaking violently, I swallowed down nausea lining my throat, wrapped my hands around my body, bowing my head in surrender. She was having none of that. Grasping my throat in icy cold fingers that were skeletal in their grip, she brought her face close to mine. The repugnant smell of garlic hit my nostrils. I retched. "Make noise. You die," she sneered, released her hold, and backhanded me across the face. The coppery tang of blood filled my taste buds, my face stinging with the impact. Keeping my eyes downcast, I waited for her to leave, and only when the door creaked closed did I rush across to the mattress and pull the blanket over my trembling body. I clutched my face, letting the tears pool in my palm. I'd never been hit before, not with that killer intent force. Every few seconds, a shudder exploded, and I bit my tongue to hold back the screams, yet the whimpers persisted. Swiping the relentless tears, I eventually gave up and let them fall. It took the guards several minutes to get all the women back in their beds before they disappeared down the passage. The woman who'd handed me the blanket smiled at me before screwing up her face and putting 2 hooked fingers in front of her mouth and nodding. It took me a few seconds to understand she was referring to the rats. When I nodded, she reached behind her and handed me a silver plate. I stared at the plate, then at her, and frowned. She hit the back of her fingers across the other palm, then pointed to the plate. After 2 more attempts, I laughed through the tears and nodded. "Thank you," I sniffled, looking down at the weapon she'd given me to attack the rats. Weapon or not, I didn't think I would ever be brave enough to take on those ugly things. "Hannah," she murmured, pointing to her chest. I figured she was telling me her name, and I replied, "Gianna." She tried to pronounce it, then giggled. "Anna?" She nodded. Smiling, I nodded, too exhausted to correct her. "Anna." My mouth was dry, and the word came out on a rasp. I licked my lips and winced, touching them. My lip was swollen and burned under the pad of my finger. Hannah twisted away to search for something behind her, and when she looked at me again, she held out a bottle of water. My eyes widened in surprise, and my taste buds danced in anticipation. "Thank you." I put my hands together in gratitude, then took the bottle. After the first sip, I inhaled deeply. Water had never tasted this good. "Thank you so much." I handed her back the bottle, and she shook her head, gently pushing it back to me. Smiling, I set it aside and watched as she rolled herself in the blanket like a sausage roll before her head disappeared under the blanket. My eyes had adjusted to the darkness, and it immediately zipped to the hole. Somebody had covered it with a board and placed a bucket over it. Sighing, I leaned my head against the wall and massaged my shoulder, closing my eyes. 37. Gianna, 18 years. I must have dozed off from sheer exhaustion, because the jangle of keys brought me awake with a moan. My muscles screamed their agony as I sat up and rolled my shoulders. It did nothing. The aches were there to stay. The sudden bang of the guard's baton against the bars had me scrambling to my feet. Desperate to pee, I glanced over at the hole, which was now uncovered. The idea of squatting to pee didn't sit well with me, knowing rats lived down there. I tried to hold it in. My painfully full bladder complained. Hannah gestured to the towel, which I picked up, and followed the line of ladies to what I realized was a shared shower block. Biting my thumbnail, I glanced around. About 50 women of all ages and sizes either stood under multiple shower heads, leaned against cracked white tiles waiting their turn, or used toilets which, dishearteningly, had no doors. "Bath," a guard shoved at my back, propelling me toward one of the vacant showers. The only people who'd seen me naked, apart from my mother when I was younger, were Ishara, Zane, and Salvatore. Now, in a space of 2 days, I was forced to strip in front of, first, rabbit teeth, and now these women. While they seemed uninterested in whether I had a slim body or a big ass, their gazes stayed riveted on my face, as if the idea of a newcomer brought hope. My fingers hesitant, I swallowed down the ball of nerves, removed the clothes I wore, and tossed it on the pile the others seemed to be doing. Preparing to meet the same iciness from the previous bath, I stepped under the spray and hid my gratitude. The water wasn't hot, but it was warm enough to wash away the stiffness, the aches, however, would need a serious dose of painkillers. Overcome with the desperate need to pee, I glanced around before releasing my bladder, not caring that the warm piss ran down my legs along with my etiquette. Used soap bars littered the floor and the window ledge that added some brightness to the place. While I was against sharing soap, I figured after sleeping in a rat-infested cell, the soap was far less likely to give me an infection. I'd just rinsed the suds out of my eyes when a series of whimpers caught my ear. My heart jackrabbited when I turned, and my eyes fell on a man. "Oh, God, what is a man doing here among all these ladies?" a huge scar covering half his jaw on the right from ear to lips. He stood just inside the shower block, wearing the same uniform as the captain. He had Hannah up against the wall, one hand around her slim neck, squeezing, the other between her legs. She was clawing at his fingers and tightening her thighs to stop his probing fingers. The smile on his face told me the sick bastard was enjoying himself. I opened my mouth, the word "stop" sitting on the tip of my tongue. Then I remembered I was just as vulnerable as Hannah. The other women cowered where they stood. They wouldn't save me. When he turned her around to face the wall, all the women covered their faces as he opened his fly and shoved his cock into Hannah. She screamed, and he began fucking her harder, not caring that her tiny body slammed against the wall with his maddening thrusts. I glanced around. Women still covered their faces as though this was the norm. His grunts filled the bathroom, and I stepped away from the shower. His head swung around. The blackest eyes I'd ever seen clashed with mine. He released Hannah and moved toward me, zipping up. Panic clawed its way up my legs to settle in the pit of my stomach. He circled me twice before stopping in front of me. The faint smell of something distinctly putrid surrounded him as he leaned forward, and I barely kept from gagging. "Another pretty girl." He smacked his lips. He touched a lock of my wet hair, and I flinched. His lips widened in a slow smile, and I was suddenly reminded of the Joker. Only the Joker was not bad-looking, even with his makeup. This man was hideous, the gluttony in his eyes even more so. "I will touch, and you will like," he warned, his accent different from the others, although his English wasn't as perfect as the captain's. He ran a finger down my arm, and I dug my toes into the cold floor to keep from moving. Dropping his hand, he said something to Rabbit Teeth in his language, turned, and walked out. Clutching my stomach, I inhaled deeply, then closed my eyes to ward off the panic and the sudden dizziness. I jumped when Rabbit Teeth shoved my towel in my chest and grabbed my arm. "Come." "Hey, my clothes!" I squealed. Shaking her head, she dragged me while I struggled to get the towel around my body. Given the size, I could only cover my breasts and privates, leaving my back open. I followed her down another long passage until she stopped in front of a door and knocked. An icy breeze floated past me and I shivered. Someone probably said "come in" because a voice sounded from the other side, before Rabbit Teeth opened the door and motioned for me to enter. Inside, another woman in a white coat stood next to the table reading. Rabbit Teeth walked over to talk to her, leaving me at the door. Unlike everywhere else in this place, the room was illuminated by light from a long globe screwed to the wall, and warmer, courtesy of a burning fireplace on one side of the room. Without drawing too much attention to myself, I inched closer to the fire, trying to get as much heat into my wet body. My gaze fell to the machines with small and large screens standing next to a single bed you would find in hospital rooms. I figured these were the doctor's room. The woman in the white coat looked at me, her gaze just as inquisitive, while Rabbit Teeth walked out. I had a feeling not many American women pass through these prison walls. Either that or they saw something they wanted. "What is your name, girl?" She neared me, her English just as perfectly accented as the captain, yet her expression bore the beginnings of a smile I hadn't seen in the other woman. "Gianna," I whispered. "I'm Dr. Rose, Gianna, and I need to examine you. In a place like this, disease and illnesses spread quickly. Come." She placed a small cup in my hand and pointed to a toilet and basin in another corner of the room. "Pee in that, then get on here." She tapped the bed. Calmed by the gentleness in her voice, I did as she asked and handed over the cup. Shuddering uncontrollably, I moved to stand in front of the fire. When I turned back to the doctor, her eyes were roaming over my naked body. I climbed up onto the bed and watched as she conducted several tests, until the last one. "Bend your knees and spread your thighs," she said, while pulling on a new pair of latex gloves. I frowned. "It's for a vaginal check." I went cold on the inside. After sleeping with Zane, I'd been to the gynecologist for a regular checkup. This examination, though, seemed intrusive. "I'm not going to hurt you, Gianna. This will be for your own good. You'll see." Her words had my brow creasing once more. "If you prefer restraints." She pointed to the handcuffs lying on a table. I met her questioning gaze and shook my head. "Good girl." She moved to the end of the table, positioning herself between my legs. As she began, I shut my eyes tight, clenched my fingers, and curled my toes inward. My bottom lip stuck between my teeth. My tears fell, my mind wishing to be somewhere else right now. Even if it were at the mercy of my father or Salvatore, I'd take it. But instead, her probing fingers anchored me to reality. I couldn't physically escape. What chance did I have at a mental block? Unless I drifted into a sleep so deep I wouldn't want to wake. The sluice of something cold hitting my stomach jolted me out of my thoughts. My eyes flew open. I watched her spread a clear liquid over my stomach. Goosebumps broke over my skin, and my teeth chattered from the cold. Crossing my hands over my chest, I hugged my body, searching for warmth. She rolled a device over my stomach, while her eyes stayed glued to a screen on her right. I had no idea what she was looking for, and I was too tired to bother paying attention. Done, she pulled off her gloves and stepped away from me to go write something in a file. I slid off the bed and, unsure what to do, waited in front of the fire with my hands banded around my stomach and my shoulders hunched to stay warm. The doctor looked up, then pointed with the tip of her pen to a double-door closet behind me. "Take out a red set and put it on." I opened the doors and stared at the rows of neatly stowed clothes. The bottom two shelves were all red, and the top two piled high with orange sets. Taking a red set, I moved in front of the fire to dress in the drawstring pants and a mid-thigh, long-sleeved tunic. The clothes weren't thick, but far warmer than my wet skin and the gray set. "What is your favorite flower, Gianna?" Surprised, I looked at the doctor. White lily?" "Good. That will be your name from today." At my frown, she added, "In this place, all the girls are named after a flower, a bird or an animal, depending on which block you are in. Gianna won't exist anymore." Her words sounded like I was here for life. Surely someone would come for me. "Once you're in here, the world forgets about you, Lily. You cease to exist outside these walls," she said, as if reading my mind. But I have family," I mumbled, not knowing if I did have a family. "Not in this place. Trust me, no one knows you're here." She sighed, taking a step closer. Only then did I notice the crow feet at the corners of her eyes and mouth. Light makeup hid them, the darkness in this place even more so. "I was like you once, sweet, innocent, and thinking the world loved me. Then I trusted the wrong man, and I ended up here." My eyes widened. "But you're a doctor." She nodded. "Only because I didn't give up hope and did what they asked. In return, they allowed me to study. I wasn't allowed to leave this place, though. Now it's my home, my family." "Your accent—" I trailed off, unsure if I should be asking personal questions. She gave me the first real smile I received from anyone since landing. "I'm British. Like you, I got caught with my panty around my ankles and nowhere to go." I frowned, but she didn't elaborate, and instead said, "If you want to live unharmed in here, do as they say, and life can be, I wouldn't say pleasant, but uneventful. If you fight, you'll get hurt badly, or worse, killed." I gulped hard, trying to keep my eyes dry. "In your condition, you will have to take extra care." "My condition?" I shook my head, dread immediately churning my insides. "I don't understand. What's wrong with me?" She stared at me for a second, and I wasn't sure if she was stalling or uncertain what to tell me. "You're pregnant, Lily." "What?" My eyes round in disbelief. I fell back against the wall. "How?" "You didn't know?" Her frown burrowed deeper into her brow. "You're just over 2 months." Confusion swam in her eyes, which I now noticed were a beautiful amber reflection of someone I knew. Someone who'd stolen my happiness and who now shared a child with me. I was carrying Zane's baby. And Salvatore, he... Oh, my God. I slapped a hand to my mouth. The words stuck in my throat. He had to have known about the mess-up at the airport, about the drugs. I told him about Zane. What if he was the one that planted those drugs? This was no honeymoon. This was punishment. It was an execution. I'd betrayed him. I hadn't given him a virgin bride, and he sent me to hell. I burst out laughing so hard that I had to clutch my stomach as I doubled over until I couldn't. Until the tears took over. And I sobbed, cried for the love I'd lost, bawled for the mother who was taken from me, wailed over my misfortune of having Cassius as my father, wept over the irony of one killer sentencing me to death for loving another killer. My heart clenched, pushing against my ribs, wanting to burst out of my chest as it bled tears with me. "Come here, Lily." Dr. Rose embraced me, and I melted in her arms, letting everything that had happened to me since my mother's death out. I shook and sobbed and ached, physically and mentally, until exhaustion took over and the sobs dribbled into whimpers, tears burning my eyes. I'd die in here, and no one would know. All the people who cared were gone, resting in the soulless graves, having had their lives ripped from them before their time, and leaving me with what? 3 arrogant assholes who deserved to die instead, who stole everything from me. I pulled myself together, and Dr. Rose stepped away from me. My eyes fell to my stomach, and I rubbed it without thought. "A baby," I whispered. This wasn't how I had imagined bringing my first child into the world. I shouldn't be carrying his child. The words rolled out absent-mindedly. "Your baby is innocent, Lily, even if the father isn't." Dr. Rose patted my hand lightly. I lifted heavy eyes to her, and my smile wouldn't form, not because I didn't have the strength to. But how do you smile at your pregnancy in a place like this? I'd dreamt of light gray walls and lemon trimmings and white lace curtains, not dark, dank walls that would kill my baby on his or her first breath. I twisted the tunic in my fist, every inch of me in pain for a baby I knew nothing about until a moment ago. The door opened, and the captain walked in, followed by the ugly scar man, forcing me to drag in a deep breath. He looked at me, his eyes turning murderous, before he muttered a word that made him sound angry. Then he walked out. The captain gave me a quick once-over, then looked at the doctor. In that quick look, I gathered that, like the doctor, the captain was also a victim of this place. Unlike the doctor, who'd chosen a field where she could help, the captain probably chose a field where she could punish. She walked over to the table and picked up the file, read it, then glanced at me. This time a slight smile curved the corners of her mouth. "So, you're pregnant, Lily?" she asked, her lilting accent a dire contrast to her stern facade. "You've come bearing gifts. How nice." My confusion must have reflected on my face because she added, "Don't worry, you'll get the lay of the land soon enough." I didn't know what that meant, and I didn't bother asking because she turned and left the room. A second later, Rabbit Teeth appeared and gestured for me to follow her. Just as I walked out, the doctor stopped me. "Lily?" I turned to look at her and couldn't fathom her expression before she said the same word the man had used, without the vehemence. At my frown, she added, this time in English, "Untouchable." She pointed at my clothes. "Red means you're safe. Go." She nodded at Rabbit Teeth. I didn't know what the doctor meant, and as I walked, I grasped the tunic tight in my hands. Red means safe.
38. Vincenzo, 35 years. An indistinct whistling penetrated my phone call, and I stopped speaking to look at the device in my hand. Frowning, I put the phone back to my ear. "Where the fuck is she, Dino? It's been 2 weeks past the fucking deadline!" I roared. The sound grew louder. No longer a whistle, but a rushing hiss. I glanced up, my gaze meeting Julian's, Dino's muffled voice in my ear. The next few seconds happened in slow motion. Julian looked past me, his eyes widening, filling with a distinctive panic I'd never seen before. I frowned as the hiss morphed into an ear-piercing shrill, and I slowly turned to look behind me. "Mr. Salvatore!" he yelled, the same time I noticed the burning blob of black hurtling through the air toward me, growing in proportion. By the time I realized what it was, Julian's body careened into mine, sending us both over the curb and down the embankment as the thundering roar of the car exploding followed us. My body cursed its agony from being tossed and knocked against jutting rocks. When we stopped rolling, I sat up. My ears buzzed, my head pounded, and my vision hazed for a second. I blinked a couple of times before it cleared and glanced behind me. My car was now a ball of orange flames and black smoke. Consumed by rage, I ignored the aches and stood. Someone was going to fucking die. "Are you all right, sir?" I turned to find Julian sitting up, blood-covered one arm, his clothes ripped and soiled, just like mine. "I'm good. You?" I pointed to his wound. "I'll live," he grinned. The man just saved my life, and I felt like an ass thinking he'd shared something more than a caring bond with my wife. "Thank you." With Gianna gone, I wondered why he'd stayed behind. Waiting for her return, perhaps? But I'd fucked that up, it seemed. Lessons in fucking love. Sarcasm tainted that word because in my world it didn't exist. Fucking a cunt did. "No need to thank me, sir. Just doing my job." He got to his feet and flexed his fingers. "I'm going to guess you don't know who did this?" My laugh was caustic. "I know a lot more than people think, Julian. Trust no one and live longer. My motto in life. We need to call a cab." I searched around for my phone, and when I found it, the screen was shattered. "Here, we can use mine." Julian held out his phone. Cab or Marco? Marco, I smirked, knowing he was going to be pissed about me leaving him behind. Like Rosanna, Marco was one of the few staff I could rely on to watch my back. They'd proven their loyalty over time. When I'd left home this morning, it was to return with Gianna and why I'd taken Julian with me. I figured if she saw a familiar face, it might make her feel better after the month she'd probably endured and more likely to return home with me. Only my fucking plan backfired. Gianna had never made it back home, as I'd arranged, and Dino, the man who was supposed to have ensured she'd done so in Japan, couldn't give me a fucking straight answer. The long-distance call to him kept disconnecting due to the signal, and why I was standing on the side of the road and nearly killed by a fucking missile. Julian followed me up to the road. The heat from the flames prevented us from nearing the car. I moved to sit with my back against a tree, which offered some protection if my killers planned to come check if they'd missed. They'll be fucking sorry if they did. "Can I say something, sir?" I looked up at Julian. He ripped the hem of his shirt and secured it around his arm. "Sure." Since Gianna's arrival at my home, and besides greeting me, Julian and I hadn't shared many conversations. Now he eyed me with uncertainty, something I'd never expect from a man like him. He held immense power over Gianna, and I wasn't sure if he knew it or not, an ability I wanted for myself. "There's more to Gianna and you than meets the eye." Frowning, I swabbed the blood oozing from my forefinger with my shirt. "I don't understand." "Her mother didn't just send her away because her father promised her hand in marriage to you." He moved to sit on the curb, his gaze on the horizon. I waited for him to elaborate. "Gianna remembers names and numbers." He looked at me. "Which means what?" I asked, not sure where he was going with this. "She was 5 when she first read out her father's bank account number, and a second later repeated it without looking at the numbers. Intrigued, her father began testing her with other long-sequence numbers. Once he realized his daughter had a gift, he began using her ability." Using her? How? "He would take her to business meetings and parties, get her into the hosts' dens or bedrooms and hack into their computers or look for important papers, anything that would give him access to their bank account, social security numbers. If anyone walked in on him, he would use Gianna as an excuse that he was looking for her. Since nobody would suspect an innocent child, they bought into his story." Julian rubbed his jaw and glanced away. "Well, I'll be fucking damned. Is that how he made his money?" Julian nodded. Once he got Gianna to memorize all the important details, he'd siphon funds out of their accounts. He started small, then he got greedy. He went at it alone for almost 2 years until just before her 7th birthday. He secured himself a spot on the round table of some nefarious characters and began selling Gianna's abilities to them. He paused. I got the feeling he didn't know how to explain the next part. "You might as well finish the story, Julian." He dragged in a deep breath. "Your father was one of those men that knew and used Gianna's skills. He signed an agreement with Cassius that on her 18th birthday she was to marry you. In return, they'd be business partners," he said, his eyes on me, waiting for my reaction. Leaning forward with my arms hanging around my knees, I studied the other man, trying to figure out why he was telling me all this. "Say I believe this story, and they were business partners. Why did my father loan Cassius $50 million? He didn't." The frown lines in my brow deepened. Now you've lost me. When did you find out about your marriage promise to Gianna? I've thought back to that moment. My father had been lying on his deathbed for a week, and Leo mentioned that my father asked Leo to hand me the document in the event of his death. The day before my father died, Leo handed me the agreement and something I knew nothing about. Did you read it? I clenched my fists. What are you not telling me? Leo made a deal with Cassius to take out your father. What the fuck are you talking about? I stood as Marco pulled up and cut the engine. I never found out who'd shot my father, and knowing these fuckers sat right under my nose made me see red. Julian got to his feet and glanced at my driver. Sensing his need to continue the conversation in private, I stopped Marco as he jumped out of the car. "Give me a moment, Marco." "Sure, boss." He slid back behind the wheel. "Spit it out, Julian," I gritted, anger carving a line down my spine. I knew Leo wasn't to be trusted, but killing my father wasn't something I'd seen coming. I just assumed he'd wanted my power. Julian didn't flinch. He probably understood my anger. "Leo knew your father was in a 60-40 partnership with Cassius. Leo then offered Cassius a 50-50 partnership. Greedy, Cassius tried negotiating the terms with your father. When he refused, Cassius killed your father. Gianna was there at the time and witnessed the shooting. She went into shock. The trauma influenced her ability to remember numbers, and 6 months later, her mother planned the whole kidnapping to get her away from her father." "Are you fucking kidding me?" I raged, ramming my fist into the tree trunk, my blood on a red line to overload. "The deal was to take down you and your father. Only you slaughtered all those men that came after you," he continued. Eyes narrowed, I swiveled to face him, remembering that night my father was shot. Just before we got him home, our cars were ambushed. I'd killed all the motherfuckers that came after me and my father. Breathing hard, I waited for him to go on. "Leo underestimated your power. He didn't count on you being so commanding with strong allies behind you. To safeguard himself, Leo gave Cassius the 50 million since he couldn't give him the partnership, then changed the agreement. The clause now read that your father loaned Cassius 50 million and repayment would be your marriage to Gianna." Raking my hand through my hair, stiff with dust, I shook my head. "How the fuck do I know you're not making this shit up because I sent Gianna away?" Julian scoffed. "Why would I make this shit up, sir? Honestly, Gianna is much safer where she is until you can safeguard her return." "Safeguard her return? Fuck, Julian. I have no fucking idea where she is, and why would she be safer?" "Trauma helps Gianna forget her abilities. Her father knows once she's happy and living a normal life, her abilities will return, and plans to use her once more. It's the only reason he changed his mind about you marrying her, but you refused, so sending her away is helping her." I shook my head, frustrated. "She could be in a fucking prison or worse. This wasn't my plan, but someone fucked it up royally." "I can give you just one guess." His intelligent blue eyes studied me, and I wondered about the man's simple position as a bodyguard. I knew he referred to Leo. Who else would have the balls to go against me except the man that worked right beside me every day, even if it were under pretense? "Back the fuck up a second," I growled. "How the fuck do you know all this shit? If I'm to trust this information is true, who's your source?" He sucked in a deep breath. "She's dead. At my frown, he added, Gianna's mother. Gianna's mother shared all of this with you? I asked, incredulous. Why the fuck would she? Why would she trust a man employed by her husband? Then it clicked. You were in love with her. Slowly, he nodded. We were in a relationship. He turned away, and I figured emotion had gotten the better of him. Jesus. I'm sorry, Julian, I muttered, not sure what else I could say. He faced me once more, his rigid expression back in place. To protect himself, Cassius records all his conversations. He has those recordings stashed somewhere safe. Gianna's mother was approached by the FBI to help nail her husband. She did, but he had a fall guy and got away. I have a feeling Cassius had a hand in her death. He ground out the last part, the burn of vengeance in his eyes. Then you know she came to see me the day before she died? I asked, not sure if I should be telling him anything further. To my surprise, he nodded. I waited in the car for her. So you know. I scratched my chin. At his nod, I dragged in a much-needed breath of air, and now understood why he hadn't left. Let's go. I began walking to the car, and he followed. When we returned home, Lucia was sitting on my bedroom balcony. She glanced over her shoulder as I entered, and her eyes widened. What happened to you? What the fuck are you doing in here? I barked, removing my soiled shirt and tossing it to the floor. I thought you could use some company. She drew closer, and the look in her eyes was a blatant invitation to fuck. I have a beautiful wife who fucks like a queen, Lucia. Get the fuck out of my room. I walked into the bathroom, stripped, and stepped into the shower. When I walked out 10 minutes later, she was sitting on the edge of my bed with a glass of brandy in her hand. She stood and held it out to me. Should I have you physically thrown out over the balcony? I snarled. Please, I just need a minute. Then I'll leave. Promise. Speak. I whipped off the towel around my waist, not caring that she stared at my cock like a fucking bitch in heat, and entered my closet. Leo asked me to do something. My ears pricked up, and I turned to look at her while stepping into dark pants, and when I slipped on the white button-down, I walked out. I'm listening. I accepted the brandy she held out and downed it in a quick gulp. She took the glass from my hand, and I began buttoning up the shirt. She went back to the bed, then turned with a document in her hand. He asked me to get you to sign this. Why the fuck did he ask you to bring it to me? Where is he? Frowning, I took a step closer and reached for the document. He had a meeting to get to and rushed out, shoving this in my hands as I came in. Said he was in a hurry. Something about the round table. How long ago did he leave? What was the fucker up to? Attending a round table without me knowing? The round table, started by my father as one of the most influential mobsters among his band of thieves, consisted of 25 crime lords who met once a month to discuss their businesses, or, as I called it, complain about shit. None of the meetings convened without my authority. I looked at the document again, and the word proxy stood out. I tried to read the words below it, but they seemed to fade off the page in spots, grow large and smaller in others. I shook my head, blinked, and tried to refocus. Lucia said something, but it sounded weird, a warped echo booming in my ears before decreasing in volume. I glanced up, her face, however, distorted for a second. I shook my head once more, the document slipping from my hand. My vision focused for a second on Lucia's Cheshire cat smile. Her hand on my chest, she turned the brandy glass in her hand. My heart rate flipped the switch to high as a single word flashed through my mind. Drugged. Fuck. I shoved her away and stumbled to the bathroom. Opening the faucet at the sink, I stuck my head under the running water, then turned my head and opened my mouth, swallowing in quick gulps and hoping it would influence the drug. Even a little to fucking spill blood. Rage gave me strength, and I gripped the edge until my knuckles balked at the pressure. "That's not going to work, lover boy." Lucia's grainy voice filtered through the hiss of the spray. "Wrong, bitch." I lunged for her, my movement slower than usual, and she shot out of the bathroom. When I followed on unstable feet, Leo was standing in my bedroom. Lucia disappeared behind him, using his body to shield her from me. "How much did you give him?" Leo asked, his voice laced with distinct fear, the gun in his hand wavering a little. "He should have been knocked out by now." He sounded annoyed. I grinned. "You two make quite the fucking pair, don't you? Are you fucking each other too?" I could hear the slur in my voice. My time was limited. If I was going down, I was taking at least one body with me. "What's the deal, Leo? Kill me and get what?" I took a step forward, and his gun lifted slightly. "Just sign the fucking proxy, Vincenzo. It gives me power over everything you own, and to command the round table. You don't have to die. I'll give you enough money to make it a comfortable life. You think you have it in you to run what I built, fucker?" I sneered. "Yes." I barked out a laugh. "You need balls to do what I do, Leo, not empty fucking coconuts and shit for brains." I took another step forward. "Where the fuck is Gianna?" I growled. "I know you didn't follow my orders." "Korea," he grinned. My blood turned icy. "You should have married Lucia instead of that stupid child who was nothing more than a pain in the ass, and now you'll never see her again. She'll make the perfect whore." "Fucker!" I charged. "Shoot him!" Lucia screamed, shaking our uncle's shoulder. The air filled with a loud crack, and my left shoulder jerked, molten heat seeping into my skin. I didn't care. Throwing myself at him, I grabbed his hand, holding the gun, and twisted. My strength waned, but not enough to stop me. Lucia grabbed my shirt, trying to pull me off Leo. The material ripped, and she fell backward with the impact, landing on her ass with a yelp. I wrestled Leo as he tried to angle the weapon toward my chest. My forearms strained with enough force to bunch the muscles, veins popping beneath rigid skin. I hadn't expected him to be this strong. Then again, I was at a clear disadvantage, not knowing what drug they'd fed me. Flicking my wrist, my elbow connected with his mouth, busting his lip. He groaned. Pussy. Another knock of my elbow, and he lost his grip on the gun, blood spurting from his mouth. I grabbed the weapon and pointed it at him. Screaming like a fucking banshee bitch on steroids, Lucia smashed something on my back. I stumbled against the wall, the gun falling to the floor. Leo scrambled for the weapon. My recovery was faster. I dropped to the floor, picked up the gun, and fired, catching him right between the eyes. The roar fused with Lucia's scream as Leo stared at me through blood-drenched eyes before they rolled to the back of his head, his body staggering backward. The momentum took him through the open balcony doors and over the rail. Screeching, Lucia charged at me. I didn't hesitate. The gun went off. The force of the bullet slamming into her chest sent her crashing back against the dresser. Blood poured from her wound, her face a confused mixture of fear and surprise, before her eyes rolled shut. I sat up and leaned against the wall. A second later, the door burst open. 4 of my men and Julian rushed inside, weapons raised. They surveyed the scene, then holstered their weapons. 2 of them followed Leo's blood trail to the balcony rail, while the other 2 began cleanup with Lucia's body. Julian crouched beside me. "You okay, sir?" He checked my shoulder. "Twice in one fucking day. What do you think?" I grunted. He smirked. "It's a flesh wound, but you're going to need stitches." I shook my head to focus, white spots making vision hazy. "Tony, tell Rosanna to get the doctor here. That bitch fed me some shit, and I need to know what it is. He'll need that glass." I tipped my chin at the brandy glass Lucia had left on the bed. "I'm guessing Leo went over the balcony?" Julian asked as Tony left the room. "The good news is the fucker is dead. The bad news—" I looked at Julian, and his expression turned wary. He was preparing himself for whatever I was about to say. "Gianna's in Korea, and if I'm correct about her location, getting her out of there is going to take something close to a miracle. Where is she, sir?" "It's a woman's prison at an undisclosed location, even to the most feared of criminal heads. When I was in Japan a couple of years ago, I had a run-in with some people. Women are sent there for crimes against their husbands, including adultery." I shoved both hands into my hair. What the fuck had I done? Julian's ass dropped to the floor, his face a hard mask of anger. "Surely, if men have sent women to this place, someone must know the location, sir." "It's not a slam dunk, as it sounds. Once a woman is sent there, getting her out isn't that easy. They make a shitload of money from selling the women both on a temporary or permanent basis. Or worse, I trailed off, not liking that option. "Sir?" I could hear the impatience in his tone, even though he was trying to be respectful. "They use them as baby makers." I don't think I'd ever seen the man so flabbergasted that he couldn't control his jaw dropping. "They get the women pregnant and sell their babies at a fortune. And you're telling me we can't get into that place?" "Unless you're a woman with deep connections, no." I banged the back of my head against the wall. Even the pounding headache couldn't add to my misery. "We've got a shitload of travel ahead of us," I said, as the doctor walked in. "I'm ready when you are, sir." I nodded and stood.
6 years later. 39. Gianna, a.k.a. Lily. 19 years. "Come here, dull face." Silence settled over the courtyard. Even the birds that usually perched on the only tree to provide shade from the burning sun while we washed our clothes flew the coop. Glancing over my shoulder, I stared at the woman I'd come to hate with a passion. Matilda dipshit something. Sometimes I believed she was shunted from line to line when God was handing out body parts. While everything from her neck down looked and moved like a woman, her face was that of a man, complete with thick whiskers and bushy eyebrows. That first month I arrived here, she'd seen me in the mess hall and immediately changed seats to sit next to me. Although I ignored her snarky comments, she'd persisted in her torment. Word was, she enjoyed intimidating newcomers until she got bored. Yet, for some reason, I stayed on her radar. Either taking my food rations, forcing me to wash her clothes, or perform some chore or the other. My only saving grace was that we belonged to different blocks, which meant that sometimes I went days, and even a week, without seeing her. 7 months I'd put up with her. Today, I was just too tired for her bullshit. With another 3 weeks to go before I delivered my baby, my stomach looked like I swallowed a watermelon. My feet, my back, my head, every freaking thing hurt. Nobody said pregnancy was this painful. Okay, not like I had a ton of teachers on the subject. I was grateful my roommates had shared their blankets with me, but sleeping on the floor didn't help. "What do you want?" I grunted, without thinking. Shocking murmurs floated over the open space. So far, I'd always been the meek one, listening, doing what others asked, only because I was shit scared of getting into an argument, or worse, being stabbed in the heart with the shiv while I slept. I'd seen some of the fights. They put men to shame. Turning fully to face her, my eyes widened in horror as she jumped off the waist-high wall she sat on. Her face contorted in an ugly sneer. She shoved aside the ladies in her way and charged toward me. I had only a moment's notice to react before her leg shot out, and I ducked. But I wasn't quick enough. Her foot connected with my shoulder and my back hit the wall. I wrapped my arms around my stomach, trying to protect it. But it was no use. Matilda grabbed me by the hair and threw me to the ground. I landed on my side, but she went wild. Hands, feet, fists, heels, knees. It all rained down on me. Screaming, I curled into a ball, trying to protect my stomach, but she stomped, jumped, punched. "Please, stop!" I yelled, cried, begged. I'd unleashed a monster. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. Pain streaked across every inch of skin, of muscle. "Please," I whispered over and over. My sobs went unheard. Kick after kick, punch after punch. I felt it, every single one. My back, shoulders, head, thighs, ankles. Each blow tore through me, deeper than the previous one, ripping me piece by piece. Another scream filled my ears, blanketing my agonizing groans as her foot connected with my lower back. Through it all, I still held on to my stomach, protecting my baby, letting the rest of my body bear the brunt of her wrath. But I knew I wouldn't hold much longer. I was in a burning hell, a degradation of no escape. I could feel my breath slipping as the air stagnated in my throat. I could see the white spots dance behind my lids as my strength waned. I could smell the piss and blood as it left my body in humiliation. I could hear my sobs for help, but no one came. And I could sense my end was near. My body torn from its soul, my belief in miracles ripped to shreds, my muscles lamenting their agony. Then came the final blow, one I knew would kill me. Perhaps not physically, but mentally. The kick to my stomach exploded with such force, the scream tore from my lungs, echoing through the halls in a terror-stricken resonance no woman present would forget. And Matilda took from me the one thing that had given me the will to survive. My baby. I felt it. The warm gush of blood poured from my body, seeping through my clothes. All I could do was lie there and let her go. Let my baby go. Let the word mama be nothing more than an imagination. Let my spirit die with her. Let my innocence become my ultimate weakness. "What the fuck's wrong with you, Matilda? You stupid bitch!" a woman's voice shouted. "Someone, get a fucking stretcher and a fucking doctor!" "Hey, Lily." Warm hands gripped my trembling hand. "It's going to be all right." "Mom," I whispered, trying to open my eyes, but Matilda's fists had no mercy, leaving my eyes swollen shut. Regardless, I felt only fear of losing my baby. Nothing else. That warm palm caressed my cheek, the touch tender, caring. "Shh, don't move." That voice, smooth, sweet, magical. My savior. My breathing labored, every inch of me wailing with agony. And then another type of pain. This was different. It hit me right in the middle of my stomach, banding all the way around to my lower back, then down into my core. I felt it pull, felt it push. It tore through me. I cried. I screamed. Wave after wave of pain kept coming and coming. I couldn't stop it, couldn't control it. I was helpless, at its mercy. "She's bleeding out," my savior bellowed. "My baby, please, save him," I cried against the pain of my heart and my body. "Shh," my savior whispered. Hands, lots of hands. I felt them lifting me, carrying me, and then heated whispers. Beeps, soft sounds. I couldn't see, my eyes burning, unfocused, hazy when I tried. Then the clang of metal on metal filled my ears like a warning bell. "I need you to listen to me, Lily." I knew that voice. Faces defeated me right now. "I need you to push." "Come on, Lily." My heart rate spiked. I could feel the pressure build in my chest. Hands forcing my thighs apart, bearing down on me. My core clenched, my ribs strained, my voice a loud wail. "One more push, Lily. Come on." I inhaled deeply, my chest burning with the exertion, and I pushed, forcing everything I had into my body's downward pull. Another beep, and then I felt my body floating, weightless. And finally, silence filled my ears. 40. Gianna, a.k.a. Lily, 19 years. My knees to my chest, my arms around them, I stared at the plastic tray sitting in front of me. A bowl of soup, a glass of water, and a piece of bread all looked back at me. Someone added an apple this time, yet I felt nothing. No gratitude, no need to fill the fissure that became my stomach. No desire to quench that arid dryness lining my throat. No reason to close those throbbing eyes that knew no vision other than tears. There was only one thing I felt: emptiness. I shifted my gaze as two eyes moved closer. That pink nose twitching, the aroma of my food a willful bait. Still, I stared. Waiting. My left hand slid down my leg, and I reached for the bread. I broke off a piece, the size of my thumbnail, and threw it a centimeter closer to my tray. Two tiny hands picked up the piece. Sharp incisors worked furiously to gnaw at the bread before it disappeared. I threw another piece, a little closer. That furry body ventured further, the need for food too enticing to be wary. Those incisors crushed and chewed, the bread disappearing quicker this time. Throwing a third piece, my right hand, with the stealth of a prowling lion, reached for the spoon beside my soup bowl. The third piece vanished down that voracious throat. And just because I could, I offered one more piece. An open palm laid flat with the fourth piece in the center. The last meal. I waited. Once more, that greedy stomach knew no bounds. Its furry body drew closer, its slimy underbelly grazing over my fingers as it sniffed the bread. And just as those tiny fingers reached once more for the bread, my fingers snapped like a Venus flytrap, crushing squishy skin and wet fur like a gooey rubber ball. A high-pitched squeal erupted in the cell as my right hand came down. Stabbing motions of the spoon handle pierced the rawhide. Blood spurted, painting my orange tunic like abstract art. Still, I pulverized with the one hand and squeezed with the other until nothing but silence returned. I threw the dead rat through the bars and stared down at my blood-soaked hands, my eyes growing wider as I rubbed the pads of my thumbs and forefingers together, the sticky residue smooth beneath my touch. Then came the scream. It ripped from my throat, piercing every core, every passage, every stone in this God-forsaken fucking place. Footsteps pounded down the passages, lending bass to my wailing shriek. Voices called out, shouting, demanding. Keys jangled against the lock, the slam of the door hitting the back wall. Hands grabbed my arms, carried me, and through it all my screams never stopped, not once until that needle broke through my skin and calm pulled my body into oblivion. Another rat today, Lily. That makes 12 in 2 weeks. Dr. Rose looked down at me, her kind eyes searching. For the girl who'd walked into her room and cried against her chest. For the girl who'd found out she was pregnant with a killer's child. For the girl who'd been shunted into hell by her devil husband. For the girl who'd carried her baby to term. For the girl who'd dressed in a red tunic and red pants every day, because red made her untouchable. Red protected her against the men that visited at night, the men that made the inmates whimper and cry into the night. For the girl who'd lost her baby, because of a little bitch called Matilda the Hawk. For the girl who would now have to wear a gray tunic and pants every day, because gray meant she was now touchable by the men who'd soil her pussy and fill her with their dirty seed until she could wear red again, because red protected her womb that would carry babies to be sold on the black market. But for now, I wore orange, because orange said I was sick, that I killed rats, that I hadn't eaten in 2 weeks, that I hadn't slept in 2 weeks, that my insides were still raw from being scraped off my baby's dead body, that I stayed in a cell all by myself, that I couldn't cry anymore, that I could scream down a house. Yes, orange was perfect for me right now, because I'd kill anyone who came near me. Except for Dr. Rose, because Dr. Rose smiled from her lips to her eyes, because Dr. Rose cleaned off the rat's blood from my hands, because Dr. Rose made me sleep with medication. And now my eyes closed only because the medication made it. But I didn't dream. I remembered. I used to love blue once. It was my favorite color, just like how blueberry cheesecake was my favorite dessert. Then I came to this place, and my favorite color changed. I now loved red, not because I wanted to carry illegal babies, because red made me untouchable. And I would remain untouchable until I became what I desired most: indestructible. 41. Gianna, a.k.a. Lily, 19 years. Hey, Lily, would you like a piece of my chocolate? I looked up from my spot under the tree. I sat here every day for the last month, Almost 2 months since losing my baby. The warm sun on my back, the chirping birds in my ears, the soft sand under my bare feet. I still wore my orange tunic because Dr. Rose was convinced I'd lose my shit and kill myself if they changed me to gray. Surprisingly, the captain didn't bother me or demand I wear gray, and I wondered about that. For now, I kept a low profile. No more killing rats. That didn't mean I wouldn't kill a man if he touched me. All the other women kept away from me. Some called me crazy, and some pitied me because they'd heard I'd lost my baby. A baby made with a man I was married to. Not one of the baby-making, lecherous bastards that preyed on the women in this place. Yet, for some reason, this woman, who'd called herself Lotus, sliding down next to me, kept visiting me every day. Even though I ignored her, never returned her smile, or answered any of her questions, she persisted in her attempts to make friends. She was Asian, and despite the light accent, she spoke English pretty well. So it wasn't the language barrier that kept me from making friends. I just wanted to be left alone. Try a piece. You'll like it. Regardless of my cold shoulder, she held out the chocolate. Given the basics this place offered to the inmates, I was curious how she always seemed to have that treat available. Still, I didn't take it. Although she wore a gray tunic, something about her mannerisms, the way she carried herself, made me believe that no man would take advantage of her. I found myself wondering whether they did. Wordlessly, I got up to go back to my cell and paused when she called me. I'm here to talk when you're ready, Lily. Found yourself another friend, Dollface? I froze, feeling Matilda the hawk at my rear. Since losing the baby, I hadn't seen her, either because she stayed away from crazy me on her own, or she was forced to. Now, as she pressed her front into my back and sniffed my hair, I had only one thought. Kill the rat. I reared my head back and heard bones snapping as I cracked her nose. Her head fell back, hitting the wall behind her. She clutched her nose and head, screaming. Stalking toward her, I kicked out her one ankle, then the other. She dropped to her knees. Behind me, I could hear the other women gathering, the voices growing in momentum. Blood ran from her nose, dripping into her mouth and dribbling off her chin. Lifting my leg, I kneed her in the face. Her head snapped back again, hitting the wall. You sick bitch, I growled. You killed my baby. Fist clenched, I swung my arm back. She threw her hands up to protect her face. My fist connected with the side of her head, boxing her in the ear. She fell to the side. My palms flat against the wall, I kicked her in the stomach, chest, thighs, anywhere my foot could get a hit at her squirming body. I didn't care who watched, how hard she cried, what my punishment would be. All I cared about was that she felt what I felt. Pain. Please, she screamed, spit flying from her mouth, blood running between her teeth, painting her mouth a perfect red. I felt on the inside. Yet no one came to help. No one came to pull me off her. No one came to protect her. Breathing hard, I crouched beside her shivering body and pulled out the makeshift knife I'd fashioned out of stone and carried in my tunic pocket, just for her. Streaming with tears, her eyes widened when she eyed the weapon in my hand. What happened, Hawk? Not so tough now, are you? I hissed, my eyes narrowed slits. Lifting my hand, I swung the stone blade, cutting across the flesh at her wrist. Her screams music to my ears. Blood spurted quickly, flowing from the open arteries, hitting the sand in large splashes. Shock replaced her fear before she turned her head and puked her guts out. I inhaled hard, liking the darkness invigorating my veins, refreshing my soul. I leaned closer. The stench of blood and vomit filled my nose. Her eyes traced my movements as I reached for her other hand, and with a deliberate slowness, I sliced over the pulsing vein, watching it split apart before blood spurted, pooling with the other splatters. Her cries grew faint, her twitching body running out of steam. She was giving up the fight to stay alive. I didn't care. Wiping the blade on her tunic, I straightened. When I turned around, Dr. Rose, along with several guards, the captain, and inmates, watched me. I waited to see what they would do. Not like I cared if they did. They all turned and walked off. Perhaps the pain of a mother far outweighed that of a bully. Perhaps not. It didn't bother me. I'd gotten my revenge. One of many. Sooner or later, I'd have to swap the orange for the gray tunic, and I was ready to take on the next bastard that touched me. Several guards reappeared to remove Matilda's body. One glance at her lifeless eyes confirmed my thoughts. I felt nothing and turned away. One woman hadn't moved. Lotus. Her expression unreadable, the half-eaten chocolate still in her hand, she watched me. I walked to her and, without a word, took the chocolate and bit into it. The taste didn't bring the joy that I'd expected, or memories. I no longer craved sweet. I desired the pungent taste of blood. "Is it good?" she asked. "No," I replied, thinking I owed her some gratitude for her attempts to make friends. "I knew there was a voice in there somewhere. I didn't know how pretty it would be." She laughed, the sound making me want to smile. I didn't. "Can I give you a piece of advice?" When I didn't say anything, she continued. "Whoever fights monsters should see to it that in the process he does not become a monster. And if you gaze long enough into an abyss, the abyss will gaze back at you." I merely stared at her. "It's a quote by Friedrich Nietzsche. Do you know what it means, Lily?" She moved to sit in my earlier spot under the tree and tapped the seat for me to join her. I stared at her, contemplating whether I wanted a friend or not. Whether I needed a friend in this place. Silently, I lowered myself to the raised platform on which the tree stood. "The quote is a warning, Lily." We looked at each other before she explained. "When you fight something bad, you should be careful not to take actions that make you as bad as the thing you are fighting. Your own darkness can consume you and make you the very monster you fought against." "Then how do you know when to stop?" I asked, my gaze riveted on Matilda's drying blood. "Practice, patience, perseverance." I looked at her, my lips pursed in a grimace. I guess in a place like this, we have all the time in the world to learn that. "Would you like to leave this place, Lily?" "Is that a trick question?" I scoffed. "You know you can't get out of this place the normal way, don't you? As in, you can't walk out the front door and wave goodbye like you would in a normal prison." I kind of figured that out. Cupping my hands behind my head, I laid back on the ground and stared up at the sky. Over time, I'd noticed just how clear the sky was at night. The stars were so brilliant, you could reach out and almost touch them. Maybe because we were so far away from civilization or cities, there was no pollution to clog the sky. Yet we were equally exposed to their brand of poisoning life in this place. Now, the blue sky was just as clear, with gentle puffs of cloud like a painting. It was comforting, and I felt the need to talk. I loved once, Lotus. So deeply, I was blind to the obvious. I was abused twice. Not physically, but emotionally. By one man who called himself my father. Yet he abused my free will and condemned me to marry the devil. And the devil, who called himself my husband, yet he abused my emotions and condemned me to this hell. I paused, playing connect the dots with the clouds while reflecting on the men in my life. I was betrayed thrice, once by each of those men. In that time, I lost 4 important people in my life, and with each one's death, a little of me died. So, you can understand why, after all of that, losing my child would make me a monster. Why I'd kill again, if I had to. What if I gave you what you want? She turned slightly to look down at me. What's that? She stared at me as if assessing my brand of insanity. With what you've been through, the only thing you need now is to be indestructible, so that no man can hurt you again, ever. I sat up, intrigued. How would you do that? I'll train you to take care of yourself. At my quizzical look, she added, I'll teach you martial arts and make you streetwise. Once you're ready, I'll get you out of here. My laugh lacked mirth. Her offering sounded like a fantasy gone stupid. How do you plan on achieving that when this place is locked down tighter than Fort Knox? If you can suffer this place for a year, I'll take you out. Once more, interest sprouted. Why a year? That's the minimum time it will take to train you enough for you to handle anything and everything that's thrown at you. She tipped her chin at the spot Matilda had been lying. You're keen, and that's a start. I also need to teach you the Japanese language. At my puzzled expression, she leaned closer. When we escape, Japan will be our destination, and to seek the help you need, you have to learn the language. They will test your loyalty, and once you pass, they will be friends for life. I glanced down at my tunic, and despair shot down my blooming hope. What happens when they force me out of orange and into gray? Our first lesson would be patience, Lily, but seeing as you waited to get your revenge on Matilda, I'd say you're already learned that. Then she touched my tunic. Let me handle this. Rising, she winked and walked away. Something clicked. Lotus? I called out, and she looked at me. You were my savior that day I lost my baby, weren't you? Smiling, she resumed walking, leaving me with hope for the first time since I arrived here. Perhaps miracles do happen.
42. Zane. 30 years. Why do I get the feeling your head's not in the right space for this? I looked up from my laptop and stared at Kat. Because it isn't. Pardon my insensitivity, but I think a good fuck would put you in the right mind space, she scoffed. You know, maybe change that permanent ballsack your face has become. There were only 2 people in the world that could get away with just about anything with me. Kat and Declan. Anyone else would probably need either balls of steel or a death wish. Pardon my insensitivity, Kat, but you can go fuck yourself. She flipped me the bird. By the way, between you and Ramo, have you 2 decided who's stringing who along? You know, since your pussy hairs are longer than the ones on his balls, I mocked. I went back to looking at my laptop screen and could hear her laughing all the way to the elevator. Shaking my head, I smirked and shifted my gaze to the window of my new apartment. Almost 11 months had passed since Rhea disappeared without a trace. While Declan and I still had feelers out there, there'd been no bites. It was like she'd vanished off planet Earth. Between Kat, Declan, and Sam, they'd pushed me into starting something new as a distraction. I did. 2 months ago, I packed my bags, moved to New York, bought a new apartment, and was in the process of opening a new club. Renovations were almost complete with another month to go. Between that and my other occupation, which I now did solely because I could, I was constantly sidetracked. Although, there were moments I'd get lost in memories and wondered if I'd ever find her again. Maybe Kat was right. A good fuck could set me free, but for some reason, my heart had placed a permanent shield over my eyes, which always seemed to drop when I was in the company of a woman. "You ready to go, boss?" "Give me a second, Jensen." I shut down my laptop, grabbed my phone, and followed my driver out the door. While I still enjoyed driving my Dodge Challenger, hiring Jensen had been at a whim. On my arrival into the Big Apple, Ramo introduced me to his brother Lorenzo, an influential mafia head and a perfect ally in this place. Although they owned a thriving club, the Serpente, in the heart of Manhattan, they'd introduced me to key players to get my club off the ground. Jensen had worked for Lorenzo as a bodyguard, and he'd offered his services to me. "Where to first?" Jensen met my gaze in the rearview mirror. "To the club. We need to get some measurements." I could have easily asked Kat to get it done, but I needed to decide where I wanted stuff. Fuck. Killing people was far more fucking fun than starting up a business. While I wasn't taking on many contracts until the club was up and running, the last one, about a week ago, was pulled at the last minute, reason unknown. That one had come via Declan, and he was still looking into why the client withdrew. Not like it bothered me, but it messed with Declan's usual calm. Grinning, I walked into the club. It took me less than 20 minutes to get what I needed. On my way down the stairs, a sound caught my ear. I cocked an ear to listen. It sounded like a moan, coming from the space I'd allocated for my office. Frowning, I headed in that direction. The building had stood empty for some time, leaving it open to vagrants. It had taken a while to move them out, and I might be a hard-ass when it came to killing people, but my view on the homeless, however, was different. Kat and I worked on making sure we got them to some of the hostels in the city. I walked into the wide space and glanced around before my gaze fell to what looked like a soiled mattress in one corner of the room. "Hey, buddy," I called out. "You need to leave. This is private property now." Nothing. I moved closer. "Hey, My eyes adjusted to the dimness. "What the fuck?" I cursed, staring down at a woman's battered body. Dropping to my knees, I switched on the flashlight on my phone. "Hey, girl. Can you hear me?" I leaned. Fuck. It looked like someone had taken a fucking sledgehammer to her face. I touched her shoulder, and a soft moan crept out of swollen lips. Shit. I dialed 911. While I waited, I stared at the woman, my body filling with an indistinct rage. While I might be the last person to judge, I would never stoop to anything this sick. I killed for money, but mine ended in one kill shot, rarely two, and only if the fucker was deserving of it. Whoever had done this was personal. A lover, a cheating husband, a spurned woman, but it was brutal. Archaic savagery, leaving the woman broken, battered, and possibly ruined. Even if she survived, how would she recover from this? I wanted to kill the bastard, rip his insides. The more I looked at her, the deadlier my rage grew. Every bruise, every cut, the congealed blood, it all nurtured the bloodlust building in my veins. This could have easily happened to Rhea, and I'd never know. If it did, I prayed that, like this woman, some decent man found Rhea and was taking care of her. The wail of sirens echoed through the empty building and willed the girl to live. 30 minutes later, I waited for the attending physician to give me a report. I didn't have to stay. The cops had already taken my statement, and I was free to go, but something held me back. Perhaps it was thoughts of Rhea and what she was going through, or might have gone through. Perhaps not. But I'd waited. Now, as I exited the hospital, Jensen waved me down. I wondered if the woman had family that would come looking for her. She'd slipped into a coma, and the doctors couldn't make a prognosis for the moment. A day, a month, or a year was how long she could stay in that coma. Shaking my head, I climbed into my car. Seemed like I'd found a permanent distraction other than my club.
7 years later. 43, Gianna, 20 years. Lily. Shh, go away, I muttered, refusing to open my eyes. I was too exhausted to move. Something shook my shoulder hard. Lily, get up. We need to go. Opening my eyes, I blinked to focus, the dark making it impossible. And as my eyes adjusted, a face morphed from the shadows. I vaulted upright. What the? A hand covered my mouth, and I squirmed against the hold. Lily, shh, it's Lotus, she whispered in my ears. I'm going to lower my hand now, okay? I nodded. What the fuck's going on? I reacted on instinct. Shh, Lotus warned. We need to go. It's time. I had no idea how she'd gotten into my cell, but I wasn't about to ask any questions. Almost 14 months we'd planned for this night, and I intended to go full steam. We began the day after we chatted about her training me. She'd set up rigorous training sets that some days left me so tired I could barely keep awake long enough to eat. But as the months flowed into the next, I got better, my skills got sharper, my agility quicker. As for my Japanese word skill, gold. Here, she handed me a jacket, jeans, a t-shirt, and shoes. Again, I didn't bother asking her any questions. I quickly dressed. Come on, follow me, and keep close. She opened the cell door, waiting for me to slip out, then locked it. Keeping close to the darkened walls, we hurried down the passages until we reached the bathrooms. I kept watch as we practiced, and she worked the grate that led down into the laundry below. Lower yourself slowly and use your feet to find the metal storage units below. Once you do, climb down, but be quiet. There are lots of loose items lying around. Trip on one and we're dead. Go, she whispered. I followed her instructions, landing right next to large bottles of stuff I didn't recognize. My heart pounded hard in my chest, my eyes shut tightly as I worked to keep from toppling over. When I righted myself, I moved to one side. Lotus dropped next to me a few seconds later. For the next half an hour, we ran through dark passages in between large pipes. I couldn't even begin to imagine what they were for, and dropped through a couple more grates. We'd just made it into the sewer that led out of the prison when an alarm sounded high above us. Move, Lotus nudged my back. Run, but keep to the wall. Using the wall as my guide, I maintained a steady stride and breathing pacing. Somewhere along the way, we made it out of the sewers and broke through a small gate into woodlands, but our legs kept moving. I was grateful for the hours of endurance Lotus had put me through, or I would have probably caved by now. She wasn't lying when she said we'd need at least a year to train, to get out of that prison. Even a month's worth wouldn't have been sufficient. Judging by the deep forest cover we maneuvered through, the prison was well hidden and civilization far. Just when I was beginning to feel the strain on my calf muscles and my lungs burning from exhaustion, gunfire erupted somewhere in the distance. Fuck! It was the first time I'd heard Lotus swear, and it wasn't without fault. We need to pick up the pace, Lily. She breathed her words, and I nodded. Another sound thundered behind us, and I recognized it as trucks a second before a bullet whizzed past my head. Fuck! I cursed. That way! Lotus shouted, pointing to her left. Jump and roll! I followed her as the ground fell beneath me. For just a second, I felt weightless. I was floating. Then I was falling. My feet hit the ground a split second before my knees. Then I rolled. Sand and leaves blew past me, filling my mouth, stuffing my nose, and burning my eyes. Then I was falling again. My body hit water. My gasp swallowed by the churning swirls pulling me down and the ice-cold burn hitting my chest. I struggled to swim, hands flailing and kicking out my legs to get traction. Then I was floating, the water beneath calmer. I coughed and spluttered as the water eased into a stream. Dragging my tired, aching body onto an embankment, I dropped to the ground and rolled onto my back, breathing hard. I could hear Lotus coming up next to me, her breath just as hoarse. "You okay?" she asked. Turning my head, I looked at her. "Yes. That was fucking intense," I spluttered, coughing some more. "Where is this place?" She pushed up onto her elbows and glanced around. "We're in Korea." I sat up. "You're kidding." Then my gaze fell to her stomach, the large patch of red immediately tightening my chest. "You're hurt." She glanced down at the patch as I moved up onto my knees. "Let me take a look." When she nodded, I rolled up her t-shirt. "You've been shot," I gaped, panicking. "Gianna, look at me." Blood oozed out of her wound, and I couldn't take my eyes off it. "Gianna, focus," she shouted. This time, I lifted my eyes to meet hers, registering that she'd just used my real name. I hadn't told her my name, had I? My mind was too dazed to remember. "I need you to go on without me." "What?" I cried out. "Look, I'm only going to slow you down." I was already shaking my head before she could finish. She grabbed my arm. "Listen to me," she ordered. "You can do this. Just follow my instructions, and you'll be safe." "No," I whispered, my heart in my mouth, nausea already playing dominoes with my stomach. "We didn't come all this way for you to wimp out now. This," she pointed to her stomach, "would be in vain if they catch you. So, you need to go. Now." I was sure fear shone in my eyes, because I could definitely feel it tightening every muscle with the need to retch. "What about you? We have a much better chance of one of us making it out of here if we split up. But you're hurt, and you're stronger than you know." She took a moment to inhale hard and fast. I knew she was in pain. "Listen to me. You merely need to remove a snake's venom to make it less dangerous. No need to kill it." I frowned. "You're fucking dying and you're giving me riddles to solve?" I scoffed. This had become a daily game between us. She'd give me some cryptic clue and ask me to solve it, but there was always a hidden message beneath it. "This one's not a riddle. It's for you to remember when you're at that moment of loss, when you hit that crossroad of right or wrong, and you're not sure. What you're going back to is not necessarily what you came out of. Everything I said to you has some impact. You just need to remember." I nodded. She spent the next 5 minutes giving me directions to the ferry that would be waiting for me, contacts and code words. And after one final glance, I shot off parallel to the river, as she told me to. I ran with all the force my legs could muster. My lungs burned as my feet thudded heavily against the ground. It was either still early or late night, the sky a midnight black, the air cold and the ground wet. When I finally stopped for a breather, I sucked in lungs full of air, quickly. Sweat dripped down my face, burning my eyes on the way. My fingernails sunk into the skin of my palms. I wasn't going to die in this place. A twig breaking caught my attention, and without giving much thought to it, I darted deeper into the woods, running toward the light Lotus had told me to look out for. Footsteps sounded behind me, and adrenaline pumped gas into my tired legs. This was no time to slow down. I weaved through trees and undergrowth, surprised at how in sync my agility and perception were. And when I finally hit the clearing that led down to the ferry, I dropped to my knees and kissed the ground, not caring that people looked at me. They were strangers, and even if they weren't, I cared 2 fucks. I was about to get my life back. Straightening, I made my way down to the embankment where the ferry bobbed in the water. An Asian man signaled for me to hop on. I climbed up and neared him. His gaze raked over me in a slow appraisal, yet it wasn't lewd, more admiration, and I supposed he knew where I'd come from. "Red River," I said. He nodded and gestured for me to follow him. It wasn't a big ferry, and I glanced around as he led me toward the only closed structure in sight. When he opened the door, I figured it was a cabin for either him or the ferry's driver, comprising of a single cot, chair, toilet, and sink. "You can rest here," he said in Japanese. "There's a bag with clean clothes and money as arranged." He pointed to a duffel on the cot and a paper bag next to it, and some food. "I'll come for you when it's time." "Thank you." I clasped my hands together and bowed my head. Gratitude sailing through me. He nodded. After he left, I cleaned myself at the sink, changed into the jeans and 3 sizes too big shirt and sneakers, just glad for the warmth. Done, I opened the paper bag and, not caring what the food was, I ate it, then settled down on the cot, my body welcoming the rest. 44. Gianna, 20 years. Several hours later, I felt the ferry rock to a stop and bringing me out of the light sleep, something my body had adapted to as a precautionary measure. The same man came to fetch me about 10 minutes later and guided me to a bustling pier. "This is where you must go. They will help you next." He held out a piece of paper and what looked like a small dagger. I took it, scanned the directions to my destination, then frowned at the weapon. "The club is called Blood Dagger, and it belongs to the Black Daggers. You must show them that, or they won't know who you are." "Thank you." "You must hide until you get to them." He held out a pair of dark shades and a blue cap. "Prison too much spies. Look for you. Lotus is good person." His attempt at English on the last 3 sentences followed with a gentle smile that had me pressing a hand to my chest in gratitude. "Yes, she is, and so are you," I replied in Japanese, accepting the items. "Thank you so much." I left him, and another 5 minutes later, the busy city swallowed me. Eyes alert, pulling the cap low down, I kept as close to the building shadows as I could. An hour later, under the cover of night, I found a quiet bar near the Blood Dagger and slipped into it to wait out the time. Taking a seat at the back, I pulled off the cap, ran a hand through my hair, and sighed. A server approached, and after ordering a drink, I asked to use the bathroom. She pointed to a door to my left, and I made my way there. I was standing at the sink washing my hands when I heard the door open behind me. "Didn't think you had it in you to escape that place, pretty girl. I guess the Salvatore brothers underestimated your strength." I froze, slowly lifting my head to catch the reflection of a man in the mirror. My eyes widened, recognizing the American official from the airport. I turned. So, it wasn't a coincidence then. I kept my voice low, acting the meek girl he'd met that day. He shook his head. "Who are you?" "Dino Bianchi, Leo Salvatore's nephew, at your service." The blood in my veins ran hotter than the tepid weather outside. I gripped the edge of the sink behind me and smiled. "So, now what?" He shrugged. "I take you back, or we come to an arrangement? Suck my cock, perhaps?" His smile filled with something nausea-inducing, and bile crept into my mouth. My smile sickeningly sweet, I asked. "I suck your cock, and you let me go?" He nodded. "Okay. Here?" He shook his head. "I have a car out back." Calm settled over my body, anticipation burning in my gut. I wanted his blood. Lead the way. Grinning like a man who'd just scored gold, he turned and walked out, leading toward a back entrance. Outside, he gestured to a black sedan. We climbed into the back seat of the vehicle, and he didn't waste any time unzipping his fly and pulling out his cock. I licked my lips, and curtailing the rage for just a moment, I leaned down, letting him guide his cock to my mouth. "That's right, pretty girl," he moaned, shoving my head onto his minuscule dick. All I could do to stop myself from gagging was breathe deeply through my nose as I tasted him on my tongue. "Yeah, eat my cock, baby." He pushed my head down hard, forcing all of him into my mouth, the head hitting the back of my throat. I gagged, spit spilling from my mouth as I struggled to breathe. When I pulled up slightly, he allowed me, and I started a slow sucking rhythm while slipping out the black dagger tucked in the back of my sneaker. And just as he began to moan, I bit down hard, grinding his cock between my teeth. "Bitch!" he screamed, grabbing my hair and yanking hard to get me off him. His howls filling the car, my scalp smarting from the grip. "Get the fuck off!" Jerking back, I swung my arm up, the tip of the blade impaling his jaw, and I pushed up. His screams cut off almost immediately as the blade speared his mouth. Pulling out, I flipped the dagger to reverse the grip and poked holes into his throat and chest until his twitching body fell to the side, his eyes wide open. I stared at him for a full minute, my heart still pounding in my chest, the thrill squeezing my gut. Wiping the dagger on his shirt, I patted his cheek. "Sweet dreams, pretty girl." I climbed out of the vehicle and went back inside. In the bathroom, I washed the blood off my hands and face, then stared at my reflection, not recognizing the girl who'd flown into Japan 2 years ago. I liked the new version. Smiling, I walked out. Crossing the street, I glanced up at the red neon lighting and checked the name against the club Lotus's contact had given me. I was in the right place. Stuffing the piece of paper in my jeans pocket, I entered the narrow entrance to what I assumed was a restaurant, but turned out to be a men's club. I stood on the foyer stairs and let my gaze roam around the place. Half-naked women danced on podiums scattered around the room while men sat around either drinking, eating, talking, or groping women. I stopped a passing waitress and gave her the name Lotus mentioned. She searched the room for a second, then pointed out a booth to the back of the room. Rolling my aching shoulders, I headed toward the group of men chatting in rapid Japanese that I struggled to keep up with. One of them looked up, noticed me, and stood. I produced the dagger, explaining who I was. Nodding, he gestured for me to follow him toward the rear of the building. My confidence might have been given a boost with Lotus's training, then killing Dino. It didn't, however, stop the ball of anxiety hitting the pit of my stomach. The passage seemed to go on for miles, and I might have been mistaken, but it seemed to grow darker as we went. Finally, he stopped and knocked on a teal-colored door. Someone said, "Come in," and after a glance around, I followed the guy inside. 3 men, just like the others, all dressed in dark suits, sat around a mini TV watching a sports game. They didn't bother looking up and cheered at something. I followed my guide down a few more passages before he opened a door leading me into what looked like an office/dance lounge/boardroom. 5 men, this time older and with sterner facial expressions, sat at a round table. They greeted me as I entered, and the oldest, judging by the full silver hair and beard, gestured for me to sit. So, Lily, he began, his English heavily accented, and I immediately cringed at the name. Gianna, I corrected, bowing my head. Ah, yes, you are no longer Lily. He chuckled, although his expression remained stern. So, Gianna. He drew out the syllables, as though trying to pronounce it. Kyrie has not returned with you? I'd learned Lotus's correct name was Kyrie, but she'd preferred Lotus, saying it gave her strength to push back against anything. Yes, I'm sorry. My eyes immediately watered at the thought of her lying helpless in that ditch. She was shot during our escape and forced me to go on ahead of her. I swiped at the single tear and inhaled sharply. He nodded. So, you must know that because she is not here and you are asking for our help, you will have to perform a test. A test? I asked, frowning. Yes, when you go back to America, you will be our business associate. That was the deal, yes? I nodded. Then we must test your ability as a future business associate to deliver when we ask for your help. The last sentence was spoken in Japanese. Okay, when? In 3 days. Crow. He beckoned for the guy that brought me in to come closer as he spoke to me. We'll give you all the information and files you need. Despite the need to go back home, I calmed myself into remembering what I'd endured over the last 2 years. A few more days wasn't going to make a difference. Who knew? Maybe this was what I needed to test my ability to take on Salvatore. Dino was child's play compared to my husband. Thank you. He bowed his head in response to mine. Until then, you will eat, wash, sleep. Yes. Yes. Thank you. The thought of a decent bath, good food, and a proper bed had my body perking up in anticipation. I stood and followed Crow out of the room and down different passages this time and out into a waiting car. 10 minutes later, I was ushered into a dimly lit room. It wasn't large or extravagant. Basic furniture to sleep, eat, and bathe made me happy to be anywhere other than that cell. The door opened while I stood looking out the window into busy streets that never seemed to sleep. A young woman, around my age, walked in, greeted me, and held the door open while 2 other women entered, one with a large tray of food and the other with piles of clothing draped over her extended arms. The women with the food set it down on the low table to one side of the room, and the one with the clothing disappeared behind a sliding door, I assumed to be the bedroom. After they left, I sat to eat. Given my appetite wasn't the same, the food was too much, but delicious. When I sank into a bath filled with hot, sweet-smelling bubbles an hour later, the thought of just staying there forever crossed my mind. Heaven had nothing on the bliss I felt right now. 45. Gianna, 20 years. I stood in the office space outside the boardroom doors to Mater Corporation, a relatively successful American textile company in Japan. The Black Daggers wanted 100% ownership after Mater pulled back on signing and broken the biggest deal of all, honor. In Japan, honor was mightier than the pocket. I had to go in and not only convince Mater to sign over the company, but act as if I'd been a Dagger associate for a long time. They'd given me a weapon, and I was told to use whatever means necessary to get it done. Wrong move on their part. Given what I'd been through, my fingers were itching to do just one thing. Kill. Pulling open the boardroom doors, I stepped inside, scanned the room, and then took the only vacant seat at the head of the 12-seater square table. I glanced around at the other occupants, their expressions ranging from surprise to confusion. Who're? My hand shot up, effectively stalling the man's words, while I read the contract between the two companies seated at the table. Done, my gaze shifted, taking in the different expressions of the men around the table. Gentlemen, I'll say this in one easy sentence. I'm here to buy you all out. You can't do that. I looked at the man bold enough to speak. What's your name? Mater. I'm the majority shareholder in this company. I've been waiting a long time to meet you, Mater. His brow shot up. You have? I don't even know. Not important. I tilted my head to study the man, then grinned. With heavy-set shoulders, round face, and thick whiskers, he might have been intimidating. Before, I was condemned to hell. Now, I was a bigger threat to him than he was to me. But let me just say, your subscription for life has ended, and I've come to collect. I don't understand. He scratched his brow, trying to place me. God, this was easy. What subscription? I ignored his question. Your company is going under. I rested my elbows on the table and steepled my fingers. Here's my offer, Mater. I'll assume all your financial obligations, buy you out, pay you $1 million right off the top. I picked up the contract and scanned a few pages. What? That's ridiculous. His brows furrowed. This company is worth much more. What about a partnership? Partnerships don't really work so well for me. I tossed the file across the table. And that deal is very generous, because I lead with my final offer. Which is? I slipped the semi-automatic from the purse I'd carried and ran my pointer finger around the barrel, then looked up. I had to admit, Crow had given me a beautiful piece. He might have given me just one bullet and said, make it count. It was all I need. A titanium bullet to the head. Who the fuck do you think you are? Mater sneered, as if he were above being threatened. Your worst nightmare. I smirked. I'd always wanted to say that. Guess I finally got my chance. You can't kill me, he barked, fury expelling on each word. That annoyed me. My gaze locked on his. I arched a brow. A little history lesson, old man. I've killed, I've avenged, and worst of all, I've loved. At the last word, his eyes flared. The whole hell hath no fury like a woman scorned flashed across his terrified features, as bright as the light shining down from the ceiling above his head. Unfortunately for you, the word cannot does not exist in my vocabulary. I can. You need me to run the business. His panic-stricken gaze flew around the table. Can someone please tell me who the fuck this... I recognized that clawing feeling in the pit of my stomach, pulling me down. It was that same cloying darkness I'd felt when I rear-headed Matilda. It was back and growing like a fucking tsunami. Slow, steady, and with only one end. Devastation. I tried to calm the beast as Lotus warned. Not that I give a shit, but you've got two choices, old man. Take the deal or die, I gritted through clenched jaws. That's not a fucking choice. His deep scowl etched the weathered lines of his face. Don't you like the way I do business? I uttered a short laugh. Too bad you can't do anything about it. Says who? He grunted. The gun went off, followed closely by several gasps. I watched the old man as he glanced down at his chest and touched his white shirt, now turning the same color as his wine. Me. I smiled before his head fell forward and his cheek hit the wooden table with a resounding thud. I swept a cold gaze around the table. No more questions, I take it? I received several quick nods. I'll expect your signatures in... I checked my watch. 10 minutes. The men around the table gaped at each other a second before scrambling for the document. With that, I stood, tossed the empty gun on the table, and walked out. Outside the closed doors, I shut my eyes and pulled in deep breaths. Calming the rage inside me took a little less time than it had with Matilda. I guessed my head was finally getting the hang of the "I'm the maker of my destiny" motto Lotus had drilled into me. "Well done, Bella. Didn't know you had it in you to pass my test." It wasn't the resounding clapping that had my eyes flying open, but that voice. That deep, sexy voice that made you think of melted dark chocolate being poured over your pussy, then licked. If you were in the mood to fuck him. I stared at Vincenzo Salvatore, not sure if my eyes were playing tricks on me. Then he moved into the light, and that familiar blank expression shifted into focus. Oh, yes, I was in the mood to fuck him, with a bullet to his cold, fucking heart. Smart in his charcoal suit, black button-down, gray eyes sharper than razor blades, he leaned with his butt against an office table, watching me. He was still a sight to behold, and I almost regretted the fact that I would have to put a bullet in him. I clenched my fists, wishing Crow had given me more than one bullet. Still, I had other means of bringing a man down. My skill had improved, and each night ended with practice. "Your test?" Of course he would have a hand in this. Why had I not seen this coming? "What the fuck are you doing here?" I moved closer to where he stood. "Come to fetch my wife, of course." Revenge burned through my body, and I inhaled deeply to resuscitate my patience, biding my time. "Oh, I'm so glad you remembered you have a wife." I turned to look out the window, preferring the evening city view. Vincenzo Salvatore didn't get to where he was by being unwary. I'd have to be strategic if I wanted to get close to him. "What's wrong, Bella? I thought you'd be happy to see me." I hadn't heard him come up behind me, and his husky whisper in my ear made me shudder. "No," I silently reproached, while I accepted that perhaps after all the coldness I'd endured, my body just wanted some warmth, some feeling, which he was bringing out in droves. But he wasn't the man I should be wanting that emotion from. That's not what I needed to feel. Not with him. Anger kicked the patience out of my chest. "You sent me to hell. What do you think?" I snarled. He trailed a slow finger up my bare arm. I shivered. "A miscalculation on my part." Miscalculation? He fucked with my life and called it a blunder. This time I shivered for a different reason. Unbridled rage. I spun around, my fist flying toward his face. It met his palm. I let the other one fly, but he was just as quick to block it. Grabbing my arm, he swung me around. He grasped both my wrists in one hand, held them behind my back, pressing my breasts into the window while cupping my chin with the other and angling my head to look at him. "Would you look at that? The kitten's all grown up. Sharp teeth and predatory claws. What are you going to do with that, Bella?" he mocked, sarcasm drenching his steel tone. Without giving any thought to my action, I snapped my head back, rear-heading his chin and loosening his grip on me. Shaking one hand free, I elbowed him in the stomach, causing him to release me completely and step back. "What the?" he began, but I was already dropping to my haunches and kicking out a leg. I sideswept his legs out from under him. As he dropped to his knees, I fell flat to my back, lifted my legs, and caught his neck in a scissor hold with my ankles. I twisted like I'd been trained to exert pressure on the neck. Glaring at him, I shifted slightly, locking his neck between my knees. "I'm going to kill you. That's what I'm going to do," I ground out. I was strong, but he was stronger. My training so far had only come up against Lotus, who'd been easy to drop. Vincenzo Salvatore, not so much. He twisted out of my hold, grabbed my hands, and holding them above my head, he pinned me to the floor with the weight of his body, swooshing the breath out of me. Anger mixed with blatant lust burned in his silver eyes as he breathed roughly through his nose. Instead of disrupting his suave demeanor, his disheveled hair added to the sexiness. I shouldn't be admiring. "I don't hit women unless it's for pleasure, Bella. So don't push my limits." I snorted a laugh. "What limits? What pleasure? You're fucking sick. And what fucking limits? You take, you hurt, you kill. Only gentlemen have limits, and you're not one." For just a second, he looked taken aback, and I wondered if I'd gotten through that cold firmness. He brandished to perfection. "You're right. I'm no fucking gentleman, and I fucking take. Right now, I'm taking this pussy." My eyes widened as I began to struggle under his hold, but his free hand was already under the hem of the mid-thigh dress and ripping my panties. "Stop," I hissed. "Don't fucking touch me, Salvatore. I'm warning you." His brow shot up, and as if my threat amused him, his fingers stopped moving, but the heat from them resting on my naked skin messed with my mind. "What would you do if I fucked you right now, Bella?" His lips a breath away from mine, fingers on my pussy drew slow circles. So light, I would have thought he wasn't touching me. Yet it was enough to make my inner muscles sing in tune to his roving fingers. "I'll kill you." I tried to turn my head to stop that penetrating stare, seeing right into my broken soul. There was only so much room for movement, because every squirm made my body even more aware of his. We were pressed tightly together at every possible inch. "And what makes you think I'm afraid of dying?" He dropped his head, his lips skimming my chin, and when I jerked it to one side, he skimmed the other. Then, his fingers on my pussy delved deeper, dragging through my ashamedly wet slit, and spread my arousal over my clit. I bit down on my gasp, trying to breathe, to hold back the desire flooding my body, to hide what he was doing to me, from him. "I guess with all the sick things you do, you'd want to live, wouldn't you?" I retorted. He pressed his finger tighter to my clit, the circular motion speeding up. Given the length of time since my body had felt a man's touch, and like any woman who'd react to a good-looking, sexually adept man, my body reacted. Heat flooding every inch of skin, pleasure igniting in every single cell, every muscle tightening with need. Then again, my body had only known 2 men, and I'd accepted that where they were concerned, my body would never shut them out, whether it was tired or I was adamant. "So, if I fuck you right now, would that be considered sick?" His lips teased mine. "Yes," I gasped, annoyingly more from his touch than his question. "And if I slide my tongue through your pretty pink folds, lick every drop of your sweet cum, would I be sick?" With one finger still working my clit, he slid a digit inside me, pushing deep and hard, heat shooting down my thighs. "Oh, God," I cried out instead of answering. Your body wants this, Bella. He moved, flexing his arms so he could push deeper into me. My stomach flipped and my chest constricted, yet my nerve endings flamed, my muscles spasmed, and my pussy cried for release. It feels good, doesn't it? He forced a knee between my thighs, spreading them wider and opening my pussy to his touch. I felt the effect, the cold air brushing over my wet folds, his fingers sliding deeper, his touch making me slicker. Please. Even though the tears fell, I whimpered, not sure if I was stopping him or begging him not to stop. Another thrust of his finger, and I inhaled sharply. My legs grew weak, and my hands trembled under his grasp as I started to welcome the blunt invasion. Stop. This is not what I wanted. The lie brushed past my lips, yet my hips rocked against his fingers, an action I had no control over. Don't fight it. You want to come. I can already feel your walls pulsing around my finger, begging. Your pussy wants more. Give it what it wants, he coaxed, sliding in another finger. My eyes slid shut, a low groan escaping my lips. He was right. My body hung over the edge, begging to be tipped over, to be plunged into that deep chasm of greedy lust that only he could alight. And I fought it, stiffening my body, shaking my head from side to side, flexing my arms to gain traction and loosen his grip. But it was futile, because for every denial I inflicted on my body, he punished it more. His movements sped up, creating burning chaos over my pussy. My hips bucked, my muscles spasmed. As if he knew I was fighting his manipulation, he snarled, "If you don't come, Bella, I'll fuck you until you have to fucking crawl out of this room." His demand came a second before he pinched my clit. Hard and like a well-aimed fireball, my orgasm crushed me, breaking my resistance and giving us what we wanted. Me, pleasure that pierced my fucking soul. And him, control over my fucking soul, once more. While I fought my internal torment for letting him have his way, I opened my eyes, meeting an arched brow and eyes glittering with amusement. Would you look at that? You came for a sick fuck like me. Get the fuck off me! I forced the words out through pursed lips, tears of defeat morphing with molten fury. More for myself for responding to his touch than him touching me. It conquered every other sensation that flooded through me. I started struggling, his weight like hardened concrete over my chest. With strength I didn't even know I possessed, I ripped my hands from his grip, forced them between us, and pushed as hard as I could, rolling his body off mine. Breathing hard, I shot to my feet. But once more, Salvatore was much faster. His agility for his size was commendable, on another day. I tried to make a run for the door, but his arm banded around my stomach, flipping me away from him and over the desk behind us. My chest hitting the wooden top hard, knocking the wind out of me. Before I could sufficiently react, he pinned my hands above my head and pressed his chest to my back, his weight once more holding me prisoner. "You're mine," he breathed into my ear. "Fuck you!" "My pleasure." And before I could grasp his words, his lips brushed the skin at my neck, his teeth biting into the flesh. It should have hurt. Instead, blatant lust sprinted down my spine, teasing my pussy muscles, tightening my nipples. "I didn't want this, Bella. I never wanted you." He sucked harder at my neck, marking me. What did he mean by never wanting me? "You were nothing more than a deal I had no idea our fathers signed." He kicked out my legs, widening me for his touch, his cock pressing into my ass. Then I found out who you were, and I hated you, wanted to crush you beneath my touch, let you fall hard for me, then leave you broken. Do you want to know why? He slid my dress up over my ass, and I squirmed, but my attention was focused on his words. Because I hated your father. I was going to use you, ruin you in front of his eyes. Let him feel my pain. Let him beg for mercy while I made you suffer. What pain had my father caused him? In one quick slide, his cock plunged inside me, filling me to the hilt. I gasped with the intrusion, and while I fought the feeling that thick fullness triggered in my core, I couldn't stop my pussy from throbbing or the undisguised lust shooting through my body. Especially when he began moving, deliriously slow thrusts meant to seduce and mind-fuck. This wasn't how Salvatore fucked. He didn't do gentle. He subjugated with his cock. He fucked like he owned you. He marked you with his cum. And still, he'd leave you weak in the knees, wanting more. Then, I saw you. His tongue brushed the skin at my nape, adding to the torment in my pussy. In my fucking living room, fighting your father, yet denying your attraction to me. The second I looked into those sparkling green eyes, raw with innocence, yet fiery with dormant rage, I knew you'd fucking mess with my head, ruin me, provoke the devil I'd worked so fucking hard to restrain. So, what then? I glared at him over my shoulder, not caring about the vengeance he sought over my father. You send me to hell? Kill me slowly? Kill my fucking baby? I spat. He stiffened, and I realized he hadn't known I was pregnant. Yes, Salvatore. I was fucking pregnant with Zane's baby, and thanks to you, my baby died before he had a chance to live. I didn't fucking kill your baby, little girl. You did, he sneered. His hips began rocking into me again. Harder with each word, faster with each breath, determined with each stroke. To break me. You gave away what belonged to me. Thrust. Took away my fucking right to your body. Thrust. And still, I let you mess with my fucking head. Thrust. Never fucking trust someone that can make you lose control, Bella. What did he mean? Did he not trust me, or did I make him lose control? Then he was pounding into me, and my body came to life under his touch, remembering that I was still a woman. A broken one, but a woman nonetheless. And Salvatore knew how to manipulate my emotions, how to make my pussy dance to the beat of his rhythm, how to sway my body into bending to his will. His grip tightening on my hip, nails biting into my skin, his cock taking command of my pussy, letting it know who was in charge. He fucked me harder than a hammer to steel. And I surrendered. Tears caressed my cheeks as though comforting, while the pleasure he imposed on me choked my resolve to stay strong, overpowering my fight, one blazing thrust at a time. And I let him. Yet through it all, I remembered. Salvatore betrayed me. As if he sensed my thoughts, he reached down and pressed a thumb to my clit. And I hurtled, my orgasm slicing right through me, ricocheting up my spine and crashing against every nerve until I uttered a sharp cry, my nails digging into the wood. A second later, a primal growl ripped from Salvatore's throat in an echo that sounded like pain and pleasure fused. He stilled, and I felt his cock jerk inside me, filling me with his cum, and with it, my anger returned. Releasing his grip on my hands, he pulled out of me and stepped away. I didn't immediately move, letting the rage be my guide to what came next. He didn't care for me. He just wanted to control me. He sent me to perdition and called it a mistake. He killed my baby and blamed me. This wasn't a lover or a husband. He was the devil, and we all know devils belong in hell. I planned to send him back. Slowly, I straightened, my muscles complaining from the strain of being pinned down. Pulling my dress back over my thighs, I turned. Vincenzo was looking at me, studying me, and I hoped he'd see the hatred in my eyes. Strangely, he didn't even blink as he stared at me. Something dark flashed in his eyes, and for a moment, it terrified me. I was at a momentary loss, not sure what to expect, or what he planned to do next. He knew I'd be here. How? He made me pay for my father's sins. Why? My insides coiled tight with the remnants of my orgasm and the panic his glare inflicted. Don't let him, I warned. You know what to do. Then I saw it. His gun. It lay on the table he'd just fucked me on. Without thinking, I grabbed it and aimed it at him. Why punish me for whatever the fuck my father did to you? Cassius is not your father. What? I blinked away my surprise. Who is my father, and why punish me? I screamed. Be careful, Bella. You're losing it. He took a step closer, and my fingers tightened on the barrel. Don't rush, little girl. Everything will be revealed to you when the time is right. Fuck you, Salvatore. I hate you, I hissed. You stripped me of everything, my right to freedom, to love, to life. Even as the words left my mouth, I silently blamed Zane, too. He was the reason I was here. He betrayed me and placed me in this situation. Both men did. I was an innocent girl with a love for blueberry cheesecake and life. Now I want only one thing: blood. He didn't move, merely stared at me. Then, his voice, the quietest I'd ever heard, filled the space between us. Those are not angry or sad tears, Bella. You're crying because you're shocked by just how good I make you feel. So cut the bullshit, because whether you like it or not, want it or not, I'm going to fuck you again and again until the only name you're crying out is mine. That you remember you're mine. A caustic laugh tripped from my lips, not because of incredulity at his words, but because he was right. I enjoyed every minute the sick fuck touched me, and I'd be lying if I said I didn't want more. That's why I couldn't allow him to control me. You can't own something you never had, Salvatore, and no one, not even you, can make anyone feel something that he hasn't experienced. Sex and love are two distinctly different things. My hand, holding the gun, dipped slightly. Think again, Bella. I own you. Always have and always will. Still, that controlled voice persisted. It was more frightening than if he were shouting. Another laugh burst through my lips. Sarcasm dripped around its edges as my hand came up again, and I aimed his gun at him. Thanks for the fuck, I sneered. Slowly, his brow lifted. His controlled expression messed with my mind. Guess what, Salvatore? The safety's off. This time. Now, I arched a brow. He cocked his head to one side, And I pulled the trigger. Twice. The bastard that he was, even as he fell to the floor, his expression remained blank. I would never know if I made a dent in that cold demeanor of his or not. Frankly, I hated that I cared enough to want to know how he felt when he saw that gun being aimed at him, how he felt when the bullet entered his body. Was it painful, or did his rigid body feel nothing? How he felt, knowing I was the one to end his life. There's no hell more powerful than a broken woman determined to rise, Salvatore il Diavolo. I walked out. 46. Gianna, 20 years. 3 days later, I crossed the room from the balcony I was standing at, admiring the view. Castello di Salvatore was beautiful. Even more beautiful was my return. I had no idea what the black daggers had done with Salvatore's body, and I didn't care. When I returned to their office with the signed agreement, all the old man had said was congratulations and we'll be in touch. The next morning, Crow appeared at my door with a plane ticket, $1,000, and a new passport. I guessed I'd impressed the black daggers. Dinner is ready, signora. Thank you, Rosanna. She lavished me with a smile that said she was glad to have me back. Even though she hadn't asked any questions and I hadn't given any information, we'd moved into that comfortable space we had before my exile, as I liked to call it. I slipped into the seat at the dining table, my gaze drifting over Salvatore's seat. Rightfully, I should be sitting in that spot. I didn't, choosing to give it time. Playing the mourning wife didn't suit me. With a slow smile, I sliced into the tender steak. God, Gianna, you're a sight. I was on my 4th bite when I glanced up to find Julian staring back at me, his smile wide. Julian, I squealed, suddenly forgetting my new femme fatale image for a moment and just wanting to be my old self with someone I trusted unconditionally. He enveloped me in a bear hug, easily lifting me off my feet, before kissing my cheek and setting me down. On my return, Rosanna had informed me that Julian had traveled back to New Orleans to see his sister, who was ill. Wow. He held my arms, looking at me with admiration. Your mom would have been so happy to see her baby all grown up. I immediately sobered, and he shook his head. I'm sure you've been through hell, sweetheart, and it's a compliment that you're still standing. Thank you. I looped my arm with his. Come sit with me, like old times, okay? He nodded and slid down into the seat that Rosanna, with her invisible efficiency, had already set for him. How the steak appeared, I had no idea. 20 minutes and halfway through our second steak, yes, it seemed my appetite had returned. I'd told Julian everything that had happened, including shooting Salvatore. Did you really kill him, Gianna? He asked, his expression blank. With his gun. Wow. Julian leaned back in his seat and sipped his brandy. What's the plan now? I shrugged, frowning. I take over his world? As his wife, I'm entitled to, right? Can I count on your help? Always. Julian scratched his jaw, and although he nodded, he frowned, and I could see a but coming. You know Vincenzo headed up the round table, right? I heard about it, but have no idea what happens there. Round Table is a group of crime lords that collaborate on specific businesses, Gianna. You're going to either have to step into Vincenzo's place or allow them to buy you out. My laugh was low. My eyes, though, held a darkened promise. I didn't survive hell just to bow out, Julian. I intend making my name known. And I don't doubt that, sweetheart. He squeezed my hand lightly. With the round table, though, you need them to vote you in. Vincenzo was a powerful man with a worldwide influence, and as his wife, those lords will respect you, but just be prepared for anything. Like what? I sipped the lemon water Rosanna set in front of me. A test, perhaps. He shrugged, and I laughed. Then again, if the Black Daggers favor you after their test, I'm sure you'll win others over. Just be prepared. It's all I'm saying. My suggestion is to contact Vincenzo's chief of staff and find out everything you can about the round table. I nodded as Rosanna approached us. Mi scusi, signora. Your father is here to see you. My brow shot up as I looked at Julian. That was quick. How did he know I was back? Not sure, Julian replied as I nodded for Rosanna to bring my father in. I wondered what he wanted and stood as he approached us a couple of seconds later. Hello, Gianna. How are you? His smile wide, fake, just like his fatherly affection. Remembering Vincenzo's words about Cassius not being my father, I went in hard, letting him know I wasn't the meek little girl he'd sold. Cut the bull, Cassius. My well-being is the last thing you care about. I matched his stare, glare for glare. His smile morphed into a hard mask. What are you doing here? He took a moment, and I could see a million questions in his eyes and the acceptance that I'd tell him shit. My exile was only up for discussion with people I deemed relevant. He held out some photos, breaking the silence. I promised to look into your mother's death. These are the people responsible. It's been close on 2 years. Why come to me now? Oh, wait, maybe me being in prison was too much for you to handle, I scoffed, waiting to see how he'd react to that bit of information. He ignored my insult. Because I only managed to piece everything together recently. Frowning, I took the photos and studied them before stopping at one. It was a pretty woman who clearly didn't fit in with the rest of the pictures. Who is she? I put her in her late 20s with dark hair and a full smile. Her light brown eyes spoke to a happy life, nothing like the images of the other miserable fucks that had evil written all over their disgusting faces. She had some business dealings with the Colombian cartel. I glanced at him, my brow creased, wondering what dealings my mother had with the Colombian cartel. So, what's her connection to my mother? She's taken over as the new DA. Before his death, her father introduced her to Mendez and asked for his protection, seeing as her father had a lot of enemies. In return, she promised to keep the Mendez family out of court with their last fuck-up. Still doesn't explain Mom's involvement. I shrugged, my boredom beginning to grow. Noting my expression, he let out a frustrated breath. Mendez had it in for me ever since I took your mother from him. Okay, that was news to me. I grinned. When had that shit gone down? Before my arrival, no doubt. A warning bell went off. Was Mendez my father? Hence the bad blood? I said nothing. Cassius continued. Mendez gave that woman information that would have swung their case and put me in prison, had I not gone into hiding. Serves you right, fucker. I still don't understand. If that were the case, you would have gone to prison, not Mom, if she'd been alive. Sarcasm dripped through my clenched teeth. Is that what you want, Gianna? He muttered. Yes. There was no thought to the answer. There was no love lost between us, and I wasn't about to start feeling anything for him now. I turned my back on him and fingered the steak knife sitting on the edge of the plate that held my half-eaten meal. Hate me all you want, but everything I did was for you. If I'd allowed you to marry that good-for-nothing boy—" I swiveled sharply. "He wasn't a good-for-nothing boy," I gritted out. "He was the love of my life, the man I wanted to spend the rest of my life loving, and I would have had a happy one. Everything Mom wanted for me, but your fucking money was more important to you. You fucked everything up, just like Mom said you would." Anger raced through my veins, volatile and dangerous. "But his betrayal was worse than mine, wasn't it? He killed the people you loved, and he never came looking for you. Broke your heart far worse than I could." My insides churned, my fingers itching to rip that smug grin off his face. "And I was shunted with criminals. You, Vincenzo, prison, all the same. So, killer or not, Gabriel wouldn't have been a bad choice, would he?" My chest heaved with the effort to stay my rage, to hold back from taking the steak knife to his throat. There was a time for everything, and his death would come. That I was sure of, but I had to keep him around for now. He knew things I didn't about Salvatore's world, and the second he knew Salvatore was dead, he'd bail on me and stir his own agenda. Worse, he might use me for his own gain again. "Gianna, you don't understand. Spare me the bullshit. You knew exactly what you wanted, and I was the pawn in your fucking mindless games. And I suffered. To stay in the game, we needed the right connections. I needed to cover my debts. So, marrying me off to a pig was your answer?" I shouted. "I lost everything. Love, life, my fucking baby." I hissed out the last part, glaring at the asshole. Not a hint of remorse crossed his face, just like Salvatore. I shook my head. "Unlike you, Gabriel would have made a beautiful father, if I hadn't been robbed of the chance. Wait, are you really my father?" If he ignored it, I wouldn't push, for now. It was still too early, after my return. His eyes darkened briefly, but he ignored the question. "Fight me all you want, Gianna. It doesn't change the fact that those people were responsible for your mother's death." I reined in my anger, knowing it was wasted on the stone-faced bastard that had been the bane of my existence, and my mother needed justice. "You explained the who. Now, the why?" He seemed to contemplate my question, then replied, "The day your mother died, she went to visit that woman." He tapped the photos in my hand. "Your mother insisted on meeting her to convince her Mendez was guilty. They met in a coffee shop downtown. An hour later, your mother was dead, and that woman was the last person to see her alive." "Doesn't mean she had a hand in her death," he snorted. "Think about it, girl. Your mother meets her for coffee to sway her mind about the case. And as Mendez's confidant, that woman must have called him, told him where to find her." "So you're saying Mendez ordered the hit?" I asked. Cassius nodded. I shoved a hand through my hair. While I was hell-bent on revenge, I had to bide my time. Everything I'd planned in prison was playing out. With Salvatore out of the way, Leo and the other stakeholders Lotus had mentioned were next. "Why are you telling me this?" I squinted at my father, trying to get a read on his sincerity. "I'm married to an asshole who won't do anything about this because he's got nothing to gain. Why don't you do something? You've got the manpower." I wondered how long before everyone found out Vincenzo was dead. What chaos would that unleash? My father uttered a low laugh. "That's where you're wrong, Gianna. You have men at your disposal to do with as you please. Why would they? I frowned. They were not mine to command. Yet. Don't you see, sweetheart? He took a step closer. You're the queen of Vincenzo Salvatore, a feared mafia head who escaped prison, faced hardships, and you returned stronger. They're talking about you, even though he left you to rot in prison. Your strength, your determination is what he'll admire. In turn, so would his men. I rolled my eyes at his fake admiration. Cassius had yet to see my power. He's given you personal bodyguards to command, and they will listen to you. The man knew nothing, but if I knew my father, he'd find out soon enough. Who's talking about me? Men from the other crime families. They want to find out who Gianna Salvatore is. I flicked a gaze at Julian. This was definitely good news I could use to my advantage. Well, we have to wait and see if his men obey me. Cassius took another step forward. Then this is your chance to change that. You want them to respect you, believe you are capable of being their queen? Then you need to show both Vincenzo and his men that you can stand by his side and rule as his queen. That you can grit your teeth and accept whatever he demands of you. That you can kill without remorse. That's what he's waiting to see, Gianna. This, he tapped the photos in my hand, is the opportunity to show him your decision-making as his queen. Without thinking, I turned to Marco, Tony, and another man, Joey, who'd walked in with my father. Behind them stood another 3 men. Judging by all their expressions, they were listening to the conversation. I held out the photos. Do it. Take them out. I want every fucker in these photos dead by the end of the day, I hissed. Don't touch Mendez, though. I had no idea what he looked like, and right now, I didn't care. Marco and Tony nodded as Tony took the photos from my hand. Joey, however, mumbled something. I clenched my jaw. Joey's eyes, dark and challenging, locked with mine. Do you have something to say, Joey? Straightening his shoulders in a show of defiance, again he mumbled, dropping his gaze to the floor. My eyes narrowed. I advanced on him. Spit it out. I poked his chest. He looked me in the eye. I don't take orders from a woman, he muttered, his voice rolling with sarcasm. Shame. I shook my head. A stillness settled over the room. I guess you're right. I walked back to the table and picked up the steak knife. I'm not really important because I have tits and a pussy that needs to be sucked and fucked. Right, Joey? I approached him, twirling the tip of my knife on the pad of my pointer finger, something I'd learned from Salvatore. I caught the flare of Joey's eyes as it dropped to the knife. Answer the fucking question, I bit out when I stood in front of him again. A distinct shuffle of feet told me the other men were uncomfortable. No, signora, Joey replied. Then what is my purpose, Joey? When he didn't answer, I asked, maybe just to make babies, right? To give birth to badass fuckers like you, perhaps? I'm sorry, signor. I cut him off with one quick slash of the blade across his throat. His eyes widened before he slapped a hand to his neck, his attempt to stop the flow failing as blood spurted through his fingers. I cocked my head to one side, watching him stagger backward, blood now gurgling out of his mouth. Tough fucker, aren't you? I plunged the knife into his heart, twisting and turning as I shunted it deeper until the hilt forced me to stop. He fell to his knees, twitching a few times before slamming face forward to the floor. I shook my head. Look at the fucking mess, Joey. You could have just said, yes, Signora. I scoffed, then turned on the other men. Anyone else unhappy about working for a woman? I singled out the men, one by one. Silence. Thought so. Clean up this fucking shit, I ordered, walking back to my father's side. Jesus, Gianna, he said, shaking his head. Is that clean enough for you, father dearest? I mocked. Why not Mendez? He asked. I studied my father's suddenly tensed features. What the fuck are you hiding? Like you said, I need to prove my worth, right? At his nod, I added, what better way than to take down Mendez myself? Mendez won't be easy for you to handle, Gianna. My lips widened in a slow smile. I live by one rule now, Cassius. I glanced down at Joey's blood on my hand and rolled my thumb and forefinger together. Not as sticky as the rats. Don't fuck with a bitch if you don't know how to play the game. His brow shot up and I could have sworn I saw fear swim in his eyes. You and I will play, father dearest. Just not today. I walked off, leaving him dumbfounded, no doubt. Yet, I couldn't help wondering if Cassius wasn't my father. Who was? And what had he done to Salvatore to earn his wrath enough to punish me? Like he said, all in good time. For now, I had a kingdom to run. 47. Gianna, 20 years. What do you think, Julian? I asked, descending the stairs into the foyer. His blue gaze ran over my red power suit, matching heels, light makeup, and chic bun in a lengthy inspection. If that doesn't scream, don't mess with me, then my name isn't Julian, he chuckled. Smiling, I gestured to the door. Shall we get this party started then? Not every day a 20-year-old woman who's never worked a day in her life takes over the criminal world with nothing but a power suit and her favorite bodyguard. Then let's go make history. He winked as we climbed into the black Mercedes that Marco had already brought around to the front. 3 weeks ago, I'd killed my husband, and no one was any wiser. I returned from Japan expecting to be confronted by a mass of people demanding knowledge about his whereabouts, and the quiet surprised me. Perhaps it was the calm before the storm, and I was heading down shit street of gigantic proportions without me even knowing. Perhaps not. Whatever the case, I planned on going in guns blazing. Calling a round table this soon after Salvatore's demise was what I considered a strategy to lay down the changes to the hierarchy, one I hoped didn't backfire, because I had no clue how the fucking round table worked. While Salvatore's chief of staff, Wenzel, had given me everything he possibly could, I considered my entrance a blind venture. Then again, I'd been doing that ever since I entered into the marriage agreement with Salvatore. You ready? Julian asked me as we rode the elevator to the top floor of Salvatore Holdings 20 minutes later. Like all his assets I'd to learn about, the investment company occupied 50 floors of chrome, glass, and beautiful night views. Given who made up the round table, I wasn't surprised that the meeting was set for 10 at night, as opposed to normal business hours. Salvatore's chief of staff, a tall, good-looking 20-something, having already set up the meeting for me, was waiting when I stepped off the elevator. Mrs. Salvatore, we finally meet face-to-face. He extended his hand, which I accepted in a quick shake, having dealt with him via calls and emails before tonight. All of the members should be here by now. I haven't been in to check. They're not expecting you as requested. Please shout if you need anything." He rushed on as he walked me toward what I assumed would be the meeting place. Instead, we stepped into another elevator where he swiped an access card over a console before we began moving. 3 floors up or down, I couldn't tell from the smoothness of the cubicle, and there was no keypad. We stopped. "This is yours, Mrs. Salvatore." Wenzel handed me a keycard. "And this." He held out an envelope. "It contains the proxy we discussed just until the attorneys have transferred Mr. Salvatore's estate to you." Apart from Julian, Wenzel was the only other person who knew of Salvatore's death, and my promise that he would stay on as my chief of staff with a 50% increase bought his silence and his knowledge. I accepted it just as the doors opened into a room that took my breath away for a second. It was designed almost like a glass box to protrude out of the building, giving the effect of also having glass floors that looked down into the city. Definitely not for the faint-hearted. As if I was on display, the chatter in the room ceased, and all eyes turned toward me, their expressions ranging from surprise to confusion. I put the count at 23, full attendance, except for the 2 empty seats. One I assumed to be Salvatore's, at the head of the table, and another immediately to his right. Leo's seat probably hadn't been filled yet. 2 years ago, overcome with nerves, I would have puked right there on the threshold. Now, I tilted my chin in defiance, squared my shoulders, walked further into the room, and headed straight for Salvatore's seat. Just as Julian slid it back for me to sit, the man on the immediate left said, "You can't sit there." Julian opened his mouth to reply. A quick lift of my hand stopped him. I looked at the other man. "May I ask why I can't sit here?" I set the envelope Wenzel had given me down on the table. The man eyed me suspiciously, then glanced around the table as if waiting for backup before addressing me once more. "That seat is reserved for the head of this organization, Vincenzo Salvatore." "So, where should I sit then?" I fluttered my eyelashes at him, and his lips immediately widened in a goofy grin. "Here?" I pointed to the vacant seat on the right with a giggle, my gaze doing a quick flick around the table. Except for the lone woman in the room, all the other men were smiling. I guessed my dumb bitch routine worked. Then I moved closer to Goofy Grin, and resting an arm across the back of his tall leather chair, I leaned down slightly and played with his tie. "What's your name, handsome?" "Louise," he offered. His smile would have probably blown the glass out in this room, it was so bright. Luis Vittorio, mafia capo out of L.A., and judging from his looks, I could see why prostitution was his biggest trade. With that much gold teeth, he probably couldn't attract the good shit. None of the portfolios had photos, probably a safety feature, which meant I'd have to wait for each one to introduce themselves. I didn't have the patience for that. "Who are you?" the man next to Luis asked me. "Nobody important," I replied. "She must be the new secretary. Wenzel told us Vincenzo was hiring." A fat fuck across the table called out. He wiggled his eyebrows at me, and I faked a wide smile for him. "Then you sit at the corner table, sweetheart." Louise pointed to a table just to the left of the boardroom. "Unless you want to sit on my lap and maybe play with my pen." He winked, and that earned him a snigger from the other men. "Sure, honey." I slipped the hand down from the backrest and cupped the back of his head. Then, with a quick flex of my arm, I slammed his head face down into the glass table. Fuck, that must have hurt. "What the fuck?" The man next to Luis shot up from his seat, followed by the others, curses flying across the room in between Luis's howls. He sat back, cupping his nose. Blood poured, dripping into his mouth and running down his chin. He reached for his gun, and something in my expression must have challenged him because he withdrew his hand. I shifted my gaze to the rest of them. Only one man remained seated, and I gave him more than a cursory glance. In a gray three-piece suit that appeared to be cut with his muscular frame in mind, dark hair, neatly styled, a 5 o'clock shadow peppering his chiseled square jaw, the man was beautiful. If I had to compare him to Salvatore and Zane, he'd rank a very close second. A brooding mysteriousness surrounded him, and I had the insane urge to smile at him. Blue eyes, intense and piercing, swept over me in a quick appraisal. Judging by his lack of shock, he was either expecting me, or he didn't believe in unnecessary noise, unlike the others. "Who the fuck are you?" the fat fuck demanded, pulling my gaze away from Mr. Blue Eyes. Okay, I seriously must stop labeling people. "Why, the secretary, of course." I slid into Salvatore's seat. Behind me, Julian chuckled. "She's Gianna Salvatore," the woman called out, and all the men turned to look at her, then me, before resuming their seats. "Quite an entrance, little lady," she complimented. "I'm Daniela, from Boston." Her smile genuine. Maybe she was glad to have another female on board. I smiled. "Trust me, where I'm concerned, little and lady don't go together on the same line." I arched a brow at the fat fuck who seemed to be still fuming. I guessed he didn't like surprises. Next to him, Blue Eyes smirked. "So, now that you all know who I am, shall we get started?" I steepled my fingers, resting my hands on the table in front of me. "Where's Vincenzo?" Fat fuck asked, and I figured he was the loudest of all the crime lords. "Unavailable," I replied. "At the last meeting, Vincenzo was supposed to disclose the location of our funds. He hasn't done that yet, and now he's unavailable. If that's not suspicious, then—" The man next to Louise accused with his eyes on me. I was about to ask what money. Then I remembered that all these members pooled funds together as a safety net if shit ever hit the fan for any of them. It protected their interests, and if I recalled correctly, it was sitting in the billions. Problem was, I didn't know where those funds were invested, and neither, it seemed, did Wenzel when I mentioned the money to him. I didn't think Salvatore would disclose that figure to just anyone. "What's the amount sitting at?" someone asked, and a few people scrambled for their phones to check. "Your funds are sitting at—" I blurted out a long figure down to the cents. What the fuck? There was no way I could remember that exact figure. I shocked myself and everyone else in the room, it seemed. Stunned gazes turned my way. "She's right," someone mumbled. "Wow, Gianna, that's some skill," Daniela laughed. "I need to write it down to remember." "Me too," someone else replied. "Well, now that we've established what the figure is, where is our money, little girl?" Fat fuck asked. Eyes narrowed. I clenched my jaw and stared at the man who looked like he'd been dipped, rolled, and stuffed in gold with the amount of jewelry he wore. "Call me a little girl one more time, and I'll cut off your fucking cock and string it around your neck like a goddamn gold pendant, you fat fuck." Silence settled over the room for just a second before hoots of laughter filled the air. Blue Eyes, however, just smiled, his gaze on me, one dark eyebrow raised. I merely arched my brow in return. "As soon as I know the location, I will share it with you." I kept my tone firm. "That said, I will be taking over all his decision-making from here on out until further notice." "You need a proxy to do that," said the man next to Louise, who was still bemoaning his broken nose. "Ah, yes, and I believe that it needs to be signed by Vincenzo's successor, correct?" I asked, retrieving the proxy from the envelope. He nodded. I held out the proxy. Who is the successor? All eyes turned to Blue Eyes, while his gaze stayed riveted on me. I had to bite my cheek to keep from blushing. He needed to believe I could run this organization. Gianna, I am Matteo from San Francisco. Vincenzo is a shrewd bastard and won't just tell anyone where the money is invested. How are we to believe you know where the money is, since we don't know who you are, and now you're asking to make decisions for us? I noticed a few heads bob in agreement, and I had no idea what to tell them. It would take time to sift through all the paperwork and computers to find out anything. How was I supposed to convince these people that I could run everything without telling them Vincenzo was dead? And if I did, that would bring its own complication. I will sign the proxy. A deep, sexy voice drew my gaze to Blue Eyes. Hello, Gianna. Nice to meet Vincenzo's wife in person, after the stories we've heard and now seen. His gaze flicked to Louise before coming back to me. Lorenzo Rossi, New York. Hi. I cringed at the falter, then cleared my throat. Nice to meet you too. I will sign the proxy and give you 6 months in which to give us the location of the money. What the fuck? Fat fuck shouted as pandemonium broke out across the room with Lorenzo's suggestion. Silence! He barked. Even seated, the authority in his voice deadly to even challenge. If anyone has a fucking problem with my decision, I would gladly help you see it my fucking way. Do we have a problem? His gaze moved across the boardroom table, glaring at each one of them. Now, as I was saying, Gianna, we will give you 6 months. In that time, should you not find the money, it will be dealt with accordingly. Thank you, I replied as he slid the signed document my way. 3 hours later, I flopped back onto the bed in my room and stared up at the ceiling. I'd overcome a major hurdle today, and that was the first step into Vincenzo's shoes. The only snag being the money. Where would someone hide billions from the IRS, competitors, and common criminals looking to get rich? I rolled onto my stomach and folded one hand over the other, under my chin, my eyes on the view outside my balcony. Conversations with Julian and Wenzel had proved fruitless, since both were in the dark, just like me. A knock sounded at my door. Come in, I called out. Your lemon water, Signora. Rosanna walked in and set a tall glass on my nightstand. Thank you. As she turned to leave, an idea popped into my head. I sat up. Rosanna. Yes. She stopped walking to look at me. If Signor Salvatore had to hide anything special or precious, is there some place in the castle he would choose? Smiling, she nodded. The West Wing is off limits to most staff, so maybe there. Then her smile faded into concern. But I wouldn't go there, Signora. It's Signor Salvatore's private place. I'll take my chances. I vaulted off the bed and walked out of the room with her. Patting her arm, I headed for the West Wing. Now that he wasn't around, his bodyguards stayed out of the private residence, which meant I could walk around freely. Then again, after Joey, no one seemed to cross my path unnecessarily. I reached the West Wing, and Vincenzo's powerful scent knocked me full force. It was like he stood right next to me, and I could make out the distinct citrusy blend infused with sharp mint and a touch of sandalwood. Wow, I whispered, unsure why I did. Come out, wherever you are, Salvatore. Grinning, I walked up to the piano. I dragged a finger across the keys and had the sudden urge to still the basic notes that echoed through the empty wing. The keys were relatively warm, which was surprising given there was no sunlight around. I walked to the door he'd disappeared behind, the night I saw him play. Ordinary dark wood doors stared back at me as if taunting me to enter. I tried the handle. It didn't budge. I pushed against it, adding a little force. Nothing. Then I noticed the steel rain forcing along the edges. What are you hiding in here? As I stepped back, I saw the little black box with a keypad on the side of the door and tucked into an alcove in the wall. Frowning, I gave it a closer inspection. It reminded me of an alarm keypad, but I figured it was a coded lock. Then I remembered the beeping I'd heard that night. Scratching my chin, I took a step back. What door would require a coded lock? A safe, perhaps. Maybe the money was here. A sudden sound had me pivoting, my gaze darting in all directions, unsure what I heard. I had the uncanny feeling of being watched, like I'd felt my first day here. What if Salvatore's ghost was stalking me? Laughing at my stupidity, my feet still hurried back to my bedroom. 48. Gianna, 20 years. Soft strains of a melodious tune drifted through the air, filling my ears and soaking through the tension in my body. Sighing, I allowed it to unwind me, to help me relax, to make me forget the rigors of having assumed Salvatore's life. Salvatore. I came to with a jolt, goosebumps littering my skin, remnants of music still in my ears. A sound I'd heard before, played by Vincenzo. Staring up at my ceiling, I blinked to focus, not sure if I'd dreamt the music or really heard it. This had become a regular ritual, where I'd wake, hearing the music and still uncertain if it were indeed a dream or not. Christ, was my husband's ghost haunting me? If he was looking for repentance, he'd have to look elsewhere. Almost 2 months since I killed him and returned home, yet I was nowhere closer to finding the round table money or a way to open that sealed room. Both a locksmith and IT technician confirmed that the lock had built-in settings to self-destruct, and I couldn't let that happen. The thought of all those millions going up in smoke had me freaked out. Both Rosanna and Julian had no idea either how to open it, leaving my curiosity in limbo. Needing to use the bathroom, I sat up and glanced at the bedside clock. My gaze sidetracked to a piece of paper next to the clock. Frowning, I picked it up. Only a set of digits stared back at me. I flipped it back to front and reverse. Nothing. Just the sequence of numbers. I repeated them, then dropped the paper to the nightstand. Who would have left this here? I was almost at the bathroom when a light bulb went off in my head. Not bothering with slippers or a robe, I made a beeline for the West Wing, my need to pee forgotten. I barely gave myself time to breathe before punching the numbers in sequence into the keypad. Wait, how the hell did I remember those numbers after seeing them for just a minute? Who left them for me to find? Somewhere inside the wooded panel, mechanisms turned before the door buzzed, distracting me. Glancing behind my back, I pulled in a deep breath and stepped into the room. I walked through the little foyer and paused. "Oh my God!" I gasped, my eyes darting all over, unsure where to look. I stopped and stared and turned and stared. How? Curiosity, uncertainty, anger, ifs, hows, and whys all snowballed, slamming my brain, my chest, leaving me shaking, and now, more than anything, wanting to know who left those numbers. Who wanted me to gain access into this room? Crumbling to the floor in a mixed ball of emotions, I dropped my head into my hands and let pent-up tears I didn't know I felt fall. I don't know how long I sat there or how I rose, closed the door again, and walked back to my room. I just know I did.
5 years ago. 49. Zane. 33 years. I stood at the back of the room watching Phil Andrews make his speech. He and I first met during a case I worked for the TRA that tied into a case the Chicago PD had previously investigated. He became my go-to man, and since then we collaborated on a few more cases. If we weren't working, I'd fly into Chicago and we'd hang out either at his horse farm in the countryside or the bar his sister owned in the city. They made the best damn steaks there. Now Phil was retiring, and he'd invited me to visit. Figuring I could do with the distraction, I flew in that morning and walked in on the celebration. The precinct erupted in noisy applause, followed by a spate of handshakes as congratulations spewed out all across the room. Then he spotted me. "Gabriel?" He came toward me. "Jesus, it's been a long fucking 5 years, my boy." I grinned. 6 to be exact. I grasped his hand in a firm handshake. "Then I'm definitely getting old." He threw back his head in a loud laugh. "So, retirement. I envy you. Finally leaving this shithole for fun and sun." I walked with him back to his office and propped myself on the corner of his desk. Phil laughed. "You should have come work for me when you had the chance, and probably taken over all my cases as the new captain. Then again, given that getup, I doubt you would have made it as a cop." He tipped his chin at my clothes. "What the fuck's wrong with the way I dress? It brings me pussy." "Precisely. You look like a goddamn runway model. You'd never pass for a cop." He chuckled. "By the way, how's that young lady you told me about when I called to invite you over? Any change?" "No. Still in the coma." He referred to the battered woman I'd found in my club. When he called and asked what I was up to, I'd mentioned her, and that none of her family had come forward. "How long has she been under?" Phil asked. "Almost 3 years. Strangely, she's the woman I was supposed to have killed the week before, but the client had pulled out. My mark ending up in my premises was too much of a coincidence to ignore, and why I'd chosen to use a pseudonym, and Zane seemed like the ideal option. It kept Rhea close. Declan was now also frantic about finding out the identity of the client, a detail I normally didn't bother with. "Fuck, that's long." Phil shook his head, his expression solemn. He glanced over his shoulder when Jordan, the front desk rookie I'd met when I arrived, knocked on the door. "Phil, there's a Jazz out front waiting to speak to you." Phil nodded with a sigh. "Thanks." "Why the long face?" I asked, frowning. He puffed out a loud breath. "There's this case I worked for a year or so. Sweet girl that I promised I'd try to get it solved before I retired. Unfortunately, no leads, and the case went cold. She comes in here every month asking for something I can't give her." I moved to stand by the window as he moved files around his cramped office. "You want to talk about it? You know, fresh eyes and all that shit. We'd done this before, where he'd work a case, and where he'd reached a dead end, he'd call me and we'd bang our heads together, figuring the shit out." "Sure." He nodded, dropping to his chair and running a hand over his semi-bald hair. "Her sister was killed in a drive-by shootout, and her nephew, a 15-month-old boy, was in the car with his mother at the time. The child disappeared. No trace. I tracked a few leads for a while, then the trail grows cold quickly. A case of rinse, repeat. There were several witnesses, all with the same story. Coincidence? Honestly, I don't have a clue. I mean, I've had cases before, but at least they add up. Here, we don't know if the mother or the child was the intended target. Judging by the way the vehicle was shot up, I'd bet my bottom dollar the bastards didn't even know a kid was in the car." "You think they went in to make sure she was dead? Saw the kid and took him?" I rubbed my jaw. My curiosity piqued. "Only logical explanation." He shrugged. "Witnesses all saw a black SUV with dark windows. 2 men got out, walked up to her vehicle after she'd rammed into a pole and shot her in the chest. She died with the head against the backrest. One guy leaned down to check her pulse, made a call, and then they left. Same recount from every witness. At first it seemed too practiced, and we ran backgrounds on all the witnesses. Except for a few parking violations and DUIs, nothing." Sounds like a hit. My gut was usually right on the money. What about the dead woman? Did you run background on her? He shook his head. Didn't need to. She was a new DA. Barely 2 weeks on the job. Yeah, might be legit, but you should have checked her out. These days you can't tell the good guys from the bad or who's working for who, I scoffed. I suppose you're right. Anyway, it's not my baby anymore. His smile didn't quite reach his eyes, and I could understand why. Phil was an upstanding citizen. He'd been on the job too long to leave something unfinished. I knew the man well. This case was probably giving him sleepless nights. I need to go give her the bad news, he muttered and stood. You want to join me? Sure. At the front desk, I glanced past the reception screen at the woman sitting on the bench seat in the waiting area. With her head bent, she studied her phone. Jazz? Phil called out. She looked up, pocketed her phone, and stood. Hi. She smiled and acknowledged me with a nod as she approached us. Phil gave her an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, Jazz. Unfortunately, there's been no further developments. At his words, her shoulders slumped, eyes downcast. You're retiring soon, aren't you? She asked a moment later. He nodded, and I could see the strain on his face. I took a step forward. Hi, I'm Zane Marone, a friend of Phil's that he's asked to help you. He seems to think a fresh set of eyes might help. Phil threw me a grateful look and didn't even bat an eyelid when I used the pseudonym. You're a cop? Her curious gaze studied my face, ran the length of my body before coming back to hold my gaze. I grinned. Why? Don't I look like a cop? She tilted her head, her smile friendly. Model, maybe. Cop, I doubt it. She turned her hand in a half-and-half gesture. I glanced down at my cream sports suit and a black t-shirt. So I don't wear the standard gray-issue suit and blue tie. Doesn't mean I don't know what I'm doing. I shrugged. She rolled her eyes, and I laughed at the childish response. Phil threw back his head and let out a loud laugh. I grinned. See, I told you, boy. No one will take you seriously in that getup if you were a cop. Then good thing I'm no cop, right? I winked. She blushed. A few strands escaping the ponytail framed her face and delicate features. She was pretty, and combined with her petite frame, looked young. I wondered if she was over the legal drinking age, then silently kicked myself for thinking with my dick. She wanted help with a missing kid, and I was thinking of fucking her. Maybe because I'd been alone for so long, or maybe I'd forgotten what the inside of a pussy felt like. I liked the casual chemistry with her, and I didn't even know her. Jazz Malik. She held out a hand, which I accepted. Jazz? Yeah, short for Jasmine. Nice to meet you, Jasmine. Hopefully, I can help solve this case. I had nowhere to be, and right now, this provided me with a swim-before-you-sink distraction, and I welcomed it.
50. Gianna, 22 years. 13 months ago, I escaped prison, killed my husband, took over his businesses, and gotten away with not explaining his disappearance. The Round Table had given me 6 months in which to find the money he'd stashed, and I did. After 4 months of sifting through mountains of paperwork and files, it didn't take a genius to figure out that Salvatore had invested the money in legit businesses, like a hotel chain. Because I'd given them what they wanted before the expired time, the Round Table kept me on, and I became a ruthless, no-nonsense crime lord who shot first and asked questions after. Now, I stood on the shore just outside the Salvatore boatyard, staring across the water. I was in the process of extending the property as our business had grown and we needed more land. Problem was, the neighboring boatyard had agreed to our initial deal, and now they planned to pull out of it. And I was a stickler for honor, especially when I wanted something badly. You sure you want to handle this? Julian came up beside me. He was no longer my bodyguard, but my trusted right-hand man. Like the father I always wanted, he both guided and aided me with the added personal touch. The only way to get shit into Chicago undetected is through this boatyard. This operation should have been expanded years ago. Because of space, we lost business to Giovanni. They were an opposing mafia family, not as widely recognized as Salvatore, but with enough interest to stay in business. While I put a plan in place to take over their share of Chicago, we need this boatyard expanded. We do that, and we're one step closer to shutting them down. And I don't care if it happens with all the fuckers buried out at sea. How long? Another 10 minutes, then we leave. It's too risky with you being out in the open. I nodded. The view here was spectacular, water peaceful, with gentle waves lapping at the sandy beach. There were times when I just wanted to stop everything I was doing and go live in some quiet village, where the only thing I did every day was sit in the sun and watch the ocean shimmer under the sun, or the grass blowing in a gentle breeze. Rubbing my arms, I watched bubbles pop at the surface, rippling rings appearing and growing before disappearing. 7 minutes later, we stood in the McKnight boatyard office, and Henry McKnight's left eye twitched as he ran a hand through his hair. Mrs. Salvatore, you must understand, when we decided to sign over this deal, we had no idea my father had sold the business to the Vladimir family. Now we're stuck between a rock and a hard place. The man was fucking lying, and he knew it. It's a very simple end to this problem, Henry. Yes, what is it? Excitement flared in his eyes. Show me the deal your father signed over to Vladimir. And as if I'd just tripped the switch, his radiance dipped to fearful darkness. I took a step closer, and he flinched at the cold expression I reserved for fuckers like him. I grabbed hold of his balls, squeezing, and he yelped. Don't underestimate me because I'm a woman, Henry. Because I won't hesitate to cut off your fucking balls and feed them to your fucking family as a cocktail sausage at your wake. I snapped, and he whimpered as I released my hold on him. Now sign the fucking deal. You have exactly... I glanced at my watch. 1 minute before I walk out that door, and I'm taking your balls with me. What's next on the list? I asked Julian an hour later. He pulled a notebook from inside his jacket pocket and flipped a page or two. Tatum Shipping Company. He followed me into the elevator as we left Salvatore Holdings. Julian pressed the basement button and turned to face me. If this is a hit list, why these specific people? I studied the man briefly. At 48, he was still quick on his feet, alert, and loyal as fuck. I liked that about him. My mother once told me to surround myself with people who saw my value and always reminded me of it. Unfortunately, the people I had around me for the last couple of years never saw my value. They underestimated my ability to remind myself of it. There's one thing my husband will tell you, well, if the dead could speak. The corners of my mouth twitched. Is that he learned my true potential. Too bad he only saw it when I aimed the gun at his chest and pulled the trigger. I despise betrayal, Julian. These people, I tapped the list in his hand, are just getting what's been owed. I'm paying my dues. Tying up loose ends, so to speak. Because of Leo, they fucked with the Salvatore businesses. It had taken me almost 7 months to rule out the traitors. As we stepped out into the basement and headed for the car, Julian touched my shoulder. I stopped at our vehicle and turned. Talking about tying up loose ends, I need to tell you something. Sure. I crossed my arms and waited for him to speak. It's about the Malik woman. Who? The hit you ordered on the woman who was involved in your mother's murder. My brow creased. That was like a year or so ago. Why bring that up now? Yes, Julian. Why rake up the past? I turned at the sound of my father's voice, and when I looked at Julian again, his hesitation baffled me. In the time I'd known the man, I'd never seen that expression before. It ranged between surprise and fear. I wasn't quite sure how to read it. What are you doing here? I asked my father as he drew closer. I heard you got a little handsy with McKnight. You're new to the game, Gianna. What's the plan? Kill everyone? Is that how you intend to do business? Won't earn you much loyalty, he muttered, his tone condescending. What's wrong, Cassius? Scared I might be better at this than you ever were? Or maybe you're afraid I might, stick a knife in your back? I slipped my hands into the pockets of my slacks and studied his irritated countenance. He scoffed. Be careful, sweetheart. Touch me and you'll regret it. I have something on Gabriel that you might be desperate to get your hands on. I hid my surprise behind a smirk. There was time for everything. I'll only say this once, Cassius, so listen up. When I'm done with all the fuckers that called themselves my husband's partners, no one, and trust me when I say this, no one will dare to cross my path. Not even you, father dearest. You finally got your wish, a daughter with balls. So, deal with it. Not giving him a chance to respond, I climbed into the back of the SUV. When Julian slid in next to me, I turned to him. What about the Malik woman? He gave me a small smile. Someone's looking into the case again. Why? I thought we put that to rest. There's a child involved. Cupping my neck, I rolled my neck from side to side. What child? Marco and Tony carried out your order like you asked, and the woman was killed. Unfortunately, she had a baby in the car with her. Tony couldn't get hold of you to find out what he should do and called your father. He instructed Tony to take the child to him. Tony did. The child's aunt has some private investigator working on the case, and he identified Tony's tattoo with the Salvatore crest. Wait, back up a second. My father asked Tony to bring the child to him. I asked, my curiosity piqued. Julian nodded. Why would he do that? Julian shrugged, looking just as baffled as me. Do we know anything about this investigator? Can he be bought? I hated complications. Blowing out a frustrated breath, I glanced out the window. I had the guys take some photographs and do a background on him. So far, we've turned up nothing. It's like he's a ghost. Goes by the name Zane Marone. I froze, my head swinging to Julian. Taking in my shocked expression, he frowned. Who? The word came out as a breathless whisper. Zane Marone. Do you? My voice broke and I swallowed hard. Picture? Julian searched his phone and held it out to me. Before I took the phone, I accepted that the name could be anyone. There were lots of Peters, Pauls, and Zanes in the world. Surely there wasn't just one Zane Marone. With my hand on the phone, I closed my eyes and drew in a deep breath. Almost like a little child when getting ready to make that birthday wish and blow out the candles. Only I wasn't making a wish. I was petrified how my body would react. One more inhale, and as I brought the phone close to my face, I opened my eyes. The whimper slipped out before I could stop it, as Gabriel's, my Zane's face taunted my vision. He hadn't changed much. Same longish hair, same mischievous smile, and I glanced away, my heart on kickstart mode as I tried to breathe. Tried to shut down the emotions I'd long forgotten. Tried to blank out the past. But it stared me right in the face, and I could do nothing but stare right back. Gianna? Are you okay? I looked up at Julian and slowly shook my head, and then the tears fell, and I was right back to being that innocent 17-year-old who fell in love with a man. Not a boy. Come here, sweetheart. Julian pulled me against his chest, and I went, seeking the comfort I needed, the comfort I deserved. 20 minutes later, when I could carry myself like a lady once more and not a child, I had Julian take us to Zane's apartment. While I waited in the car, Julian went up to scope out the place. Another 10 minutes and he was letting me into Zane's apartment after having bribed the building super with a wad of cash. The inside of the apartment was typically Zane. Clean, neat, everything perfectly set in its place and not a speck of dust to be found anywhere. The furniture was ultra-modern, with black, white, and silver being the predominant colors. My heels clicked against the dark wooden floors as I crossed to the bedroom. Black satin sheets beneath charcoal covers with large windows overlooking the beach. Nothing out of the ordinary for a man who was typically black and white. There were no photos or anything that would make the place look lived in, and I figured it was just a temporary rental. In the bathroom, I ran a hand over his toiletries, sniffing the familiar scent of his cologne and aftershave, and recalling how I loved the way he smelled in the morning, when he'd snuggle close to me after a shower, when he'd shake his wet hair in my face. What the fuck? This isn't a trip down memory lane. Remembering Julian's instructions not to touch anything, I quickly wiped down the bottles with a tissue and stuffed it in my jacket pocket. I then pulled out the note Julian had typed out at some random place to keep it untraceable, and stood it against the cologne bottle, figuring it would be the one place he would see it. At the front door, I paused to run a glance around the place before walking out. Maybe I'd see him again, maybe not. Now to find out about this child, before investigators hit my door looking for the woman's killer and open up all kinds of shit.
51. Zane. 33 years. You don't need to stay in a hotel, you know. You're more than welcome to stay at my place. After agreeing to stay in Chicago and help Jazz find her nephew, she was offering me a place to stay. I'm good, thanks. Phil's arranged an apartment for me. I sipped the whiskey she set in front of me. So, do you own this place or just work here? I waved a hand in the air to encompass the bar we sat in. She laughed. Silly story. I was crossing the street one day, in a hurry to get to an interview for a job I was eager to get. I passed this old man, and realizing he was walking way too slow that the traffic would start moving again by the time he reached the other side. Slowly I backtracked and started walking again at his pace. Weirdly, the other pedestrians did the same. While the drivers weren't happy, we got the man safely across. I never made it to the interview, and the next day walked into this bar with a friend to have a drink. Saw the old man at the bar, he recognized me, and we got talking. He offered me a job, and 6 months later, he passed on, leaving the bar and a large sum of money to me in his will. She downed her drink and set the bottle down. Serendipity? You believe in that? I asked. I do, because you never know where your destiny lies. While we may be the CEOs of our own destiny, if something is fated to happen, I believe it will. She studied my face for a moment, then asked, What about you? I'm not sure. Maybe some paths are meant to cross, maybe not. Is that serendipity? Who knows? I shrugged. I just believe that it doesn't matter what route you take, as long as it gets you to the right destination. Some routes might be difficult and filled with potholes, and some might have the best scenery, but if they both lead to the same place, it's lessons learned. Her chuckle was low and charming. I'm surprised you're a single man. I'd been too long without a woman, yet not ready for another. Rising, I smiled. Yeah, me too. I'll see you tomorrow. She nodded. As I walked out, I thought of her words, wondering if serendipity existed. It had been close to 3 years since Rhea walked out of my life, and if love and fate were connected, why hadn't I found her yet? Maybe she wasn't part of my destiny. 30 minutes later, as I walked down the landing toward the apartment, I stopped a few feet away from my door, slipped the Colt out of my side holster, and held it at ready as I approached the door. As a standard safety precaution, I always stuck a 2-colored strip of paper above my door, small enough that it is only noticeable if you know to look for it. The slip of paper I'd stuck in the door was there, but on the opposite side to the color I'd chosen today. Glancing around the landing in the only other apartment on the floor, I slipped my key in the lock and inched the door open, my steps tentative, I entered the apartment and did a slow room-by-room check. Last, I entered the bathroom. Nothing. Frowning, I stood at the threshold and switched gazes between the bedroom and bathroom. I sniffed the air. Someone was definitely in here. A familiar scent wafted up to my nose. I was sure it was lavender. Then I shook my head. You're fucking drunk, or it's too much of a coincidence. I was about to walk out when I turned and glanced behind me one more time. My gaze fell to the note standing up against my cologne bottle. I stiffened, every cell on high alert. Someone was here. I picked up the note and read it. If you want the child you're looking for, wait outside Jasmine Malik's apartment at precisely 10 a.m. on Wednesday. I flipped the note. Blank. How the fuck did someone know I was helping her? Apart from Phil and Jazz, no one else knew. Wednesday. The day after tomorrow. Still, time to rethink my decision if I decided to go. Walking back into the bedroom, I sniffed the air once more, but my entrance had shifted the stagnant air, or I was delusional. No other scent besides mine floated around me. As Kat would say, psych eval required. Stat. Grinning, I dropped to the bed.
52. Gianna, 22 years. Julian brought the car to a halt and I stared through the windshield at the soft lemon-colored house beyond the white picket fence and the little pink flowers creeping over the trellis beneath the windows. How quaint. When I was younger, I always imagined myself staying in a beautiful house like this with an attractive husband and 2 gorgeous little sons. All that was just a dream floating on a white cloud now. You want me to come in with you? Julian asked, dragging me out of my musings. No, it's okay. We don't want to overwhelm him. He nodded, and I climbed out of the vehicle. As I pushed past the white gate and walked up the garden path to the front door, I thought of my father and his manipulations. It didn't make sense that he'd kidnap this child after killing his mother and then just hand him over to a stranger to raise. My father always had an end game. I just couldn't put my finger on it. I knocked on the door and it opened almost immediately. A tiny hand curled around the door as it opened before a mop of black curls appeared, then 2 glittering eyes. Wow. I stared as 1 brown and 1 green eye gazed back at me. I'd never seen anything that fascinating before. Then his whole face appeared, christened by pink lips wide in a smile. As I stared at him, somewhere deep inside me, something stirred. A hidden ache I didn't understand on the first prick. Then he stepped out fully from behind the door, and I let my gaze wander over his Spider-Man t-shirt and navy blue shorts. Now I understood that pain. That deep-seated hurt my heart bled for the child I lost. My bottom lip quivered, and my eyes welled. Smiling, he beckoned for me to enter, and I bit my bottom lip to stem the flow of tears. I uttered a watery laugh and followed him, glancing around as I did. The cottage on the inside was just as quaint, with mismatched furniture and lots of flowery knickknacks. "What's your name?" I asked the boy, his chubby cheeks red, like he'd been pinched too often. "Well, hello there." I looked up, and the old lady with her gray hair, soft, wrinkly skin, and bright blue eyes, stepping through the archway, fitted perfectly with who'd I'd imagined the house to belong to. "You must be Gianna?" She offered me a hand, accompanied by a beaming smile. "Yes, Mary Beth?" I took her petite hand in a warm shake. She nodded. "Come, sit." She gestured to the brown leather couches, and I followed her. "What can I get you to drink, my dear?" "I'm good, thank you," I replied, taking a seat. The little boy sidled up to me and touched the bangles on my wrist. "Would you like to play with it?" He looked at me but didn't answer. "He doesn't speak," Mary Beth said, her eyes on the child before she glanced at me. "His name is Maddox. The gentleman who brought him to me asked that I take care of him. He pays me a good deal of money to make sure the child is happy, and, as you can see, he's a healthy boy." "May I ask, the gentleman that brought the child here, why did he bring him to you? And did he tell you anything about the child's parents?" Maddox jangled my bangles once more. He seemed to love the noise they made together. Removing 4 of the bangles, I handed them to him. He took them and immediately dropped to the floor next to my legs and began shaking the bangles. "I take care of foster kids," Mary Beth said. "Every year social services brings me 2 or 3 kids. Some stay for a year, some longer, until social services find good homes for them. As you can see, it's not state-of-the-art." She waved her hand in the air to encompass the room in her gesture. "I believe in comfort and a down-to-earth upbringing. The gentleman who brought the child to me, his wife used to be my volunteer contact at social services." At the mention of my mother, my eyes misted over. "I believe she passed on," Mary Beth continued, oblivious to my sorrow. I dabbed at the corners of my eyes. "He asked that I only raise this child for now, and in return, I'd be well compensated." Now I understood why my father brought the child to Mary Beth. What I didn't understand was why he took the child in the first place. When Julian did some digging around and found out where the child was being kept, not only was I surprised at his investigative techniques, but he'd secured the appointment with Mary Beth. How he managed that, I hadn't asked then. Now I knew. He'd probably accompanied my mother here on her visits. Did the gentleman say when he'd come back for Maddox? "He just said that he will continue to pay me as long as it takes. Nothing more." "Has Maddox been to a pediatrician to determine why he doesn't speak?" I watched him play. His fascination with the bangles made me smile. "Yes, the pediatrician seems to think it has to do with some trauma as an infant, and believes it will right itself when his body is ready. Although he loves to play the piano." I frowned. "How old is he?" I asked, thinking he looked a little too young to be playing the piano. She shook her head. "Because there were no papers and the gentleman couldn't give me much information other than he was found in an abandoned vehicle, the pediatrician believes him to be around 3 or 4 years old. So I call him my little genius Beethoven." She laughed. Maddox stood as if he'd heard his name, and then did the most surprising thing. He turned to me, placed his hands, one on each of my cheeks, and rubbed his nose against mine. A ragged breath dragged through my throat, and I barreled down the agonizing pain radiating through me. Then he kissed my lips, the warm touch so soft. This time I couldn't hold back the tears. They powered forward, and without thinking, I grabbed him to my chest and hugged him. When he finally wiggled out of my embrace, he giggled, his sound silent, then dropped back to the floor. I looked at the other woman, and her eyes were hazy. "He's never done that before. They say a child can sense warmth in a person," she whispered. I inhaled sharply to stop my tears and stood. Maddox was wrong. I wasn't a warm person. I was a killer. As if she sensed my inner turmoil, Mary Beth stood and reached for my hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. "To never fail can sometimes be more debilitating than failing just a little. Failure is not necessarily a bad thing. Everyone makes mistakes, good ones and bad ones, but the one that forgives first will find peace the fastest, even if the heart is heavy with vengeance." I frowned but heard myself asking, "What does that mean?" "Don't let your past corrupt your present to destroy your future. We are all professors of philosophy, Gianna, but it takes just one student to say, I heard you. I nodded, understanding her advice more than I expected. Did Julian explain our plan to return Maddox to his aunt? He did. Her smile was warm, as though she agreed. And you're okay with that? Children need to be with family. More importantly, they deserve to be with family that loves them. I will hand Maddox over to you, on the premise that he will be loved. Thank you. If his aunt hasn't given up searching for him for over a year, it tells me she loves him. Just let me know when to be ready. As I walked out of the house and down the path, I had no idea why I kept glancing over my shoulder, feeling like I'd left something behind. Maddox stood at the door, continuously waving to me until I walked out the gate and climbed into the SUV. The tears fell once more. Julian took one look at me, squeezed my hand, and started the engine. He let me cry.
53. Zane. 33 years. You sure you want to do this, Zane? Jazz asked, her tone lined with worry. I told her about the note I received yesterday, and we now stood in her apartment after going over Phil's case files to check for potential suspects who would have been aware of my involvement. Nothing. You finally have someone with information on your nephew. I should check it out. But you're going in blind. She bit her lip. And you underestimate my ability. Technically, I don't know what your ability is, remember? You're the most closed-off person I know. I grinned. If I tell you... Yeah, you'll have to kill me. Seen the movie. She rolled her eyes, laughing. Jokes aside, I don't want you walking into something that might get you killed. I'm grateful you're helping me find my nephew, but... Relax, Jazz. I've got this. Don't you find it strange, though, that they left the message for you and not me? I mean, he's my nephew. I wondered about it, but if someone is prepared to give me information instead, then I'm glad to help. Regardless, I remained wary that some fucked up shit from my past was about to hit the fan. If it was my time to go, then so be it. Quit worrying, Jazz. I can handle myself. Okay. She walked over to the couch, dropped into it, and reached for the remote. About that ball, changed your mind yet? Not my thing. 2 days ago, Jazz mentioned her friend had given her an invitation to a fundraising ball being held at some castle. The father couldn't make it, and he'd given it to his daughter. Well, if you change your mind, let me know. I still don't have a date, and my friend still isn't sure she can make it. Crossing my hands over my chest, I leaned my butt against the window ledge and asked, "What's so intriguing about this castle?" She wiggled her brows, grinning. If my sources are correct, it belongs to a mafia crime lord. It would be cool to see how these crime lords live because I love The Sopranos. It's a series about the mafia. I chuckled. You do know that's television, right? She shrugged. That's why I'm intrigued. I want to see how real life compares. Vigilant, my interest spun the other way. What does your friend's father do, anyway, to get an invite to that place? She leaned her head against the backrest and pulled her knees up to her chest, hugging them. I have no cooking clue. He's some big-shot businessman or something. Why do you ask? I rubbed my jaw, reminding myself that I needed a shave. While I was still coming out of my doldrums, and granted it had been years since Rhea disappeared, I neglected my appearance, sometimes going days without a shave. Just curious. I glanced at my watch. If my ride was punctual, I still had a good 15 minutes to go. Can I ask you a question? I looked up, frowning, then noticed the change in her expression, and I knew what was coming. I nodded. Who broke your heart? She asked. Okay, her question was different. Usually it was, why wasn't I interested in either dating or fucking a woman? What makes you think someone did? She licked her lips, and I could see the uncertainty in her eyes. For a good-looking guy, you never look at women. I mean, like admire them or even talk about them. I've seen you give women the cold shoulder so many times, I'm beginning to wonder if you're gay. She blurted the last part, her cheeks crimson. Laughing, I cupped the back of my neck and rolled the tension out of it. I'm not gay. And no one broke my heart. Well, I'm not sure if she did. I glanced out the window, wondering why I never moved on, why my heart was still stuck in the past, why I couldn't bring myself to be with another woman. True love tends to do that to a man, you know. I shifted my gaze back to her. What? Leaves you questioning yourself over and over. Leaves you lonely for a long time. Leaves you wondering if you'll ever move on. Been there. She fidgeted with her nail polish before lifting her head. Unlike you, he broke my heart, and it took me a long time to recover. Sorry. I didn't know what else to say. Thanks. It was a long time ago. I got up one day, said fuck it, and the rest, they say, is history. She laughed, flopping across the seat. Anyway, you and I can have a date night tomorrow if you're up for it. An all-expense-paid free dinner. I glanced at my watch and straightened. Time to go. I'll let you know about the free dinner. I paused with a frown. Didn't you say fundraising ball? She nodded. What's a mafia crime lord raising funds for? Guns, maybe? She snorted a laugh. Grinning, I walked out and reached the curb as a black SUV with blackout windows pulled up. The driver, a heavy, dressed in a dark suit and black button-down that screamed bodyguard, climbed out and came around the vehicle. Turn around with your hands behind your back, his deep, no-nonsense voice demanded. I did as he asked and grinned when he cuffed my hands with flex cuff, then did a quick pat-down. He slipped my Colt out from my waistband at the back of my pants and palmed it. Nice piece. Lose it and you'll fucking die, I growled. He grinned. Without the weapon? All I need is my bare hands, I scoffed. He was older than me by a good couple of years and experienced in maintaining a blank expression, or he wasn't easily intimidated. I went with the latter. He opened the back door and I climbed in, waiting to see who he was guarding. The vehicle was empty. Who am I meeting? I asked, when he slid in behind the wheel. He said nothing. Can I at least get your name, then? You know, common courtesy and all that shit. I was usually the manipulator in these kinds of situations. It seemed like someone had one up on me. This time. Julian, he replied, meeting my gaze in the rearview mirror and pulling me out of my silent rant. So who do you guard? I took another chance. All I got was silence. When Julian stopped outside a lady's boutique, my curiosity grew. Why the fuck were we having a clandestine meeting in a fashion store? And who the fuck was I meeting? Inside, the cool air from the aircon above the door blasted over me as I entered. Julian gestured for me to take a seat in front of a raised platform and secured my feet to the legs of the chair. What the fuck is this, a fashion show? I muttered. The man stood, gave me a blank look, and moved to the side of the platform. A moment later, the doors behind him opened, and someone stepped out. Holding up a hand, he moved, and the air caught in my throat. Slender fingers tipped with red nails slipped into his as a woman stepped up onto the platform with his help. I stared. Transparent red lace draped her body from her shoulders to a train behind her. Long lace sleeves covered her arms, ending in V over the back of her hands. A deep cleavage warranted a second glance. Her naked skin creamy ivory beneath the shimmering material. A red lace veil covered her face, the intricate design making it difficult to discern her features properly. I had no idea who I was looking at, yet an uncanny sixth sense hinted she was about to impact my life in some fucked up way. A fitter approached and began adjusting the woman's dress, and I watched as she pinned and tucked the material in several places until the woman was satisfied. Then she leaned down and whispered something to Julian. About fucking time. My lady asked what you think of her dress. It's her favorite color. Okay, not what I expected. Letting my gaze roll over her body as she did a slow turnabout, my cock gave a little twitch of appreciation. While I couldn't see her face, the woman had a stunning body, the figure hugger only serving to enhance the perfect shape. Ample tits, a rounded ass, flat stomach, and defined hips would attract a man's eyes and fuck with his imagination. If that wasn't enough, she moved. Like a red curtain about to reveal a surprise, the slit down the center of her dress parted from just below what I assumed would be a mouth-watering pussy, down to her fuck-me red heels, exposing shapely legs I'd want wrapped around my waist if I could figure who the fuck she was. "It's beautiful," I replied. The lady even more so. I could sense her eyes on me, and I clenched my fists, a second away from jumping onto that platform and ripping off that veil. "Why the secrecy?" I asked instead, biding my time. Plus, the binds were fucking tight as shit, cutting into my wrists each time I moved. Julian replied on his own this time. "In her world, she is in danger all the time, and the fewer people see her, the better for her safety." I cocked a brow, my annoyance peaking. Let's say I buy that bullshit. At my words, I caught her fists balling and her shoulders stiffening. I'd hit a sore point. Why drag me here? Why not just leave me a message or a fucking note? Slowly she turned, facing me. I watched her chest rise and fall in quick succession. A full minute passed between us glaring at each other through a shield of lace, and my curiosity clashed with my need to stay calm for Jazz. The woman leaned down and whispered to her bodyguard. "Because sometimes what you see can exist, Mr. Marone," Julian said. "What the fuck does that mean?" I barked, earning a deathly stare from the man. Shaking my head, I dropped my gaze to my shoes. Then I frowned. Those words. I'd used them before. Not the same, but similar, and close enough to challenge each other. My eyes widened as the memory came flooding back. That night etched into my brain like a fucking dagger to my heart. My head shot up, the name on the tip of my tongue. The woman was gone. Where the fuck is she? I struggled against the binds. Julian merely crossed his arms over his chest. The fucker had no idea what I could do to him. He might be a large man, but I always believed agility outweighed size. "I need to speak to her," I roared. He didn't budge. Puffing out my cheeks on an exhale, I calmed down. "Look, it's important. I need to speak to her. Please." "All in good time," he offered. I growled my dissatisfaction, and he shrugged. "Do you want that child returned to you, Mr. Marone?" I swallowed down the blasphemous curses, performing a cult dance on my tongue, as the fitter looked at me from across the room. "Yes." "Good." He moved closer, his expression cautioning me to agree. "Then you will do as we say, or forget this meeting ever happened. Understood?" I nodded. "Can I ask you something?" My voice a little calmer, my unstable heartbeat not so much. "Sure." Withdrawing a knife, he crouched and cut the flex cuffs, keeping my ankles secured. "How long have you worked for her?" I wasn't sure whether that was the best question to ask, but it seemed like the place to start. His hand on my arm, I stood and allowed him to guide me to his vehicle out front. "She was 4 when I first came into her life, and have been there since." This time he held open the passenger door, up front open, and I climbed in. "What's her name?" I asked, as he slid behind the wheel. His chuckle was low. "You're a clever man, Mr. Marone, and you'll probably figure shit out." He glanced at me as the engine purred to life. "Sometimes, though, you just need to let things play out." At my frown, he added, "The world is full of corrupt people with hidden agendas, but there are times when you find the odd person who just wants the truth." I wasn't sure if he was referring to me or generalizing. "What do you mean?" He eased the truck into traffic and shifted his gaze between me and the road. "The truth will either set you free or kill you. Be careful who you mess with, because not everything is black and white. There might be spots of red in between. And I'm sure you know what the color of blood is, right?" You sound like a goddamn mystery channel. "You're not making sense," I grunted. He laughed. "I never do. And it's one reason she trusts me with everything." "Who?" "Gianna." "Is that her name?" I asked. He nodded, and my heart deflated. Not the name I was hoping to hear. When the SUV rolled to a stop outside my apartment 30 minutes later, the man withdrew his knife, severed my binds, and handed me back my gun. Now what? Staring out the windshield, he tapped his forefinger on the wheel, and I got the feeling he was choosing his words. Then he looked at me. "She wants you to spend the night with her." What the fuck? My laugh was incredulous. She hides her face from me and now wants to spend the night with me? How the fuck is that going to work? I shook my head. I fuck hard, Julian, but I'm not into kinky shit. I didn't think the man had it in him to laugh, and when he did, I had to smile. "That's her deal. You spend the night with her, and the child will be delivered to you at the airport the next day." I eyed the man, my mind on a bender. Why the airport? "To protect the child. He'll be flown in and handed directly to you. Gianna will then get on that flight for her return home." "And where is home?" "Nice try." He grinned. I didn't know the man, yet I felt like we'd get on well if we were friends. "So what's it going to be?" While I found her request strange, the idea of a hot fuck with a beautiful woman didn't seem like a bad deal. I balked. She doesn't have a penis or 3 breasts or some weird fetish that she's seeking casual sex with some random stranger as payment, does she? His brow creased, expression solemn. Julian eyed me for a moment before he threw back his head and let out a belly laugh. "You saw that dress? How would she hide any of those?" He paused to laugh before continuing. "Those extra things." He shook his head, sobering. "While I am against this, she has her reasons, and trust me, she's beautiful inside and out. Although, you'll only see it if you get to know her." He didn't strike me like a man who'd perv on his younger female boss, and I said, "You care for her, don't you?" His eyes on the road outside, he replied, "Like a daughter." He looked at me. "I'll protect her with my life." The last part came out as a promise. I didn't doubt. What if I refuse her request? His shoulders lifted in a slight shrug. "No deal, then?" "You can't be serious." I ran a hand through my hair. "A woman's nephew is missing and you're playing with his life," I snapped. "He's safe," Julian replied, his voice just as stern, and confirmed they knew the whereabouts of the child. "Look, it's not a bad deal. I'm sure you fucked a stranger, haven't you? There are only 2 ways it can go. Good or bad." "You sound like a suspicious salesman selling me shit I don't want." That was a lie. I wouldn't mind fucking her if it helped the child. I was, however, more intrigued to meet the face behind the veil. He smirked, further annoying me. "By when do I need to give you an answer?" "Tomorrow night." He started the engine, a hint I should get the fuck out of the vehicle. I climbed out, and as I walked around, I realized I had no way of contacting him. "How do I?" "Go to that ball, Mr. Marone." He was already driving away before his words registered. How the fuck did he know about the ball? Jesus, what the fuck was going on? I dragged both hands down my face and entered the building. Going to that ball would probably give me the answers I needed and thrill the fuck out of Jazz. 54. Zane. 33 years. Sometimes living just isn't enough without love, especially when you've loved before, and it leaves you with a cold, unfeeling emptiness of not knowing, of not caring, and eventually of just a day-to-day existence. Then you see something that reminds you there may be a life after losing love, a light at the end of the tunnel that beckons to your heart like a beacon of hope on a sea gone wild. A sense of not understanding, but wanting. Of feeling when you're not supposed to. Of being pulled without grasping the sixth sense that tingles at your nape. And knowing if you don't listen to it, you might cease to exist. That was what was happening to me right now as I glanced across the room and watched Julian's boss descend the spiral staircase into the ballroom. Every inch of her screamed sophistication, a beauty so magnetic she captivated the entire room. Even without knowing what her face looked like, there was no denying that beneath that white mask, a loveliness unmatched existed. Like a bee drawn to the sweetest nectar in a field of delectable flowers, I couldn't take my eyes off her, and what surprised me more was my body's reaction. My cock didn't harden or twitch, my balls didn't tighten or ache. No, the effect on my body was how my heart thumped a subtle boom that seemed to grow in resonance with each step forward. And that was the other thing. I didn't know my feet were moving, drawn of their accord toward her. When she descended the last step, people immediately gathered around her, but I waited because, unlike everyone else, I didn't want to share my space with her. I wanted just the two of us, alone, in a room together, sharing the same air, letting our inhales fuse into one before we exhaled on agreement. Fuck. I ran a hand through my hair. The last time I'd felt this drawn to someone was the first evening Rhea said a simple hi. Shaking my head, I turned away from the circle of people around the beautiful woman, the host, no doubt. I stilled my thumping heart, vowing to meet her alone. And my time came. All through the evening I watched her. Not once, though, did her mask slip. Unlike everyone else who'd removed their masks now and then, hers remained in place, not sharing a hint of her face beneath. Then she rose, and wishing the people at her table good night, she walked off, the train of her red-laced dress following at a steady pace, as if it was afraid moving too fast might trip her up. I followed. When she reached the first passage, away from the ballroom, her bodyguard, not Julian this time, paused in his trail. He watched her walk away, and then turned to face me, his stance protective. Loosening my hands at my sides, I was ready to take him on. Nothing was going to stop me from meeting that woman. Not because of the child, or her desire to spend the night with me. Because I had to know who she was, for my fucking aching heart to settle. When he took a step forward, he pressed a finger to the comms in his right ear, and with a subtle nod, gestured for me to proceed. Although I didn't have her in sight, the click of her heels echoing down the silent halls acted as my guide. Until it stopped. I halted my steps, looking right, then left, before a soft swoosh like water falling caught my ear. It came from the passage to my right. I walked down until the space gave way to an arch. I stepped through, impressed by the beauty of the indoor/outdoor pool setup. Attracted by the movement in the water, I stared. She'd stepped into the pool still dressed, and now her lithe form cut across the water with smooth perfection. I waited for her to reach the opposite end. Like a phoenix rising, she surfaced. The subtle sequins in the red dress shimmered against the light as she slowly stepped out of the water. Mesmerized, I stared, watching the water cascade down her body, revealing the snug fit of the dress now that it was wet. Long black hair plastered to her back, reached her waist. With her back to me, I couldn't see if she was still wearing her mask. Raising her hands, she swept it over her hair, smoothing it to her scalp and back. As she stepped up the last stair, her dress began sliding down her body, exposing a trim waist, rounded ass cheeks, shapely thighs, and toned calf muscles, before it pooled at her feet. Slowly my eyes drifted up while she was turning around. Our gazes locked. The sear of 1,000 knives pricked my heart, one by one, until my chest tightened from the inability to breathe. My body grew light, weightless. I swallowed hard to anchor the feet I couldn't feel. Rhea. The name floated past my lips on a shaky exhale. Hello, Zane. She walked toward me, picking up a towel on her way and wrapping it around her naked body, but all I could see was that face. That beautiful face. I'd never forget, even if I lost my memory. Rhea. I'd say it 1,000 times, and it still wouldn't stop the shiver of happiness racing through my body. Hi. I finally managed another word. You can stop staring now. Her tone held none of the childish innocence I knew so well. She sounded unbelievably mature. I stared, wondering whether those full pink lips would widen in that familiar curl, a smile that had, on many occasions, made me go weak in the knees whenever she wanted something. "What happened to you, Rhea?" I took a step toward her, and she held up a hand, stopping me. I frowned, my earlier excitement making a quick exit, leaving annoyance in its place. "Rhea died a long time ago, Zane." I recognized the hardness in her eyes. After her disappearance, it was the same look I saw reflected at me when I looked in the mirror. So what the fuck should I call you then? This wasn't the woman I'd fallen in love with, or loved me in return.
Gianna Mancini.
Unsure whether Julian had lied about her name, I hid my surprise, wondering if I should bother asking her more questions.
The deal was for a fuck in return for the child, who would have been delivered to you at the airport tomorrow. You can go now if you're not interested.
The cold dismissal wrapped my heart in icy frustration. I've been going out of my fucking mind since you disappeared, and that's all you give me. I didn't stop the biting steel to my tone.
What else do you want, Zane? A cuddle for old time's sake, perhaps? A fucking hallelujah because you found me?
Jesus fucking Christ. Who the fuck are you and what have you done to my wife? I barked.
As I said, she died a long time ago.
I drew in a frustrated exhale and tried a different approach. Why are you doing this?
Because I can.
God, this woman was infuriating with her almost monosyllabic answers. Jesus, Rhea, what happened to you? Have you become the offspring of the devil? Like father, like daughter, perhaps? Because I have no fucking clue who the man claiming to be your father was. Her eyes narrowed to green slits.
Trust me, even the devil wouldn't be able to spawn the evil I've become. And the name's Gianna. Rhea doesn't exist anymore. Seems like she never did.
Why do you believe Rhea never existed? She did for me. I took a step forward. She uttered a caustic laugh.
No, Zane. You used her just like all the others.
What the fuck? I never used you. I loved you, always will. Then her words registered. What others? What happened to her to stem such vehemence? Talk to me, please.
Save it for someone who cares.
I flinched at the venom in her words.
If you're done talking, there's the door. You can go back to your little girlfriend and play house.
My brow furrowed. Knowing I wasn't going to get anything out of her, I took a step back. What about her nephew? She shrugged.
No deal. You didn't keep up your end.
My hand flew through my hair. Why are you doing this? I repeated. Her once sparkling green eyes resembled icebergs I doubted any cold region could compare.
Because I can. Power, money, beauty. I have it all.
Bullshit. I barked out a laugh. For someone who never bothered with money, beauty, or power, I couldn't believe this was the same woman I'd loved more than life itself. The sweet, innocent Rhea, whose lightest touch could ignite my passion faster than a flick of a match. The woman I'd wanted to bear my children and never got a chance to.
So would you like to fuck?
Her not-so-subtle question pulled me out of my musings. I might love this woman, but right now I felt no warmth, no arousal for her, just plain confusion. I'm in a relationship. I wouldn't call what I had with Jazz a relationship. We kissed once, and it was just because we were drunk after dinner. Even though we'd become good friends, I'd felt unsettled ever since. Now, using it as an excuse, I hoped it would ignite some jealousy, some feeling from the woman standing in front of me. That's not what I got.
And I care why. The fact that you chased after me doesn't say much about your relationship, does it?
She cocked her head to one side, those green spheres a toss-up between heat and something I couldn't fathom.
What did you tell her about the deal?
Nothing. I clenched my fingers to keep from shouting out. I needed to bring Rhea back. She'd loved my dominance before. Maybe that would work. I swore to protect you, Rhea, but you disappeared on me. Not even a call to let me know you were okay. I needed to shake that hard act. Having done it before with her, I knew how to. I took a step forward. Her steel veneer didn't budge. Is that what you want to do now? Protect me? No. Eyebrow raised, I took another step and she stepped back. Good. I saw the distinct falter in her expression. Just so you know. Her voice broke, and she cleared her throat. I can take care of myself. Another step, and I watched her feet slide back before I lifted my gaze to hers. I guess in a world full of these types of criminals you associate with, you probably can. But I don't think you can handle every powerful man. She blinked, a slight crumble to that confidence. You're powerful, and I can handle you. Me? I smirked. One perfectly shaped brow arched. Why? You think I don't stand a chance against you? That I'm not strong enough to take you on? Irritation lined her words, yet not enough to hide the fact she knew who she was dealing with. I widened my lips in a slow smile. I didn't say that. Maybe you don't know this, but I pretty much made Vincenzo Salvatore my bitch, and he's one of the most powerful men in the world. She bit out, and another crumble fell. Vincenzo Salvatore was a widely known mafia head, with strong ties in just about anything and everything. Regardless, the man was as private as they come. No one knew anything about his personal life, so I wondered what her relationship was with him. Yeah, but I know you like he never would. What does that mean? She growled at me. I guessed me attacking her power didn't sit well with her. You think I wouldn't think twice to kill you? I let my tongue roll over my bottom lip, and her eyes followed the trail. No, I replied. Really? She asked. I nodded. Why is that? Because you loved me once. My words were low, meant to appeal to the woman I once knew. Hate to break it to you, but I'm smarter now. I didn't miss the kick of sarcasm to her words. I know how to use my fists. It sure as hell works a lot better than my heart. I'm trained, skilled, and fast. And I'm faster. She narrowed her eyes at me. Yeah, then prove it. I took another step forward, and she backward. How? Without a word, her right fist shot out, and I caught it before it could connect with my jaw. Her left fist followed just as quickly, and I caught that too. Holding her hands rigid in front of her chest, I pulled her close until our noses touched. Our eyes met and her brow creased, as if questioning what she was feeling right now. And fuck, I wanted her to feel. To remember what we had. I released her hands, and she immediately kicked out a leg which I deflected with my fingers linked. She kicked out the other just as quickly, and I blocked it just as easily. Frustration blowing out through hard exhales, she retaliated with a series of hits with both hands and legs. My movements were quick and sure. I hindered every attempt with a well-timed block. Then grabbing her wrists, I swung her around and nudged her up against a wall with her hands pinned behind my back. Her chest lifting and falling in rapid succession, she fought my hold. Tugging her towel until it loosened and slid down, I pressed my body into hers, while still keeping her trapped. I dropped my nose to her neck, inhaling her sweet lavender scent. Some things never changed. I brushed the shell of her ear with my lips. She shivered, and I could see the goosebumps forming on her naked skin. Still, she fought me. You've proved your fucking point. Now let me go. No. I kept my voice low, teasing the skin where her neck met her shoulder with my lips. I missed you. Well, I didn't. Her voice broke on the words, telling me she wasn't as immune to my touch as she would have liked me to believe. Are you going to tell me what I did to earn such hatred from you? Holding both her hands with one of mine, I slipped my free hand down to caress her thighs. She squirmed, but I didn't stop. You left me, remember?
Amazing how men always think they're superior to women. Dictate and she'll follow. Sorry to disappoint you, Zane. She pushed back my hold, but I didn't release her. I never dictated anything to you. I moved my hand to the inside of her thigh, and she pressed them together. You sure about that? Yes. I forced one of my legs between hers and jerked her thighs apart. Then care to tell me how my virginity was taken? She hissed, and I wasn't sure if it was from anger or my fingers grazing her heated skin. I chuckled. That's a lame example, and you know it. Get the fuck away from me, she bit out. Tell me, Rhea, since you feel nothing for me. I rolled the tip of my tongue along the width of her shoulder. If I slipped my hand between your thighs right now, would I find your pussy? I let my tongue move further up, skimming the shell of her ear, aching to be touched. I whispered in her ear. She shivered. Or maybe begging for my cock to sink deep into that hot cunt of yours. I sucked her earlobe into my mouth, and she whimpered. To fill it up, stretch you wide. I let my fingers graze her pussy, and her hips bucked. Or maybe weeping for my mouth. To lick it. I slid a finger through her slit, and she shook. Maybe suck it, or bite it. I slipped my finger into her pussy. Her breathing labored. Go home, Zane. There's nothing here for you. Her voice broke on the words. Wrong, baby girl. I slipped another finger inside her, and her breath caught in her throat. You and me, we go together like fuck and you. I began a slow pump. She tried to bite back the moan, but I heard it. So kill me, hurt me, kiss me, or suck me. I don't care, but whatever you do, I'm going to fuck you every chance I get until you remember you're mine, until you remember Rhea and my love for her. Because I love you, always have, and always will. Starting now. I dragged my tongue along her neck, my cock aching to feel her warm pussy once more.
55. Gianna, 22 years. Never, I hissed. My plan to teach Zane a lesson had backfired. I was strong, but he was stronger. I was determined, but he was resolute. I should have known better than to challenge him. Zane took what he wanted, and right now he was making me go weak in the knees, like he'd done on so many occasions before. And that's not what I wanted or what I needed. I needed him to feel pain. Instead, he had me in a grip I couldn't get out of. You have no fucking right to touch me, I hissed, my hips flexing of their own accord to match his pumping rhythm. My mind and mouth might fight him, but my fucking pussy ignored the damn text message. His chuckle was low, arrogant. Then he pulled out of my pussy and grabbed my hair. Still keeping my hands pinned at my back, he angled my head, forcing my eyes to meet his. His expression, a fusion of mirth and blatant arousal. I might have wanted to fuck with his mind, but that look alone told me he planned to fuck me every way he could. Let me remind you that you're my fucking wife, baby girl. His grip tightened on my hair, and I bit down on the wince. You came back to me, which means either you love me or my cock. Don't flatter yourself, I scoffed. I don't. Now spread your fucking legs. Your pussy and I have a fuck date. He released my hands and my palms fell to the tiled wall, the cool a welcome contrast to my heated skin. I heard the swoosh of his zipper sliding down and braced for the hard shove of his cock. Instead, he rolled the thick length along my pussy lips, from front to back. And like a wicked taunt, every inch of my body pricked to attention, alive and unchecked. He bit my shoulder, and I cried out. He swung me around, and I squirmed. Grabbing my ass, he lifted me against him and pressed my back into the wall. Crashing his lips to mine, ravishing me like a starved animal, and I unashamedly responded, kissing him back just as hard, our tongues dueling for dominance. But once again, where I was powerful, Zane was all-consuming, and tongue, teeth, and lips swayed every breath I took. "Wrap your legs around me, Rhea," he demanded against my lips, and I did. Keeping one hand on my ass, he cupped my breast with the other, pinching my nipple between his fingers, the pressure changing with each roll, and I moaned when he tweaked harder. He dragged his lips down the side of my neck, sucking hard until I groaned. He was fucking marking me. He dropped lower, sucking a nipple into his mouth and biting down. I cried out. Leaning back, his glazed eyes reflected the dark arousal in mine. "Fuck, Rhea, I can't be gentle right now," he warned, breathing hard, his lips skimming over my jaw, nipping with his teeth and licking with his tongue. "I want it," I hissed. "I'll hurt you," he gritted, trying to control his need, but I wanted him to lose control, because when Zane lost control, he fucked like a man born for dominating pussy. Hard cock, deep thrusts, and perfect rhythm. "I want it, Zane. Now. Fuck me." I pushed the jacket off his shoulders and ripped his shirt down the front, buttons popped, hitting the floor in soft pings. Shoving his shirt off, I gripped his shoulders. It was sheer torture, the way my body ignited, the way every muscle ached, my insides pulling taut as arousal slicked my thighs. Then he dropped my legs, and I blinked in confusion. "On your knees." "That's not what I want," I hissed, my control slipping. He lifted a brow, arrogance swimming in those light browns. "It's what I want, baby girl. Now drop to your fucking knees and suck my cock, if you want me to fuck you." Glaring at him, I lowered to my knees. "Make me come and I'll leave you hanging." "Really?" I gritted. "You heard me." That smirk for days, he slid both hands into my hair. "Suck my cock, but if you make me lose control, I won't give you what you want." Before I could sufficiently react, his hands fisted my hair, and he thrust his cock into my mouth, forcing it all the way back to my throat, causing me to gag until my lungs begged for air. Beautiful. My eyes lifted to meet his as I tried to swallow, but he pulled out and shoved back in so hard and fast I couldn't catch a breath. My spit thickening in my mouth, the perfect lubricant for his thick girth, and he took full advantage. Forcing my head back against the wall, his grip tightened on my hair as he held me in place. "Don't move, baby girl," he ordered. Then he began fucking my mouth, pushing in and pulling out and setting the pace. I didn't move, consumed by the taste of him, mesmerized by the picture of him with his head thrown back, his lips parted slightly, his face pure ecstasy, low guttural groans vibrating through my body, and it made me wet that I did that to him. Unable to resist, I lapped my tongue around his length, and he bucked. "Fuck, Rhea. You do that, and I'll come," he growled, glaring down at me. Cheeky, I arched a brow, and on the next shove of his cock, I hollowed out my cheeks and sucked harder, twirling my tongue around his cock each time he pulled out. "Fuck," he cursed, released my hair, and with his palms flat against the wall above my head, he fucked my mouth, harder and faster, my gag reflex unable to keep up, his groans growing in tempo. Just when I felt his cock pulse, he jerked out of my mouth. "Jesus." He was breathing hard as he grabbed my arms and pulled me up. His eyes on me, he hooked his arms under my thighs, lifted me, and stretched me wide open, his cock nudging my entrance. "Can I fuck you bare, baby girl?" I nodded. "Good. You were my last." He winked, his words stunning me. "Now ease my cock into that hot, wet cunt. I want to fuck you like tomorrow doesn't exist. His fingers on my thighs, tightening their grip to keep me stretched. I reached down between us and eased his cock into me. My groan was low, his louder. I guided him up to the head, and then he thrust forward, sinking deep inside me in a hard slam, my back hitting the wall with the impact. "Oh, God, Zane!" I cried out, clamping around his thick, pulsating girth. He pulled out and slammed in, as if in punishment. My back hit the wall again. I shook, my nails sinking into his shoulders, rigid with exertion. "You feel so fucking good, Rhea." He buried his face between my neck and shoulder, and my arms tightened around his neck. "You're mine, baby girl." He lifted his head, his eyes meeting mine, the promise in there unmistakable and unbreakable. Always was, and always will be. "Yes." I didn't think, just whispered, because deep down, I knew that while I might fight him, while I might not trust him, he was right. I was his. Always was and always will be. And as if he read my silent thoughts, he sealed his promise with a kiss that burrowed deep into my soul, leaving it so fragmented, only he would bring the pieces back together. Whether I admitted it or not, I wanted him to. Our tongues, a silent tango of promises, his thrusts grew fiercer, harder, more desperate as he pounded into me. His hips flexing vigorously, our breaths fusing, our moans flowing into each other in perfect harmony. "Come for me, Rhea." And like some invisible connection, my body bowed to his command and exploded, taking me along for the ride, and all I could do was succumb to a release that shook me from the core outward. I whimpered against the pleasure surging through my veins, holding on to him. "That's it, baby girl," he whispered against my lips, slipping his tongue deep inside my mouth, rocking his body into me in delicate encouragement. No longer pounding ferocity until I felt his cock throb inside me and his orgasm rip through his body. He stilled as though savoring the moment before his body convulsed and went limp, leaving me sated and exhausted. When his eyes sought mine again, I wasn't sure what he was asking of me. I only knew I had to walk away. We belonged to two different worlds now. I was no longer Rhea Singh, whose heart he'd betrayed, shattered by taking the people she loved. I was Gianna Salvatore, and I didn't bow down to men. I fucked, just like them. "Thanks for the fuck." I pushed against his chest. Startled, he released me. Yet, unlike Salvatore, I wasn't sure I would have pulled the gun on Zane. "You know the way out?" With a quick toss of my hair, I walked out, while struggling to keep a rein on my heart, because Zane fucking Marone owned it.
56. Zane. 33 years.
Leaning against the car, I watched the private jet taxi down the runway. Despite the warm weather, Rhea's cold dismissal last night had left me empty and my heart encased in an icebox, ready to crack. Over the years, I'd been comfortable with what I did and being on my own. Yet the loneliness that crept over me was nothing like I'd ever felt before. While a part of me wanted to get the fuck out of here, the other part knew I had to see this through with Jazz. After all, I'd promised to help her, and I sure as fuck keep my promises. "You okay?" Jazz sidled up to me and rubbed my arm. I nodded. "You don't seem like yourself after last night." "I'm good," I shrugged, letting my gaze fall to the tarmac. Jazz had become a good friend, and her keen perception made me a target for sympathy I didn't want. "I'm here if you want to talk. You know that, right?" Again she tried. I nodded.
You ready to meet your nephew? I asked. 15 minutes later as the door to the jet opened.
As ready as I'll ever be. Oh, shit.
She scrambled around to the passenger side, sticking almost half her body through the window, and retrieved the stuffed toy she'd brought with her. Got it. She waved the blue elephant around like a school kid, making me smile. We both looked toward the jet as Julian descended with a little boy in his arms. My gaze shifted, and my heartbeat stilled for just a moment as I waited for Rhea to exit. She didn't. Disappointed, I dropped my gaze and focused on the little boy who seemed to be bouncing with excitement over the planes. Julian laughed with him, and I was glad the child wasn't intimidated by the plane ride. As he drew closer, Jazz took a few hesitant steps forward. She glanced back at me, and I saw the fear in her eyes. I figured she was scared the child wouldn't take to her.
What if he doesn't come to me?
She whispered out the side of her mouth, verbalizing my thoughts. Just smile and be yourself. I winked. Julian stopped a few steps away, greeted me with a nod, and set the little boy on the floor. The child's earlier excitement morphed into hesitation. He looked from Julian to Jazz. Then she knelt.
Hey, sweetheart. Do you remember this little fella?
She held up the elephant, and I could almost hear her silent prayer for him to say yes. It leaped off her stiff shoulders like a fucking Olympic high jumper, and I wanted to reach down and calm her. The child's gaze shifted then, and he looked at me. I smiled, noticing his 2 different colored eyes, green and brown. That was something you didn't see every day. His gaze dropped to my Rolex, and I grinned. Good taste, buddy. Jazz was still trying to coax him to take the elephant. Sensing her disappointment, I crouched, unclipped my Rolex, and held it out. Without hesitation, he ran to me, took the Rolex, and dropped to the ground. I chuckled.
Either he has good taste or he has a fascination with watches.
Jazz groaned through her smile. He responds to the name Maddox. I think he's fascinated with anything around the wrists for some reason, Julian offered. He did the same to us on the plane.
I wonder why.
Jazz scratched her brow, her lips puckered in concentration. He doesn't speak, Julian said, and all our gazes dropped to the little guy. According to the lady he's been with, the doctor said infancy trauma, and he'll develop on his own time. He's a pianist, though. So you're a little baby genius, I asked, rolling the back of my finger down his cheek. Abruptly, he stood, placed a hand on each of my cheeks, and rubbed his nose against mine. Surprised, I laughed and rubbed my nose over his. Then he kissed me on the lips, and I felt the strangest warmth in my chest, a firm grasp on my heart I'd never felt before.
I think he likes you,
Jazz teased. Maddox went back to playing with my watch. Ruffling his hair, I straightened and leaned against the car. Julian handed her the duffel he was carrying. That's his clothes, papers Gianna has made for him in case you have any issues, and some toys. At the mention of Rhea's other name, I glanced over at the jet, and my breath caught in my throat. In a simple white sleeveless dress, she stood at the door, reminding me of the innocent Rhea I once knew. I waited for her to look at me, but her gaze remained fixed on something behind me. Curious, I glanced behind me, but couldn't see anything. Given her height, she could probably see something I didn't. I looked her way once more, and this time, our gazes locked, and my lips widened in a slow smile. That far out, I couldn't read the look in her eyes, and I wanted to see if it still held the coldness from last night, or had she warmed up enough to tell me what I'd done to make her angry with me. Why don't you go on over and say hi? Julian suggested, dragging my gaze to him. When I didn't move, he added, What's the worst she can do? Close the fucking door in my face? He chuckled. One person always has to be flexible in a relationship, son. Women, I cursed, earning a reproachful scowl from Jazz. Without a word, I headed for the plane, and while I expected her to go back inside, I was surprised to see her run down the stairs and toward me, her hands waving.
My heart rate kicked, and every inch of me fired up with elation. I didn't need to read her eyes. Her wave said it all. She reached the bottom stair, and then she was running toward me. Like a mid-flight tennis ball, the momentum bounced off her and headed my way. My legs reacted on instinct, my lips unable to hide the laugh. I ran toward her. It was only as we drew closer I noticed she wasn't laughing but frowning. Her eyes weren't smiling, but panicking. "Zane!" she screamed. I could barely hear her as a plane took off. I picked up speed, and as we neared each other, she held out her arms. I did the same, only when we stopped, breathing hard and holding each other at length, she grabbed my arms, flipping us around, and screamed, "No!" The next few moments my brain recorded in slow motion. I saw the fear in her eyes a second too late, my ears catching the zing and a crack of a sound I recognized. Barrett M82 sniper rifle. Ria's body jerking on impact. My arms banding around her waist, her head falling backwards, her eyes wide with panic and tears, my vision hazing, my head shaking from side to side, my heart fragmenting in my chest, my voice screaming a silent sound I couldn't hear, blood turning her white dress red, Julian yanking her from my arms, screaming, "Go!" Declan grabbing my arm and pulling me away. Then, silence. "Gabriel!" Declan yelled. I opened my eyes, focusing on him. Then realization dawned. We were in a car, moving away. I glanced back at the ascending plane. I looked down at my hands. Blood. My blood. No, Ria's blood. I looked back through the rear windshield. The airport was in the distance. What happened? Shit, man. I'm sorry. He was trying to comfort me. What the fuck happened, Deck? Steel lined my tone. He shoved 2 hands through his hair. I'm sorry, he kept repeating. I grabbed the front of his shirt, twisting. Then I pulled back. He was wearing sniper greens. What the fuck happened, Declan? I asked again. You have 1 fucking second. It's not his fault, Gabe. Only then did I notice that Sam was driving, his worried gaze on me. Pull the fuck over, Sam, I growled, and he did. As soon as the vehicle screeched to a halt, I jumped out, followed by Sam and Declan. I moved to tackle Declan, but Sam stepped in front of me. Let me explain, he said. My eyes, dark with murderous intent, stared at him. We'd been tracking Gianna Salvatore for a year, but we had no confirmed facial recognition for her. Declan intercepted a code to take out Gianna at her meetup today. When it came in, he signed in to take the hit. Up until she stepped out of that plane, we didn't know what Gianna looked like. Nobody did. On the field, the code changed. He went quiet, and I knew what it had changed to. Me. Behind him, Declan's eyes were raw with unshed tears. I balled my fists, veins popping in my forearms from the exertion. You signed in to take the hit on me? I swear, Gabe, I had no fucking idea she was Ria, and then when I saw you crossing the tarmac and the code changed, I figured I'd miss. I didn't know she'd swing you around. Fuck, man. I'm telling you, I had a clear sight to miss. I had to make it look legit, Gabe. Please, you have to believe me. You know how this works. I turned my back on him. Yes, I knew. Always a fucking snag with TRA. If Declan withdrew on the hit, a second sniper, location undisclosed, would have taken it in his place. He had to take the shot to make it look real. Who called the hit on me? We think it's FBI, but Declan needs to do a run. Where's Ria? I snapped. The man she flew in with. Got her into the jet and took off, Sam replied. Confirmed kill? I asked, my body rigid with tension, not wanting to hear the answer, but I had to. When they didn't respond, I swung around. I need a fucking answer.
I gritted out. "I'm sorry, Gabe," Declan whispered, his words telling me what I needed to know. "Confirmed," Sam replied. "No." I pivoted sharply, my arm swinging wide and crushing through the rear passenger window of the SUV. I didn't care that my knuckles stung and bled, or that my arm shuddered from the impact, pulling a muscle. I didn't care when I kicked out a leg and my Italian leathers connected with the front passenger door of the SUV. "Gabriel," Sam began. "It's Zane Marone from now on. Don't fucking call me." I walked away. "Gabe, please," Declan yelled. "Please. I'm sorry." I didn't look back, but my heart tore for both Declan and Rhea. I needed time. To rant, to mourn, to heal. Yet I knew that to live again would take ages. To love again would take forever. Because I didn't deserve love, because not only did I hurt people, I hurt the ones I loved even more.
57. Vincenzo, 39 years. The squeal of tires outside the beach house had me striding to the door. I opened it, and Julian rushed inside with Gianna in his arms, her white dress red with blood. "What the fuck happened?" I growled. "Sniper hit." Julian looked flustered, or he was just trying to hold his emotions in check. "Back room," I ordered. "I need to get Dr. Lipschitz." "On his way," he called over his shoulder as a second set of tires screeched to a stop. Marco, Rosanna, and Dr. Lipschitz rushed in and hurried behind Julian without a word to me. Shutting the door, I followed to the in-house medical facility I had on the property. When I entered, Gianna was already face down on the bed and Rosanna snipping off her dress while Marco assisted the doctor to assemble his equipment. Julian was pacing, shoving his hand through his hair every few seconds. I knew until the doctor examined her and began working on her, there was nothing we could do. Rosanna was a trained nurse and accustomed to handling this shit. Marco was good at following orders, and Dr. Lipschitz, a family doctor, was equipped to handle the worst shit in my family. "Julian, let's go." "I can't leave her," he began, and I shook my head. One of us had to be strong, and I knew it had to be me. When he followed me to the bar, I poured him a stiff brandy and stuck it in his trembling hand. "Drink." He downed it in one gulp. I poured another, and again gestured for him to tip it back. "What happened?" I asked, certain he was calming down. Julian looked at me, then breathed in deeply. I'd never seen the man this shook up before. "We were delivering the child to the girl. Gianna was in the plane, and Gabriel was crossing over to speak to her, and—" He paused, as if remembering the moment. "Sniper, Gianna went down." I gave him a minute. "You want to start from the beginning, Julian?" At his confused look, I added, "What child, what girl, and who the fuck is Gabriel?" Forgiving his loss of memory about my knowledge of what he just unraveled because of his unhinged emotional moment, I poured myself a brandy and waited. He spent the next 10 minutes giving me a summarized version of what had gone down in the last few days. "Are you fucking telling me that Gabriel, a.k.a. Zane, the man she married, was meeting her?" The glass flew from my hand, slamming into the wall, crystals splintering into 1,000 fragments, impossible to glue back together. Just like my fucking heart. Julian stood. "She thinks you're dead, remember?" "Yes, I remember," I grunted, turning to stare at the shimmering blue waters that served as my backyard view. A private beach for miles that, except for a few people, no one knew existed, not even my killer wife. My sanctity when I needed it. I remember sitting up and feeling my ruined shirt and vest beneath and thinking, she'd actually fucking shot me. My meek little wife who'd jump at my voice shot me. The impact had been worse than being kicked by a fucking horse. The bullet had knocked me, more like winded me, and the spot turned purple the next day. Regardless, I just laid there, hoping she wouldn't put a bullet in my head when she walked out. Her last words stayed with me. "There's no hell more powerful than a broken woman determined to rise." I turned to look at the other man. "You know, Julian, that first night in my home, I knew she'd mess with my head. I remember thinking that a phoenix rising is far more powerful than its predecessor when I looked at her. What do you think? Were my predictions accurate?" He nodded. "If you saw this coming, why let her shoot you?" "Because I needed her to live again. She hates me, and the only way she would have lived is if she knew I was dead." And that's what I'd done. I'd left her to run my business while I ran a hotel on a private island. I viewed it as a temporary retirement and returned yesterday ready to let her know I was back. Only Julian, Rosanna, and Marco were aware of my return. I didn't expect to walk into this. "And now?" Julian eyed me skeptically. I knew he was thinking about whether she'd make it or not. "Now, Julian, I bring my wife back to life. She's stronger now. She'll fight this. Does she know about the prison camp?" I shook my head. "We've never got a chance to discuss that." I thought back to what we did discuss that night. Yes, I fucking owned her, even if she killed me. "Mr. Salvatore?" I glanced toward the arched entrance as Dr. Lipschitz approached us. "How is she?" Next to me, Julian was on tenterhooks, despite the mask of calm he was trying to hold on to. Once more, I was envious of his relationship with Gianna. "She's stable, but it's too soon to tell. Bullet hit her right below the shoulder. Although it missed her major arteries, she lost a lot of blood. I am baffled, though." I frowned, and he added, "I've been a doctor for a long time, and I've treated plenty of gunshots." He looked at Julian. "That's an agency bullet. I've seen those markings before. You're sure it was a sniper?" Julian nodded, and the doctor shook his head slowly, his expression confused. "Either that sniper is a rookie, or it was an intentional misfire. Very few people survive sniper shots. They're trained killers. Mrs. Salvatore either got lucky or—" He trailed off, and I shared a look with Julian. "I'll look into it." Julian seemed to breathe a little easier. Dr. Lipschitz nodded. "I wouldn't move her for now, and no undue stress. I've given Rosanna the necessary instructions, but I am on call 24/7 if you need me, Mr. Salvatore." I walked him out, and on my return, Julian was standing at the window. "Was that bullet meant for Gianna, Julian?" I didn't keep the irritation out of my voice. He turned to look at me. "I'm not sure, sir." "This Zane, what do you know about him?" I didn't like the look he gave me, and I probably wouldn't like what he was about to tell me. The little my contacts provided said he was Special Forces, belonged to a rogue agency called the TRA, completed more classified missions than anyone in his unit. Julian cupped his neck and rolled it from side to side, his tired gaze on me. Now he works for himself after he was betrayed by his own government. His shoot first and ask questions later style earned him a reputation with both the government and crime lords. He's a loner, a friend to no one, but values the relationships he has with his team. That is, until he met Gianna. He fell in love and married her, then Cassius spirited her away without a trace, only because Zane didn't know who she really was. Gianna's mother made sure of that. I balled my fist. Someone else loving Gianna that intensely didn't sit well with me. How do we find him? That's the thing, sir. He hides in plain sight, found when he wants to be. No one sees him coming, no one questions his takedowns, and no one knows he works both sides of the law. Everything he does is so precise that no one can point a finger at him. He's the leave no traces kind of guy. I cocked a brow. Yet he has one weakness. Julian nodded. Gianna, what do you think? Either someone betrayed him, and that shot was meant for him, or someone used him to get to Gianna. There's one other possibility, Julian said. Someone wanted them both gone. Someone with connections to use an agency sniper. Use your contacts to find him, Julian. Unless he knows Gianna is dead, he won't leave her alone, and I fucking want him gone. The fact that he was still out there left me frustrated, and knowing Gianna let him back into her life after taking over my world even more so. Everything I'd worked to put together would crumble around us. Julian moved to walk away. I stopped him. Julian. Sir? Does Gianna love him? The drop of his gaze was an immediate giveaway. The truth, Julian. Yes. She's different around him. He brings out the innocent child she always wanted to be, and I might be wrong, but I think— He trailed off, his eyes on my face. He could read my annoyed expression. Why the fuck could I not control my emotions for this fucking woman? I was usually a blank slate to everyone. Why the fuck did she have this effect on me? He makes her feel safe. I stiffened. And I don't. The words were soft, more for my ears than his. Of course he would. Slipping my hands into my pants pockets, I turned away to look out the window. I remembered her words at the dinner table after she'd bandaged my hands and cut my steak. She'd tried normal with me, and I'd been nothing but a bastard to her. Even if I forced him to stay away from her, would I ever be able to take his place in her heart? Would I be able to give her the simple life she wanted? It's not about her mother anymore, is it, sir? I looked over my shoulder. You're in love with her. I glanced back out the window. No. The word was easy to utter. The thrum in my heart a lot harder to block out. The thought of losing her churned my stomach. Lying to me or yourself, sir, Julian scoffed. His bold move surprised me. I stayed away from her, I said, without turning around, hoping it would settle my heart, make me forget her. Instead, each day became agony, wondering what she felt after killing me. Was there even a smidgen of feeling for me? Then I'd remembered what I'd done to her, and I realized no one can love a monster like me. Is that why you gave her the combination to that room? Frowning, I turned to look at him. She told you about the room and what's inside? I would have thought she'd keep it to herself. He nodded. Said she regretted not getting a chance to ask you why. Wondered if there would have ever been something between you two if the circumstances had been different. Something exploded inside me, and the reaction startled me. Was there a hope? I'd walked a thin rope with her, one that she didn't hesitate to shoot me. How could I hope for more? Maybe now she'd get the chance, sir. I didn't respond, because I had no idea what her reaction would be to see me alive. 58. Vincenzo, 39 years. Her chest rose and fell in gentle waves. Dark curls draped my arm and the white pillow like a curtain of silk. Thick black eyelashes kissed her ivory cheeks in stark contrast, yet beautiful to watch. Perfect pink lips, parted slightly, sang soft breaths of deep sleep. One hand ending in shimmering red fingernails rested on my bare stomach, the other under her cheek. I never thought watching someone sleep would be this fascinating, this serene. Over the first 2 weeks, Gianna had drifted in and out of consciousness. Then the last 2 weeks, she'd woken several times to move around, and I stayed hidden during those times. She was on a mild sedative to rest and let her wound heal. So even when she woke, she was drowsy and not fully cognizant of her surroundings. Rosanna also seemed to have the desired effect on her, keeping her calm. She'd been sleeping in the medical room, following the doctor's orders not to move her until this week. Then, 2 nights ago, when he removed the arm brace and placed a simple dressing on the wound, I carried her to my room and slept next to her. Usually she slept with minimal movement. Tonight, though, she'd moved closer, curled into my body, moving her head onto my arm, waking me. Now, as I watched her, I moved my hand to cover hers and rubbed one finger lightly over her soft skin. Sighing in her sleep, she tilted her head upward, and I don't know why I did it, just that I had to. I leaned closer and kissed her, letting my lips touch hers in a gentle kiss. She moaned softly, her fingers pressing into my stomach as though she acknowledged the kiss. I couldn't resist and stole another. This time she opened her mouth wider as though inviting me to enter, her fingers twitching against my skin. And fuck, I wanted to. Some part of me told me to hang back, to wait when she was fully awake. The other part, the impatient man in love, said go for it. And I did. Angling my head slightly, I kissed her once more, sliding my tongue into her open mouth and tasting the sweetness of the honey tea Rosanna had given her before she'd retired. I waited for Gianna to open her eyes, to pull back. She didn't. Knowing she'd probably kill me again if she woke to find me kissing her, it didn't stop me. Lifting slightly, I rolled her onto her back and slipped between her legs, all the while seducing her mouth. Her moans grew louder, encouraging me to continue. Resting on my elbows on either side of her so as not to crush her body with my weight, I slid my tongue deeper into her mouth, rocking my hips gently between her spread thighs. My cock hardened steel, desperate to be free of my sweatpants and sliding into her slick pussy. But I couldn't do that yet. Not until she was awake and conscious it was me kissing her. When her hands lifted and slid into my hair, I stiffened, but she was kissing me back, her groans fusing with mine. I resumed kissing her. Giving no thought to my actions, I slipped a hand down between our bodies, inched up her silk nightie, and slid my hand into her panty. Fuck, she was wet. Sliding a finger inside, her muscles clamped around it, and her legs widened. I was tempted to stop and wake her, but then she slid her tongue inside my mouth and lifted her hips as if begging for more. I added another finger and slowly pumped. Her soft whimpers went straight to my balls, and it took every ounce of control I possessed to not stop and fuck her instead. Breaking the kiss, I dragged my lips away from her mouth, kissing her chin, her neck, gently biting and licking while increasing the speed of my fingers. The gentle sucking noises of her wet pussy, the only sound in the room. I lowered my head to tease her taut nipple through the material of her nightie. She arched up, pushing her breast into my mouth. Biting down on her bud, I sucked harder, wetting the fabric. She cried out, fisting my hair. Her hips lifting, she began riding my fingers. I could feel the throb of heated pussy. She was chasing her orgasm, and I gave her what she wanted. Moving my thumb over her clit, I pressed down and rolled it around the swollen bundle of nerves, at the same time fucking her harder with my fingers. That took her over the edge. She cried out, her drenched pussy spasming around my fingers as she came hard. I kept pumping until her body shuddered under me, and I caught her soft moans in another deep kiss. When I pulled out of her and tried to move off her, she kept me in place, with her arms around my neck, pushing her tongue into my mouth. The kiss turned wilder, hungrier, and I was a second away from sliding my cock into her pussy, but I held back until she broke the kiss, and her eyes opened to look at me. I stiffened, expecting her to push me away. Instead, she smiled and said, "Fuck me, Vincenzo." Every fucking inch of me tightened with shock as we continued to stare at each other. The husky sound of my name on her lips, she'd only ever called me once before, turned me inside out. It was the sweetest sound I'd ever heard. Afraid to sever that indescribable connection between us, I didn't move. Once again, I was mesmerized by the hold this woman had on me. Then she began rocking her hips in invitation. My cock begged for release. Wordlessly, I lifted off her, and with one hand supporting my body, I pushed down my sweats with the other. In a quick tug, I snapped the lacy panty, and palming my cock, I rolled the head through her slit, my pre-cum mixing with her arousal. She let out a loud moan and widened her legs, giving me easier access. Sliding the head over her clit, I watched her eyes roll back in her head before she closed them on a deep whimper. Slowly, I inched my cock into her wet heat, and when I was fully seated, I began rocking my hips in a gentle motion. On each withdrawal, I groaned. I was in fucking agony because I wanted to fuck hard, but I couldn't, knowing I'd hurt her. My control was slipping, and I held onto it by mere threads. "Fuck, Bella," I growled when her inner walls clamped around my cock. Buried inside her cunt was better than I'd imagined. 15 fucking painful months without pussy, without her sweet fucking cunt, and my orgasm taunted my hold. Taking a moment to breathe, I leaned forward, and using my hands to support my body on either side of hers, I reared back, pulled out so just the tip of my cock remained inside her, and sank deep. She cried out, telling me she was right there with me at the precipice. While I pistoned in and out of her, I fucked relentlessly, my cock claiming her, driving deep and pounding hard. Her walls tightening around my cock, gripping me with slickness, had me catapulting the second her climax broke through the barriers holding us in place. I felt the pressure building inside me, shooting down my spine. My balls tightened and my orgasm ripped through my entire body, dropping me over a cliff so fucking high I feared I wouldn't survive the fall. When I came down from my high, she was still shuddering under me. I slid out of her and groaned, my body burning with the after effect. Staring at her swollen pussy, creamed with my cum, I felt this carnal sense of ownership. Fuck. I groaned with the need to be inside her again, to fuck her until my name spilled from her lips over and over. She rolled to her side with a sigh, reminding me she hadn't fully awakened, and I might still be trespassing. Climbing off the bed, I headed for the bathroom and returned with a washcloth. With gentle touches so as not to wake her, I cleaned her, slid on a clean panty, and settled down next to her, yet unable to sleep, as I wondered what morning would bring.
59, Gianna, 22 years. I woke to a soft sound of whispers, an earnest conversation, my eyes roving up to the unfamiliar ceiling. It was plain white, where my bedroom was a white molded beauty edged with gold trimmings. There was a daunting moment of hearing Salvatore's voice, and I frowned. He was dead. Slowly, my memory began rolling in. Zane, the sniper, the shock on his face, the tears in his eyes, the cry on his lips, the shake of his head. Panicking, I banded my arms around my stomach. It was no longer cold. My body didn't ache, yet the gut-wrenching fear persisted. Did he survive? I wet my lips. "Zane!" I called out. Someone moved into my vision. "Shh, Signora, it's okay." Rosanna's smiling face comforted me as she reached for my hand, squeezing lightly. "Is he all right? Did he make it? Where's Julian?" I rasped, gripping her hand tight. "How long has it been since the shooting?" The breath caught in my throat, the tears immediate. I blinked it back. Zane had to be okay. "You were in and out of consciousness for the first 2 weeks, then mostly sedated for another 2, but you've been moving around. You just forgot the incident until today," she whispered in Italian. "Dr. Lipschitz calls it temporary amnesia due to trauma. But you're healing well, remember." Almost a month of not remembering the incident, and I thought I was on a holiday. It's no wonder I feel so well rested. My attempt at humor was lost on me as much as Rosanna. She looked away for a second. Then I felt the mattress dip near my feet, and I dropped my gaze. "Ciao, Bella." My body froze, my heart leaping from my chest, and my every muscle pulled taut. The familiar voice brought me upright, wincing as my shoulder stung a little, my gaze crashing with Salvatore. "How the fuck?" I could hardly get the words out. Sucking in a breath, I tried again. It didn't come. Dressed in dark jeans and a white knitted shirt, I'd never seen him this casual, ever. He looked different. Older, or maybe tired, would be a better description. And then another memory railroaded Zane's completely. I'd been dreaming of Salvatore a lot lately. Had he been here all this time? And what about the last night? It felt the most real of all the dreams. Was it real? My eyes narrowed. I climbed out of the bed, inching away from him. "What are you doing here?" I muttered as Rosanna left the room. "Wait, How the fuck are you alive? I had no idea if it was adrenaline at seeing him that was pumping energy into my body, or was it just the desire to run away from him? Nice to see you too, Bella. My hackles rose. Really? You appear out of thin air after I fucking shot you, and you're arrogant as ever. Christ, the man riled me up like no other. Where the hell is Julian? And where am I? I could feel the tendons pulling at my shoulder. I headed for the door, and Salvatore grabbed my arm. I swiveled sharply, knocking his hand away. You need to go easy on that shoulder. Wow, I'm shocked you care, I scoffed. He cocked his head to one side, studying me. I always cared. I stared at him for a full 2 seconds before incredulous laughter burst out of me. Then you've got a fucked up way of showing it, I snorted between laughter. I can't believe I actually dreamt we made love last night. His lips pursed into a thin line, but he said nothing, and for just a moment, I wondered if it really were a dream. Granted, it felt very real. There was no evidence to prove it. Salvatore fucked. He didn't make love. I would have felt the after effects of his fucking even if my dream was sweet lovemaking. Stay away from me, or I'll shoot you, and this time it will be to the head, I warned, my tone acid determination. Don't flatter yourself, Bella. Many have tried to take me out. Only you're the first woman to try. Twice. Because I didn't give up? No, because I let you get away with the first try. You're a condescending prick. I never claimed to be otherwise. And now that I'm back, maybe I'll teach you some fucking manners, how to respect your husband, perhaps. He growled. Fuck you, I hissed, zipping out of the room as fast as my legs could carry me. I barely made it out the door before he twisted my arm behind my back and forced me to turn around, pulling me against his chest, his grip tightening around my wrist. Air rushed out of my lungs. The roughness of his 5 o'clock shadow brushed against the skin of my neck as he leaned in and bit down hard. Instead of pain, though, I closed my eyes, my heart racing, my spine tingling, arousal skating through my body. Curse me all you want, Bella. His hand slipped inside my panties, and I fucking whimpered when his fingers touched my clit. Your sweet cunt craves my touch. You want my cock buried deep inside you. Your wet pussy is proof of that. All you need to do is embrace it. Take what I give you. My legs shook, barely keeping me upright when he forced a finger inside me, my body crying with the desire to be filled, to be fucked. Don't fight it. He licked at my nape before moving to my ear. A few more strokes of his fingers, and I came hard and fast. The climax tearing through me came out of nowhere, blazing every inch of skin in its path. And if he hadn't held on to me, I would have crumbled to the floor, weak with pleasure. I was still shaking when he stepped away. Eyes the color of metal, liquid with arousal, stared at me. Never doubt me, Bella. I had no idea why, but something about him felt different. Then he caught the ends of my nightie at my breast and ripped it down the center. What the fuck? You could have... Grabbing my hair, he guided me to the armchair facing the window. Now sit your ass down on my lap and ride my fucking cock until that sweet cunt of yours drips with my cum. He let go of my hair, grasped my hip with one hand, his fingers digging deep into my skin, his other hand already unbuckling his belt. Nope, nothing different. 60. Gianna, 22 years. An hour later, my ass still sensitive where he'd smacked me, my pussy sated, even if I refused to tell him I'd enjoyed what he did to my body. I stood in Salvatore's den and stared down to the crystal waters of the ocean. The beach house was beautiful, with white sand beaches, bright blue waters, and a gorgeous 5-bedroom home, perfect for a honeymoon or newly married couple. Definitely not us. I turned to look at Salvatore, dressed in gray sweatpants and a powder blue t-shirt that seemed to bring out the bluish tinge in those gray eyes. His hair wet from a shower, boyishly tousled. Hardly believable it was the same man that fucked me raw not so long ago, and my body still tingled with the after effect. "How are you alive?" My words were surprisingly soft. Either I was exhausted from sex or just tired of fighting a man like Salvatore. "I had a vest. I wasn't entirely without suffering, though, and it throbbed like a bitch. But I survived." "What if I shot you in the head?" He leaned with his butt against the table. "It was a chance I was willing to take." "Why?" "Sometimes the things that hurt you the most teach you the greatest lessons in life. I figured I'd made your life difficult long enough, and you needed some time to live and be happy. With me out of the picture, you could come into your own." He walked to the bar and poured us a drink. His words brought Lotus's words about removing a snake's venom, then killing it, to mind, and suddenly I didn't want to fight anymore. "You've been watching me since your death, haven't you?" He returned and handed me lemon water with strawberries. I took it and watched the fruit swirl in the glass. Then I looked up. "I've always watched over you, Bella, since that first day you arrived in my home and explored on your own. Cameras." My perceptions were correct, always believing someone watched me. "I don't want to be here." Salvatore sipped his drink, his eyes on me. "What do you mean?" Strangely, even the deep frown seemed to add an allure to his attractiveness. I'd never, in the time I'd known him, seen him smile or laugh, and I wondered if he ever did or if he ever would. I lifted my eyes to meet his, trying not to drown in those grays that held a warmth I'd never seen before. It was weirdly calming. "I don't want to do this anymore. I want to live a nice, quiet life, doing normal things like going to the market and cooking and dancing in a garden filled with lilies and a pond, away from all this agony, this world I never belonged in, away from the love that always seems to elude me, away from trying to be who I am not, in my own world that I create for me, alone." I saw him stiffen on the last word, and I waited for the onslaught of, I was his and he'd never let me go. Instead, he reached up and caressed my cheek with the back of his hand. The touch tender, the warmness comforting. "Is that what you really want?" I searched his eyes for disapproval. All I saw was understanding. "Yes." "I'll grant it on one small request." He leaned down and kissed me, a soft brush of his lips, and for some weird reason, I remembered that kiss on our wedding day and how shocked I was by his tender touch, wondering if it would bring love and peace that two lovers created once married. "What is it?" I asked, even though my stomach coiled with dread I couldn't stop. "A smile." "A smile?" I repeated, frowning. He nodded. "You walked into my life at age 9, and I ignored you. I fucked. I didn't fall in love. I believed that was for pussies and wimps who allowed their partners to manipulate their souls. Then you walked into my life at age 18, and I knew why I'd never fallen in love before. He licked his lower lip, and I found it stranger how I'd never seen him do that before. Something so casual. Because you'd stolen my heart since age 9, without me even knowing it. Shock slammed into my chest. What? He put a finger to my lip. I won't force you to stay, and you can return whenever you want. This is your home, and I won't intrude in your life. But all I want is a genuine smile, because I've never had one from you. A smile without anger, without irritation, without tears. A smile that shows me that you truly want this freedom to be on your own. I let out an incredulous laugh. You just told me you love me, and now you're okay to let me go. How? I trailed off at a loss for words. You don't love someone because they said, I love you. You love them when you're ready to. He caressed my cheek again. I'm a man who knows only how to possess, not how to surrender. You came into my life without warning, a wrecking ball wrapped in innocence so sweet. You had my heart before I could say no. And I did when I should have said yes. So, when you're ready, let me know what you need, and I will help you go live the life you want. He held out his hand, and I glanced down at the single silver dolphin earring Ashara had given me for my 18th birthday. Oh my God, I wondered what happened to this. I picked up the jewel. It was a special gift from my cousin. You kept this all these years? He nodded. Just like your photos. Don't forget, Bella. A smile. Then he was walking away. The photos. I never asked him how he got them. I stared after him, suddenly not sure where this man had come from. But I was sure that I wasn't ready for him. Not now. Salvatore was intense, and I needed simple.
Present day. 61. Zane. 38 years. Declan's call left me out of sorts. While one part of me asked that I reconsider giving him a chance, another begged to see him again, argued that it wasn't his fault. Since Ria's death almost 5 years ago, I'd never gone back to Portland, never took Sam or Declan's calls. I stayed away from anything that reminded me of Ria. I'd forced myself into a life of solitude. Yet 6 months after Ria's death, and as if fate had deemed I'd suffered enough, it brought Ashrika out of her coma, and just like me, fate had dealt her a cruel hand. Thus began my life of nurturing her back into rewriting a blank slate. She'd been given a new lease, and I thought I had to, because she was teaching me to live again, to possibly love again. Only, fate blindsided me once more. I returned from a business trip intending to let her know how I felt about her, only to be railroaded by Trent Shaw. Then an enemy, now a friend. Zane! Declan waved me down from a table at the back of the restaurant he'd texted me to meet at. He stood when I neared, and I could see him faltering, unsure whether to shake my hand or lean in for a hug. I decided for him and opened my arms. Relief seemed to flood his handsome features before we came together in a tight embrace. One I'd missed, one my heart felt happy with my decision to agree to see him. When we were seated and drinks ordered, I took a moment to study him. He'd matured and filled out on the muscle front, no longer the lean computer geek I'd labeled him. You're looking dapper in your old age, he teased. Okay, not so mature. Since when is 38 considered old age? I can fuck a woman harder than you ever would, and she'll come thrice in the time it takes you to find your cock. I lifted a brow. Grinning, he leaned back in his seat. Stick with me, and I'll teach you a thing or two, boy. His smile morphed into a satin droop. I tried to remember and you shut me out, he said, his tone accusing. Yeah, well, circumstances are a mean motherfucker, Declan, and you placed yourself on the wrong end of my gun. You should be lucky I didn't pull the fucking trigger. Unlike you, I never miss. The last part was clearly wrong, but I couldn't hold back. Maybe I was looking to blame someone. Maybe not. Instead of anger, his look was a toss-up between understanding and regret. I wasn't sure which played a bigger role. I'm sorry, Zane, and it's why I'm here. At my questioning gaze, he seemed to draw in a deep breath and puffed it out just as quickly. Rhea is alive. For just one stupid moment, my heart plunged to my fucking toes and bounced right back up with a middle finger salute. Are you fucking kidding me? I hissed. Please, bro, hear me out, he begged, as the waiter brought our drinks. The reprieve gave Declan a chance because I was just about to pummel my right hook into his face. I tossed back the whiskey in a single gulp and said to the waiter, Another. As she moved away, I stopped her. Bring me the bottle. Then I looked at Declan. Spill, and you better fucking hope I'm drunk by the time you finish, or you might miss your flight home due to a lengthy stay in the hospital. Declan swallowed, then rubbed his brow. First, I only took that hit because of the surveillance on Gianna Salvatore. Please, you have to believe me, if I knew she was Rhea, I would have missed. I merely stared, and he shifted in his seat. He'd seen my anger out in the field. He'd never witnessed it firsthand, until Rhea disappeared. Now he knew, and it still hadn't prepared him. After you left, I never stopped trying to find out what happened to her, why she disappeared. One unlikely trip to Japan changed all of that. I sat back in my seat as the waitress returned with the whiskey bottle and poured me a shot, which I immediately downed. Then, with my elbow on the armrest, my face resting in the cup of my thumb and forefinger, I waited for him to continue. He proceeded to relay a story that got more unbelievable by the second, and when he finished, I tossed back 5 shots of whiskey. This friend I met in Japan works for the Black Daggers. His name is Crow, and in his position, he has access to just about everything. I sat forward and steepled my fingers. So this Crow knows everything that happened in Japan. How do you know she survived your bullet? I asked, not wanting to acknowledge that slow tingle of hope churning up my spine. Remo and I met for drinks. I know his brother, Lorenzo, has ties with Salvatore. Remo said that she ran the Salvatore business for a while because her husband, Vincenzo, was holed up on some private holiday island. I'm assuming this was after Gianna's return from Japan. Still not answering my question, Declan. I growled, annoyance cutting a clean hole through my patience. Give me a chance, Zane. I'm trying to explain everything and make sure I don't leave out anything, because the end is going to smack you right in the face, he gritted, surprising me with his determination. Fine, I muttered. After I shot her. He faltered on the words, then swallowed and continued. I'm assuming she went into hiding to recover, because there was no trace of her for about 3 years. Then she appeared on the facial recognition software I designed. She'd changed her name back to Rhea Singh, and she has a son. That tingle expanded to my chest, exploded on a ragged breath, and I held up a hand to stop him. Several deep breaths and a roughened shove of my hand through my hair. She has a son with Salvatore, I muttered, my heart pricked by blades of 1,000 knives, the tips dipped in poison, and I felt my heart crumbling in my chest. But she's had no contact with Salvatore or his people. It's just like when Rhea disappeared. Now there's no trace of Gianna Salvatore. I think she just wanted a new start for her and her son. I've been following her ever since, recording every single detail, because I wanted to be sure it was her. You refused all my calls and messages. Sam suggested I get everything I can on her, and when the time is right, I presented it to you. And where is she now? She's been living in Italy, he replied. His expression hinted there was more. What are you not telling me? Because you look like a fucking jack-in-the-box waiting to be sprung. A few months ago, I was doing some tests on a DNA software program I'd been messing around with. The basic idea behind it is to link DNA profiling. I held out my hands, showing my confusion, and he sighed. In other words, if a criminal visited a hospital years ago and then goes to another state or country and gets an op done there, the software plays connect the dots and pings it into a database and follows his moves. Given all the Sharing of Personal Information Act and shit like that, it's still in its infancy stage. He sounded like a proud mama bear who just weaned the cub of her fucking teats. So why tell me about it? He sat back, his eyes glued to me, as though not wanting to miss something, and I had the insane urge to smack him over the head. I was playing connect the dots to all my live cases, Rhea and her son being one of them. I picked up familial DNA matches, Zane. Yours and Rhea's. I'm 99% certain that baby is yours. The whiskey glass fell from my grip, overturning and spilling its contents. My body froze to the spot, barely registering Declan's call to the waitress for napkins or her rushing to my side to soak up the spill. My head went into pound mode, tension drumming a haphazard line down my spine, pain a vice grip on my heart. The soft shake of my shoulder brought me out of my cataclysmic spin into shock. Zane? I refocused my gaze, blinking hard until Declan's worried look filled my vision. You okay? I know that was a bit of a mindfuck. You think? I ground. Fuck, Declan. I'm a father, and all this time I thought the woman I loved died. How the fuck would you feel? I hissed, and he shrank back in his seat. I took a moment to breathe, massaging my eyes with my thumb and forefinger before blowing out a long exhale. I'm sorry, Deck. You've been trying to help, and I keep fucking this shit up. He offered me an understanding smile. That's why I had to force you out here, because about 3 days ago, Rhea disappeared. I can't find her anywhere. What the fuck? I barked. Then, catching sight of the other patrons' shocked stares, I lowered my voice. What do you mean? Lights out, like when she disappeared the first time. Whoever hid her the first time did it again, or it's someone with a similar capability. Whatever it is, I think that this time, she might be in danger. I just get this feeling. I heard the genuine concern in his voice. Where do I start looking? Any ideas? My ass already buzzing to get on a plane as quickly as possible. Vincenzo Salvatore? Her husband? Good. Thanks, Declan. I owe you for coming out here. I stood. What about Easton? I found out he was the one that hired you to... I cleaned the floor with the fucker's blood, so he's history. I grinned as he stood and embraced me in another quick hug.
62. Gianna, 27 years. Come here, sweetheart. I opened my arms wide, letting the green-eyed monster crash into me. How was school today? Boring, he mumbled, chewing on the gingerbread cookie that Dorothy, my live-in babysitter, had packed in his lunchbox. Miss Rue was supposed to let us build straw houses today. Then she said she had a meeting, and we couldn't. His 4-year-old mouth turned up in a pout as he climbed into the rear seat of the Lexus and buckled in. Checking it was tight because he moaned if I buckled him in, I closed the door and slid in behind the wheel. I'm sure she'll let you guys do it tomorrow. I looked at him in the rearview mirror, started the car, and eased into the line of cars leaving the school. He shook his head. His black, pin-straight hair that curled just at the ends flew around his face. We're doing finger painting tomorrow. He flexed his fingers as though eager to begin. Smiling, I switched on the radio and Sugar, Sugar by the Archies filled the car. Sugar, oh, honey, honey, you are my candy girl, and you got me wanting you. Honey, we both sang. This was our daily ritual. Every time we jumped in the car, either to school or the store, we'd sing Sugar, Sugar. The first time Rowan heard it, he was 2, and he'd bounced on my lap until I got up and danced with him, singing the words along as we did, and it became our go-to song. Did you see my new car, Mama? Rowan asked as soon as the song ended, and he lifted a beautiful replica of a black Dodge Challenger. My heart leaped straight from my chest, flew out of my mouth, and landed somewhere outside my window, crashing on impact as I slammed the brakes, jerking Rowan and me forward. A car horn blared behind me. I didn't care. Maternal instincts taking over, my head snapped to my son. "I'm sorry, baby. Did I hurt you?" I was already jumping out my door and racing around to his side, swinging the door open with such force it was no wonder it didn't break. Crouching next to him, I checked his body, my insides doing an aggravated somersault over and over. "Are you okay?" I palmed his cheek. Instead of fear, his lips broke out in a wide smile. "Let's do it again, Mama." For one shocking moment, I stared at him dumbfounded. Then I let out in a relieved laugh. "That wasn't a game, sweetheart. I could have hurt you." I kissed his brow, and as I drew back, my gaze fell to the Dodge, bringing memories of Zane swiftly out of the cobwebs. Picking up the vehicle, I stared at it for a moment, expecting Zane to open the door and step out. I swallowed against the sudden tears and looked at my son. "Where did you get this from, Rowan?" "A man gave it to me. Can we go now, Mama?" He was easily bored and could hardly sit still for 2 minutes unless he was drawing. I frowned, a slow strum of nerves hitting my nape. "What man?" Rowan rolled his head against the seat, smiling. "He was standing by the fence during play break. Can we please go?" I opened my mouth to ask a question and kept rewording it so as not to scare him. "Did he tell you his name, Rowan?" I finally settled. He stopped rolling his head and looked at me, his sparkling eyes reminding me of that first spring day freshness. "He said he was your friend and will come to visit us soon." Shit. Straightening, I closed the door, and with my heart rate high enough to cause fatal blood pressure, I slid behind the wheel and drove home, the second the engine roared to life. All through the short journey, I kept imagining different scenarios of who this person could be. Worse, what did they want? I kept glancing at Rowan in the rearview mirror, his safety my biggest priority. 3 hours later, after glancing out the window every 5 minutes, I walked out of the kitchen. "Rowan, dinner's ready." "Coming, Mama." Mama. That single word always seemed to calm my anxieties every time I heard it. Yet it still brought a tingle of sadness for the child I'd lost. I leaned a shoulder against the arched entrance and watched Rowan. He lay on his tummy with his legs bent up at the knees, feet swinging around in the air, the tip of his tongue sticking out between his teeth, furiously coloring. His energy and concentration might keep me on my toes, but it made me smile. 5 years ago, I walked away from a life steeped in blood and misery. Salvatore had declared his love for me, yet it wasn't enough to make me stay. I just wanted out, and his world would never come to a stop just because I demanded it. While he might love me and I felt something for him, I wasn't sure I could make it work. He hadn't stopped me and kept his promise about staying out of my life as if we'd never been married. While I appreciated him respecting my wishes, I knew sooner or later he was going to find out I had a child. Everyone knows robbing a father of his parental right is not fair on him, but I found myself in a predicament. Having slept with both Zane and Salvatore days apart, I didn't know who Rowan's father was. Granted, DNA testing could provide that minor detail. I didn't think it was that minor because it could break hearts, cause undue stress, and bring that whole rigmarole of my previous life. I couldn't do it. Yes, I might be considered selfish, but in my previous life I was given very few choices. This time, I chose to do what I wanted. I chose peace and harmony with a boy that made my heart sing and my smile permanent. So, I had a passport made in my old name, Rhea Singh, hopped on several planes, with plane tickets purchased on the day, so if anyone planned to follow me, they'd have a hard time keeping up, and disappeared. It worked. No one came looking for me since. Until today. Just the thought of danger lurking just outside my door held my heart in a tailspin. I glanced out the window. Nothing but darkness dotted by street lamps in our tiny suburb stared back. I was robbed of my first child, but blessed with another, and I'd kill before I let anyone take him from me. Anyone. "You need to brush your teeth," I said later, holding out the toothpaste. With his pink cheeks puffed out, hands stuck under his armpits, and bottom lip curled up over his top lip, my green-eyed little monster shook his head. Another nightly ritual of brush your teeth and "no, I don't want to," and "the toothpaste tastes yucky." I sighed, then dropped to my haunches in front of me. "Let's make a deal, then." His tiny brows perked up. "How about, for every brush, we leave out one vegetable for that day? Your choice." I kept my tone matter of fact, my best bargaining skill with my son. He seemed to contemplate my suggestion, then gave me a vigorous nod. I squeezed a pea-size amount of the blue paste onto his brush and handed it to him. When he was done brushing, I tucked him into bed and dropped a kiss to his brow. As I stood to leave, he stopped me. "Mama?" "Yes, baby." He gave me a toothy grin. "Can I have a brother, please?" That was so out of left field, I burst out laughing, then dropped next to his bed. "Sandy in my class says her mommy went to a place and she bought a sister for her, so now Sandy can play dress-up with her new sister." Although I laughed, I couldn't ignore the tiny tremor that passed through me, knowing how some parents got to have babies at the expense of young girls in a prison camp. How I'd lost my baby there. How I'd almost become one of those baby makers, if it hadn't been for Lotus. The sudden tightening of my chest forced me to place a hand over it and draw slow circles to massage it into calm. "Can we, Mama?" His earnest expression so intense, I faltered on my reply. "It's not so easy to buy a baby, sweetheart." Sadness drooped his lips and I felt bad. "But we can try, right?" I knew I was making the wrong promise, but I prayed he would forget about this and move on to some new fascination, like he usually did. My sleep was restless. The dream had me in its debilitating grip. Hands holding me, dragging me. An unknown face sneering at me, taunting me to wake and fight it. Pain began in the middle of my stomach as hard muscles pressed me down, keeping me weighted. My hands flailed, pushing, shoving. Warm liquid filled my nails as I tore at skin and strands of hair banded around my fingers like the sting of a fishing line. Putrid smells filled my nose, forcing bile into my throat, the taste acidic on my tongue. I came to with a start. The image of a large black hand pulling Rowan away from me wrenched me out of the dream. Sweat beaded my brow and my upper lip. My chest rose and fell at a rapid rate in rhythm with my hoarse breathing. Disoriented for a few seconds, I stared up at the ceiling, forcing calm into my body. I wasn't sure what gave it away, whether it was the red tinge to the dark room, the odd shadows in the ceiling above me, the gentle tapping at a window I couldn't see, the soft whimpers somewhere behind me, or the coppery tang of blood permeating my nostrils. I wasn't in my room. Was I still in my dream? I bolted upright, but a snapping tug on my arm yanked me back down. "Breathe, Gianna," I whispered over and over. My breathing calmed, my muscles relaxed, my heart rate toned down, a softer beat, a gentler rhythm. I closed my eyes, allowed my mind to take me back to Korea, Back to the prison camp. Back to the field behind my cell. Back to standing on my hands, my legs rigid and straight up in the air. Right next to Lotus, as she instructed me to calm down. Several minutes passed in that out-of-body solitude. Slowly, I opened my eyes, letting my gaze wander around the cardboard box of reddish hues, a single mattress and chair that made up the room. My eyes drifted to my hands, cuffed above my head to a metal headboard, down to my body, dressed in yoga pants and the oversized shirt I'd been wearing before bed. A soft whimper sounded to my right, and my gaze jerked in that direction. I didn't panic as my eyes searched for Rowan, but I could see nothing. I'd been taken. When? I closed my eyes, remembering. I'd put Rowan to bed, went downstairs, checked all the windows and doors again, locked, switched on the alarm, went to the kitchen, grabbed the bottled water I'd been drinking earlier from the counter near the fridge, stepping away. A black vision, a sharp sting to my neck, my hands fighting the hold around my arms. Yes, I'd been taken. By who?
63. Zane. 38 years. Parking the rental around the water fountain, I stared up at the castle in front of me. The last time I'd been here, I'd found my wife again. A different version in her personality, but the same pussy I'd fucked before. She might have had some vendetta against me for wanting to play me against a woman who was just a friend. It led to just one conclusion. Rhea was jealous, or maybe I'd missed something. Now, I was going to meet the man who'd taken her away from me, and I had no idea what would come out of this meeting, but if it meant death, then so be it. Only I intended walking out of this place, come hell or fucking high water, and with my wife. The door opened before I even had a chance to knock. A middle-aged woman greeted me with a warm smile and beckoned for me to follow before I could introduce myself. I guessed that security at the bottom had already briefed everyone of my visit, or I was expected well before. Someone always seemed to be one step ahead, and chances were it was family. Just not mine. I was led into a large living room that was probably only seen in movies. There was no fucking way people lived with this amount of colorful decor. I preferred neat cut lines of black and white, like my fucking soul. Mr. Marone. I turned. People have called me many names, and yet intimidating always stood out. However, the man walking toward me would probably make even the United Nations stand up and take note, let alone the fucking devil. Confidence oozed out of his three-piece suit with the arrogance of a man who knew he owned the world, and I thought I was a scary fucker. I continued to study him, trying to gauge where I'd seen him before. Photos, yes. In person, never. I was sure of it. Yet some indistinct tingle suggested I had. For some reason, my mind was blank. He was older than me. I could tell, not just in the assertive posture, but that expression that easily read, "Don't fuck with me." Threads of silver darted through his black hair, and his gray eyes tightened as he observed me with the same icy edge flashing in mine. "Mr. Salvatore," I greeted, my tone just as steely. "Would you like to sit, or is this going to be quick?" Despite the cold dismissal, he gestured to the couches. "This is not a social visit. I've come to take back what's mine." I tried to control the annoyance tightening my shoulders and moving gradually down my spine. He tilted his head to one side, his eyes narrowing. "You'll pardon my stupidity if I say I have no clue what you want from me." "Where the fuck is my wife?" I growled. "Where is Rhea?" He eyed me for a moment, and I wasn't sure if it was skepticism or arrogance. "If you're referring to my wife, Gianna, then I think you've been misinformed about her whereabouts." "I'll make this simple. Either you tell me where she is, or I'll burn this entire fucking castle to the ground." You must love her then if you're willing to die for her. Because the only way you'll burn this fucking castle to the ground is if you're going down with it. There was an eerie calm to his words, like the man had no soul, or possibly one so black it blinded him to everything else. We stood there glaring at each other, not backing down, and I was a second away from yanking out my Colt when he asked, "What made you think you'd find your wife here, Mr. Barone?" The quiet tone startled me for just a second. "None of your business," I muttered. "She is my wife, and this is my home, so it's safe to assume that it's my fucking business." The clenched jaw emphasized I'd just stepped on the wrong fucker's toes. Like I cared. "You're a criminal?" "Figure it out," I scoffed, my patience running on thin ice. "Good choice of words for a man of your caliber. I believe it's a sign on the dotted line if you can afford me. No questions asked, correct?" "Seems you know of me, then. Well, let's cut a long story short, shall we? I was married to Rhea Singh, or Gianna if you prefer, and she disappeared. Then I found out that Rhea and Gianna are the same person. We fucked about 4 years ago. She died, apparently, and I believe she's still alive." I watched his jaw clench on those last words and guessed he didn't know. "Short enough for you?" "If my wife wanted you in her life, she would have made time for you, Mr. Marone. So the fact that you are here means she's not interested in being with you, and if she were, I'd make sure that never happened." He sneered, his tone dripping steely censure not to fuck with him. Fuck that. I took a step closer. He was a head taller and bulkier than me. I didn't give a shit. "You might be a mafia don, but I can tell you right now that your beautiful wife's cunt weeps for my cock. And if you're a betting man, let's see whose cock my beautiful wife's cunt prefers, shall we?" "Sir, we have a situation." My words were cut off as someone hurried into the room. Salvatore and I both turned. Oh, fuck. The words were out of Julian's, Rhea's bodyguard's mouth as he froze, catching sight of me. His shocked gaze pinged between me and Salvatore. I smirked while Salvatore scowled, telling me he was aware Julian knew me. "What situation, Julian?" Salvatore barked, unfreezing the man's stance as he neared us. "It's Gianna, sir." His statement pricked up my ears. "She's been taken?" "What the fuck do you mean, taken?" I roared, earning a frown from Salvatore. "Her babysitter's been struggling to call me," Julian explained. "Babysitter?" Salvatore asked, surprise floating in his words before his gaze snapped to me, then back to Julian. Salvatore didn't know Rhea had a baby. Shit just got complicated. "Yes, sir. She has a son, apparently." For a large man, Julian's voice could dip a few octaves. "Why am I only finding out about this now, Julian?" Salvatore's eyes narrowed. "Can you fucking worry about whose cock is bigger later, after we rescue my fucking wife?" I gritted. 2 pairs of eyes snapped toward me. Yes, I said we, because there's no fucking way I'm letting you go after her and hide her from me again, or my son. I clenched my fists, a second away from pummeling his face. Ignoring my rant, Salvatore looked at Julian. "When was she taken?" "About 4 nights ago. I was traveling. Her sitter couldn't get a hold of me." "Fuck." Salvatore and I both roared, glanced at each other, then back at Julian. "Who?" Salvatore asked. "I'm convinced it's Mendez." "Get the jet ready. We leave in an hour. Have the men check the arms," Salvatore instructed. "Who the fuck is Mendez, and how can you be sure it's him?" I asked. "And where the fuck is he?" "I think it's time you left, Mr. Marone," Salvatore growled. "The only way you're getting rid of me is if you shoot me," I snorted. He took a step toward me, and Julian stopped him. "Sir, I think he might be able to help. He's a skilled sniper, which gives us an edge over Mendez." We don't know how many men he has, and if we're going short-handed into his territory, we need all the help we can get." Salvatore seemed to trust Julian's advice and nodded. "Fine. Annoy the fuck out of me and I'll put a bullet in your fucking balls. I don't need a sniper to help me find that," he hissed at me. 5 hours later, we touched down in Mexico City and headed out toward the Mendez compound. Julian had flown to Italy to get Ria's son. Now I looked at the man sitting next to me in the back of a rental, his alert gaze on the road. I was intense, but Salvatore was someone I'd probably admire if our circumstances were different. Quite clearly, we both loved the same woman, and if Ria went off to live on her own, it meant she had feelings for both of us. The problem remained what happened when the three of us walked out of the Mendez place. "I have a suggestion." I broke the silence and was surprised when he looked at me, gray eyes, piercing, scrutinizing whether I was fucking with him or not. "What if we sent someone in as bait?" He frowned and waited for me to continue. "When I want to nail a fucker that has more men than we can take down quickly, especially if there's someone we need to rescue, in this case, someone we both—" I broke off and cleared my throat. "Someone we both love." Again, his quietness startled me. There was no hint of mockery or anger in his voice, and had me wondering if, like me, he was deliberating what would be the outcome tonight. "Do you love her, Mr. Marone, or are you just after the child?" I stiffened, but kept my anger at bay. I looked out the window. It took a simple high for me to know I was in love. Close to 8 years, and my heart never forgot her. I was under the impression she's been dead for the last 5 years, so you can understand my fucking shock to not only find out she's alive, but that I have a son. I glanced back at him, and I found his expression strange. "If you love her, why did she leave you?" He stared at his phone for a moment, then looked up. "Because she deserved more." "You let her walk away?" I asked. "Yes." He was looking out the window again, his expression hidden in the shadows. "Would you have?" "No." While my answer was simple, I wasn't sure of the type of relationship he'd had with her. Ria and I fell in love. He and her were arranged. So maybe they needed the time. "The bait you mentioned?" he asked, far more civil than our initial meeting. "We get someone Mendez would want to negotiate with to walk in, and once they're in and see Ria, they send me a signal, and I start taking out the men." "You're confident it will work?" I grinned. "You can have my trigger finger if it doesn't." "Okay." His nod was slight. "I'll be the bait," he added, again with the eerie calmness. Fuck. The man was beginning to freak me out, yet there was a subtleness to him that I couldn't quite figure out yet, and I was usually good at reading people.
64. Gianna, 27 years. Gunfire sounded somewhere in the distance, and I had no idea if it were someone attacking this place or a practice run for the men that took me. All I could think of was my little boy, and whether he was safe or not. No one here would speak to me, and apart from a daily sandwich and glass of milk for the last 4 days, that was left just inside the door, no one said a word to me. At least there was a toilet and a sink that I could use to wash the necessary parts of my body. No clothes or towel meant I had to wash and slip my current clothes on or risk being seen naked. The sudden slam of the door against the wall as it shot open had me springing into action. As the first guy entered, I planted one foot firmly on the ground to keep me upright and kicked out the other leg, catching the guy by surprise. He staggered back into the man behind him, blood spurting from his nose. "Fuck!" he screamed, cupping his nose while his friend charged me. With a quick step forward, I karate chopped him on the back of his neck, and as he stumbled, I kicked out a limber leg, catching him in the chest. He hit the ground hard. The first guy stared at his friend, looked confused for a second, and shot off down the passage. Stepping out of the room, I followed the man, figuring it was the way out. Loud voices floated down the halls. Either someone was having a party, or it was an attack. I had only a moment's notice of someone coming up behind me, and before I could react, a bag was placed over my head. At the same time, strong arms banded around my stomach, locking my hands at my sides. Squirming did nothing as the man pressed down so tight the breath whooshed out of me, steaming the bag and making it difficult to breathe. I felt myself being lifted, moved, then set down on a chair before my hands and feet were bound. A second later, the bag was whipped off my head, and I blinked against the offending light shining directly in my eye. Then someone moved into the light, and I dropped my gaze, waiting for the white spots to clear, lifted my gaze, and stared directly into the eyes of Cassius Mancini. "What's the meaning of this, Cassius?" I snarled, pulling at the binds. Slipping his hands into the pockets of his black slacks, he took a step toward me. "I don't think I've ever come across a girl that is harder to trap than you, Gianna, and for a man like me, that is saying something." I frowned. "What the fuck are you talking about?" He grinned. "You see, sweetheart, you are very important in my line of work. Not because of what you could do with this intelligent mind." He touched my right temple, and I jerked my head away. "But what you could offer with the rest of your body." Bile rose in my throat, and I forced it down with a hard swallow. To think this man was supposed to be my father. I remained silent, not wanting to poke the bear just in case he didn't know I was aware of that detail. He took my silence for an invite to further explain. "Let me tell you a story, Gianna. Once upon a time, I signed a deal with a very prominent man. Let's call him Salvatore, in exchange for your services as a number genius." You lost me on the word once. Have you ever looked at long number sequences, then remembered them and wondered how you could remember them down to the last digit? He asked, and I nodded. "So, on with the story," he mocked. "When you were 5, I discovered that if I gave you a long number, you would read it and repeat it a second later. For 2 years, I used you to steal bank accounts, foreign papers, safe codes, anything we could get our hands on. You made me millions." My shock must have registered because he laughed. "When you were 7, Salvatore and I signed a deal, and everything went well. Just before your 9th birthday, Salvatore's brother, Leo, offered me a better deal. Being a businessman, I asked Salvatore to renegotiate our existing contracts. He didn't want to, so I put a gun in your hand and made you kill him." Wait. Horror slammed into me, stagnating the air to my lungs. I killed Vincenzo's father. Oh my God. Well, it was a foolish move on my part because after he died, you became traumatized and lost your ability. Then your mother stepped in and she whisked you away, claiming the fairies had kidnapped you, and I believed her. Oh my God. The cold running through my blood made my teeth chatter, and I tried to get a grip by slowing my breathing. It didn't work. Leo didn't count on Salvatore's son, Vincenzo, being so powerful in the mafia world. So he gave me $50 million to cover his ass and signed a new deal which said that Salvatore loaned me the money in exchange for your hand in marriage to Vincenzo. Hence your marriage. Then he turned away. What do you think, Vincenzo? Enjoying the story so far? And only then did I notice the other chair, and, like me, the person had a bag over their head, which Cassius whipped off. "Vincenzo?" I gasped. He took a moment to focus before his angry gaze met mine. "So, father and daughter collaboration. How fucking nice," he snarled. "Wait," I shouted. "You don't think I had anything to do with this, do you?" "Why not? You did come to me used, didn't you? Gave what was mine to another man," he scoffed. His words hit me like a steam train gone rogue, and I struggled to breathe. Every inch of me screamed for him to believe me, but the disgusted look on his face gutted me. "So, now let's move on to part 2, shall we?" Cassius smirked, and I had the sudden urge to jump up and headbutt him in the balls. I approached Vincenzo and asked that we terminate the contract. I even offered to pay him back the $50 million with interest. He refused. My head snapped up and anger ignited in my belly, stemming more from him not believing I didn't work with Cassius. "I supposed because you enjoyed humiliating me, didn't you?" I spat out, then glared at Cassius. "And I suppose you thought you could use me again if Vincenzo said yes, didn't you?" His chuckle grated on my nerves. "Yes, I plan to sign a new contract with my new partner. We would use your services together and hence a 50-50 partnership. But Vincenzo refused to give you up, and so that deal fell through. But then my new partner set an ambush for you when you went shopping, and, of course, your hero, Vincenzo, saved you." Cassius scoffed. Salvatore still refused to meet my gaze, and I clenched my teeth, willing him to see the truth. He refused, maybe because he believed I loved Zane. "Then, of course, he spirited you away, but that didn't go according to plan, did it, Vincenzo? Does she know?" "Know what?" I was quick to ask, but Vincenzo merely clenched his jaw, and I wasn't sure whether it was still because he was angry with me, or with Cassius for whatever he was about to tell me. "I guess he didn't then," Cassius grinned. "You see, Gianna, because you weren't the virgin, I suppose, your wonderful husband sent you to a terrible prison, and you know what they do to the gray tunic girls there, don't you?" I narrowed my eyes at him, wondering how he knew. "Well, your husband could have paid to have you taken out of there. You know, bribe the captain." Cassius paused. "Oh, wait, he did bribe the captain, but that was to keep you there untouched. So, you wore gray, but no man could touch you because of close to $100,000 a month. Right, Vincenzo?" "What?" If there was ever anything that could have shocked me, I think this would have been it. Pain swiped a deep cut through my heart, ripping down to my core. Salvatore looked at me now, and as usual, his expression remained a blank slate, but something in his eyes changed, a glint I didn't understand. "How could you?" I asked. He remained quiet. I looked at Cassius. "So, what do you want from me now?" I hissed, blood simmering in my veins, my wrists straining against the binds. "Well, sweetheart, I need the location of Gabriel, please." I frowned. I haven't seen him in the last 5 years. And what does Gabriel have to do with all of this shit? He didn't even know who I was when we met, and you refused for me to contact him. I grunted. Cassius barked out a laugh. "But you did meet him after you married Vincenzo. You know, as in after you came back from prison and Vincenzo was nice enough to allow you to shoot him." he said, his tone one of boredom, before he looked at Salvatore. "Did she tell you she fucked Gabriel Vincenzo in your home while you were pretending to be dead, giving her space?" Salvatore glared at me, anger etching deep lines into his brow. A muscle spasmed in his hardened jaw. But he said nothing. "What do you want with Gabriel Cassius?" I asked, trying to avoid Salvatore's eyes. Cassius looked at me and shrugged. "He owes me a son." "What?" I asked, confused. "You see, Gianna, here's part 3 of the story. Gabriel killed my son." "When?" This was beginning to sound unbelievable. "You met my son, Gianna. His name was Nathaniel Prescott, a.k.a. Jake Steiner." Cassius's words ripped the rug right out from under me, and I fell hard. "You see, Gianna, I'm better known as the boogeyman that little girls fear." Gobsmacked, my jaw dropped and my stomach flipped until I had to swallow to maintain my upright position. Hadn't Nathaniel mentioned the boogeyman would come for me? I just wrote it off as him wanting to scare me. Cassius let out a narcissistic laugh. "Nathaniel trafficked women for me. He was going to bring you to me, but I didn't know you were my daughter at the time, until I saw your photo with Gabriel at your home when I came to fetch you. I was aware Gabriel killed my son, but I didn't know why at the time. Because he saved you." "Oh, my fucking God!" I uttered an incredulous laugh. "So you set Gabriel up. He didn't kill Ishara, Bhavna, and Harsh." He nodded. "You sick bastard," I growled. All this time I hated Gabriel thinking he was a killer. "You wanted revenge against me and Gabriel?" "No," Cassius shook his head. "I want the son. I want the Gabriel son." He glanced at Vincenzo. "Did Gianna tell you she has a son with Gabriel?" "Oh my God! Rowan!" Salvatore's eyes sparked hellfire, but still, he remained quiet. It was like the lull before the storm, and by God, I feared what was coming. "Please, Cassius, where's my son? Where's Rowan?" I yelled, my insides turning liquid with hate. Cassius's brow furrowed. "Rowan? Who's Rowan?" he asked, and this time I frowned. "I'm talking about the Maddox." "Huh? Who's Maddox?" I asked, confusion tensing my jaw. Then recognition dawned. Jazz Malik's nephew was Gabriel's son? I helped get back Gabriel's son that he had with a woman he claimed as a friend. Oh my fucking God, how did I not see that coming? He lied, told me she was a friend. The bastard. "Maddox is with Jazz Malik," I bit out. "No, he isn't. Maddox wasn't a normal child, and I had Mary Beth take care of him until he was taken from her. So, where the fuck is Maddox?" I shook my head. "We handed Maddox over to Jazz, and I was shot during that time. When I came to, Gabriel and Maddox were gone," I replied, trying to take the attention off Rowan. If Cassius didn't know about Rowan, then that meant my baby was safe. I'd left strict instructions with the babysitter that if anything happened to me, she was to call Julian. I hoped like hell she did. "Ah, yes, I tried to have Gabriel killed that day, called in the kill shot, but I believe you saved your lover, didn't you, Gianna? Once again, you thwarted my plan." "Oh, my God, is there anything you're even innocent of?" I grunted. "Are you really my father? Fathers don't treat daughters this way." I was trying the sympathy card and hoping like hell It worked. Cassius shook his head. What can I say? All these mafia heads and crime lords think they're so bad, but I am the biggest fucking wolf out there. He let out a manic laugh, and I looked at Salvatore, but his eyes were on Cassius. Something churned behind those grays, and it didn't look good. It was clear that Salvatore was out for Cassius's blood, and I didn't know why. And no, Gianna, you're not my daughter. Your mother was a whore, and it's why I killed her when she told me you weren't my daughter. He ground out, his face swathed in hate. If I wasn't bound, I would have either dug the man's heart out with my bare hands or collapsed from the sheer pain running through me. Who was the lady I had killed then? The one you said was responsible for my mother's death? I forced out the words between the tears. That was Jazz Malik's sister, the new DA. She was raising Maddox. I wanted him, so I got rid of her. He shrugged it off like it was nothing. You used me as a scapegoat to kill an innocent woman, I hissed out, rage burning through me. He laughed. All part of the life of a mafia queen, Gianna. You made decisions to kill others, so why not her? I didn't bother replying. It was a waste. So now, Gabriel has Maddox and I have you. Fine. I guess I'll settle for you then. Cassius sighed. Gianna, I'd like you to meet my partner, Mendez. He held out his hand toward the entrance, and I watched as a man entered the room, and then he turned my way. Oh, God, it's you! I screamed, and Salvatore's expression changed to shock at my reaction, the first since Cassius took off the bag. How? I stared at the man from the prison, the man who'd pinned down Hannah in the bathroom. That scar in his jaw etched into my memory, never to be forgotten. Black, beady eyes, lecherous in their admiration, roved over me, and I shuddered. Cassius laughed. Mendez has been waiting a long time to meet you, sweetheart. Since Vincenzo didn't want to release you and the ambush didn't work. Then he saw you again at the prison camp, and that's how I found out you were there. He told me he wanted you. Only Vincenzo's bribe to the captain stopped Mendez from touching you. Now, he'll touch you whenever he wants. Mendez moved toward me, speaking Spanish to Cassius. I didn't understand the language and flinched when his hand touched my arm. Touch one fucking hair on her, and you'll die, Vincenzo roared, his voice slamming off the walls. Jaw clenched, gray eyes dark steel, the light above him creating a halo around his black hair and adding a shimmering depth to the silver streaks at his temples and in his salt and pepper beard. With his ash-colored button-down rolled at the sleeves and open 3 buttons down, the visible tattoos snaking over his skin just added to the ferocity that was Vincenzo Salvatore. Fuck, the man was stunning, even if he were the devil personified right now.
65. Vincenzo, 44 years. Slowly I rose from the seat that Cassius and his pathetic scum assumed I was tied to. My fists clenched so tight at my sides, the veins on my forearms were ready to burst. What the fuck? Shocked, Cassius and Gianna cried out together. When Zane came up with a plan to use me as bait, I'd walked into the compound gate with my hands up. They thought they'd tied me down when they brought me in and made me sit, waiting for Cassius to appear. Now I took in the stunned, laced with fear expressions of Cassius and Mendez. In less than a minute their men ran into the room and stopped, forming a half-circle around the room. My gaze drifted over them. My voice steel. You have two choices. Walk the fuck out of here with your lives intact, or die right now. When they didn't move, I took a step toward Cassius, who seemed to be backing away. Mendez, on the other hand, was screaming in Spanish to his men. Scowling, I lifted my hand and snapped my fingers. In quick succession, one after the other, the men in the half-circle fell like dominoes. I was impressed with the speed. It seemed like Zane was good. Pointing at Mendez and about to snap my finger, the coward dropped to his knees, his hands clasped in prayer. In rapid Spanish, he begged for his life, calling me the devil. The way his men fell, he probably believed it. Given the old church we were in, it seemed appropriate. "Stay," I barked at him, and he bowed his head to the floor. Then I turned my gaze on the other man. "Now, Cassius," he squared his shoulders as though ready to take me on. "Sit. We need to talk," I ordered, gesturing to a chair that sat on a podium while glancing around. Instead of a cross or a statue of Christ on the wall behind the podium, a large array of tools hung from hooks. Torture chamber. "Well, hell fucking Luya, Cassius. Nice setup, and just what I needed." Something in my voice, or my words, had him dropping to the chair. "Now, it's my turn to tell you a story about a little boy, Boogeyman. Pay close attention. You might enjoy it." The look on the man's face was priceless. I'd never seen fear run that deep before. All this boy ever wanted was to live, Cassius, in a home filled with lovable parents, food when he was hungry, laughter when he was sad, music when he was happy, and a dog. Instead, what he got was a sick stepfather who beat the fucking shit out of him whenever he felt like it. Then, one night, his doped-up mother tried to save him and his little brother. But she died in vain, and you know what the boy called her? Bitch, because she forgot she had children. I paused, and pushing Cassius forward, I cuffed his hands to a bar in front of the chair. "Stop this fucking shit," Cassius bellowed, and I pulled the cuffs tighter until he squirmed. On the floor below the podium, Mendez seemed to be praying. I heard the hard pummel of feet against the wooden flooring as more men ran in, the sound of their guns cocking, resonating in the empty building. Not bothering looking at them, I snapped my fingers, and Zane played dominoes once more. Mendez whimpered like a bitch in heat. I looked at the tools and reached for a scythe. Using the tip of the weapon, I dragged it down Cassius's back, ripping material on its way, but not touching skin yet. He flinched. That same night, I began speaking again, his stepfather raped the little boy, tore him open, made him bleed so he could have a little fun. Then a very nice man came to save him and took him away in a shiny black car, promising him a better future. But on their way, some motherfucker rammed the car. I rolled the tip of the scythe down Cassius's back. This time, the hiss of skin peeling echoed around the church like a fucking hushed prayer recital. Blood spurted like a misdirected fountain. Cassius screamed, his body shaking as he grabbed the bar, his knuckles whitening with a tight grip. Then the sick fuck stole the boy from the car and killed his little brother. The only happiness in the boy's life was his brother, who he cared for more than his own life, and that sick fuck took his brother's life, slaughtered an innocent. I dropped the scythe and reached for a weapon that looked like a fork, only the prongs were bent at a right angle. Pressing down, I dragged it along Cassius's thigh, and another scream ripped from his throat. I heard Gianna's shocked gasps. I didn't look at her. As if that wasn't enough, he branded the boy, marked him with an emblem burned into his skin, then tattooed over to give it definition. Then he raped that boy, over and over, for weeks. A year and a half he did sick shit to him, and through it all, that little boy never cried, not even a whimper. He never screamed, not even a sound. He never begged, not even a joining of his hands. What he did, though, was make a promise to kill the sick fuck. I kicked the chair out from under Cassius, and because he was still cuffed to the chair legs, it left him hanging, with arms attached to the bar and his legs stretched out behind him. I ripped Cassius's pants with the fork until all the pieces fell away, leaving him naked. "Vincenzo, stop," Cassius begged. "I'm sorry," he cried. That boy promised he wouldn't just kill the sick fuck. He would give him the same treatment. I dropped the fork and reached for a baton, then lined it upright with Cassius's ass. "No, please don't," he begged, his ass squirming from side to side. I felt nothing for him, besides deep, dark hate that would make me look like the devil to Gianna. I didn't care. With one quick shove, I drove the baton into Cassius's ass. His body jerked hard. His chilling screams filled the church. I could hear Mendez's prayer growing in tempo. Then, placing my foot on the tip of the baton sticking out, I rammed my foot down. His ass exploded in another fountain of blood, swallowing the stick. Cassius choked on his tongue, his screams rushing out in whimper groans, his body a shaking mass. I lifted my gaze, meeting Gianna's stunned look, her eyes wide in horror, her chest rising and falling quickly as she gasped for air. Breaking the connection, I grabbed a machete, tested the weight in my hand, then said, "The boy promised to take off the sick fuck's head." With one quick swipe, I sliced Cassius's head clean off. It flew like a well-aimed football, landing at Mendez's feet. "Touchdown, bastard!" The man shrieked like a fucking girl, and I cocked a brow as his horrified gaze met mine. Then I glanced down, studying Cassius's glassy gaze stare up at the ceiling, his mouth agape, his face contorted in pain. "Hope you enjoyed my storytelling, Cassius." I looked up, meeting Gianna's eyes once more, her expression one of uncertainty, and I knew she was trying to piece together whether I was telling Cassius my story or someone else's. "Why would I tell Cassius someone else's story?" I silently asked. Her smile was hesitant, as though she'd heard my question and trying to assure me she understood why I had to kill the fucker that called himself the boogeyman, to frighten little girls and boys. He never guessed one boy would survive his shit, that the boy would escape, that the boy was the son of a mafia don who'd found him again, that the boy swore revenge, biding his time. I ignored her silent comfort. She still had to tell me about this so-called child she had with Zane. A few men ran in, and I snapped my fingers. They fell. Only Mendez was left standing. He gaped around him, touching his body as if checking for bullet holes. Then all hell broke loose. Gunfire erupted outside, filling the night air. I jumped off the podium, untied Gianna, and grabbed her arm. Pointing to Mendez, I made the sign of the cross. "Watch your back," I warned in Spanish before nudging Gianna toward the exit. Leaving the fucker alive was strategic. I wanted him to go back to all his cohorts and let them know that Salvatore il Diavolo was real. Mendez and Cassius's men were gaining on us. "Let's go!" I yelled over the explosive gunfire that suddenly filled the night air. It sounded like the men were either shooting blind or they were being forced back by an army. I knew better. They probably couldn't see Zane and didn't know where to shoot. "Move!" I pointed my gun at the building as we sprinted outside, firing shots at the men swarming the place. We were running blind, not sure where to go, when out of nowhere someone yanked Gianna's arm, pushing her into a car. Then Zane barked, "Salvatore, we need to move, now!" It was too dark to see, and I followed his voice. "Get down!" He shoved Gianna to the floor, throwing himself over her as the back windshield exploded, shattered glass spraying the car. He'd left the driver's side door open. I jumped in behind the wheel, slammed the door shut. "Get us out of here!" Zane yelled from the back seat, his gun raining hellfire, as I started the engine and shot off.
66. Zane, 38 years. The plan had gone off perfectly. Using Salvatore as bait, I circled the building and took out the men with my sniper rifle. While I'd taken out the men inside the building, I wasn't prepared for the number of vehicles that rocked up while Rhea and Salvatore were still tied up. Now, as I fired off a couple of rounds, I hoped like hell we'd get out of this fucking place. "Jesus, Salvatore, did you buy your fucking license?" I yelled, pulling out another weapon and pumping lead at the fuckers coming after us. Fuck, I could have sworn we walked into Hitler's German army with the number of foot soldiers these men have. I reloaded another magazine as Rhea unfolded herself from the car floor, her stunned gaze riveted on my face. "What are you doing here?" She finally found her voice. "Saving you," I winked, earning a scowl instead of a smile. "Okay, not good. Stay low." "We need to lose them," Salvatore growled, his driving skills superb, but he was no McLaren, or there were just too many of these fuckers following us. I glanced out the back and shot off another couple of rounds. "They're gaining on us. Pull into the first alley you can. We need to ditch the car." Another burst of gunfire sprayed us, and the car fishtailed. "Automatics," Salvatore cursed as he finally righted the car. I kept firing until the clip was empty, and reloaded. "Give me a gun." Rhea held out a hand, sliding up carefully onto the back seat. Smirking, I handed her the Colt, and it was a fucking turn-on watching her handle the weapon. She'd changed, and I wasn't sure whether to call it a good thing or bad. The car jerked, bringing her body into mine. I inhaled her familiar scent, losing my concentration, and had to duck when a couple of bullets whizzed past me. With the extra gun, we managed to get more of the fuckers, buying us time. "Hang on," Salvatore called over his shoulder, swinging the car wide and bringing it to a stop in a dark alley. We ducked as a couple of cars drove by. "They'll be on the lookout. We need to get out of here," he said, opening the car door and climbing out. Rhea and I followed. "We need to lay low for a couple of hours." I glanced over my shoulder. We were about 2 streets over from the city. "There," I pointed out, and we began walking, each of us caught up in our own thoughts, or we had nothing to say to each other. Several minutes later, we reached a busier street which made it less likely for the men to find us or shoot wildly. When neither of them said anything, I spoke up. "They'll be watching the plane, so we've got 2 choices. Sit in a coffee shop all night, or find a hotel and get some sleep." "Wouldn't it be easier to get to the plane undetected at night?" Rhea asked. I got the feeling she wasn't too keen to spend more time in our company. Sorry, baby girl, but I need this time with you. Yes, but they have a better chance at taking us out under the cover of night than risk exposure during the day. Your call. I agree with him, Bella. Salvatore's endearment got my hackles up. Fuck, this was going to be a long night. Fine, Rhea agreed, her reluctance evident in the drop of her shoulders. It's no use all three of us getting caught. You wait here. I'll go see what I can find us. I offered, and they both nodded. As I crossed the road and headed for the nearest hotel in sight, I glanced over my shoulder. Salvatore was directing Rhea to a coffee house. Something in the way they moved tightened my chest. Anyone looking in would think they were a couple. I thought of my son and meeting him. It made me smile.
67. Gianna, 27 years. I've got good news and bad. Which do you want to hear first? Zane looked at me, ignoring Salvatore's scowling features as he walked up to us and accepted the coffee I held out to him. I rolled my eyes at both men. Considering I've been having a bad day, the good news. Zane's expression was sly, almost like he was toying with me. They have room. Good, let's go then. I took a step forward. You haven't heard the bad news. His soft words stopped me. I glared at him over my shoulder, and he chuckled, as if he was enjoying himself at my expense. I arched a brow. He held up a key card. There's only one room. Some doctor's convention has all the hotels booked. My breath faltered, trying not to imagine spending a night with these two men. Lord knew that was a disaster waiting to unfold. What are our options? My gaze flicked between the two of them. What's wrong, Bella? Scared we might be too much for you? Salvatore's scowl accompanied a glint of amusement in those gray spheres as he verbalized my inner thoughts. To my surprise, Zane's smile was just as smug. When did these two decide to collaborate on sexually tormenting me? I hate you, I hissed. Him? The two of them asked in unison, jerking their thumbs at the other. Both of you, I grunted. Cassius's disclosures about these two men left me in a foul mood, and I had no intention of playing house with them. Why? We saved your life, Zane said. Why bother? You'll both just fuck it up again. I huffed and strutted toward the hotel, not missing his sexy chuckle. Fuck, this was going to be one long night. When Zane swiped the key card to the room, I entered first and stopped short just inside the room. My gaze fixed on the sparse decor, which wasn't what worried me. I might have forgotten to mention, there's only a king bed in the room. Zane came up behind me. You think? Sarcasm dripped from my lips as I swung sharply to face the two men, their calm expressions annoying the crap out of me. How the hell had I not seen this coming? Oh, wait, maybe because I got drugged, kidnapped, tricked by my father, who wasn't my real father, then saved by these two devil go forth and sin gift to women, and now I stood in a room that had just one bed and a single armchair. What was I missing? Condoms, perhaps. My cynicism knew no end right now. Then again, they'd both fucked me raw, so that wasn't even a consideration. You two take the bed. I'll take the chair. Salvatore was the first to break the silence. Nope, I'm not sleeping with him. I pointed at Zane, and his brow shot up. Fine, then you and I will take the bed, and Zane can have the chair. Salvatore replied. Nope, I'm not sleeping with you either. I crossed my arms over my chest, bursting his bubble. What do you propose we do then? Zane sniggered, raking a hand through his hair and earning a not-so-subtle fuck you look from Salvatore. You two take the bed, and I'll take the chair, I said, sleep already seeping into my veins. They looked at me, glanced at each other, then shook their heads. "Not happening," they said in unison. "Then sleep in the damn shower for all I care," I muttered, heading for the chair, but a strong arm wrapped around my waist, stopping me before I was hoisted up and tossed on the bed. "It's a big bed, Bella. We can all share." Salvatore towered over me, the low tenor in his voice a clear warning not to argue. Next to him, Zane lifted an eyebrow in a mock challenge. Once more, the thought of who of these two was the lesser evil popped up. This time, I had an answer. They were on equal footing, even if they didn't know it yet. Although I'd proved my strength, somehow, they had it in them to treat me like a child. I was so fucked. "Whatever," I grumbled. Even if they hadn't collaborated, they were keeping an eye on me, knowing I had it in me to run. And I planned to. Too many people wanted me, for the wrong reasons. My mother was right. I'd become a pawn, and between all the male testosterone flying around me, I wasn't sure I'd cope. Then I thought of my son, and suddenly everything else seemed unimportant. I just needed to get to him, and all this would be over. My gaze shifted between the two men still staring down at me, waiting for me to make a move. I might be loath to admit it, but in my heart, I knew if anyone could help get me to my son, they could. "Can I at least shower, then?" Salvatore nodded and walked to the window. He scanned the streets and closed the curtains while Zane checked the bathroom. When he came back out, I vaulted off the bed, walked in, and locked the door behind me. Leaning against it for a moment, I took a breather, letting everything that happened over the last couple of days sink in. God, my body ached in places I'd forgotten existed, places I'd only discovered in that prison. I shuddered at the thought and stripped. Between all the manhandling and running, my nerves were shot. Closing my eyes, I lifted my head and let the agony of the last few days slide away. Thankfully, the hot water was a steady spray and a welcome relief. The sudden opening of the shower door had me whipping around, startled. "What are you doing here?" I gasped, wiping water from my eyes as Zane stepped inside. "How did you get in? I locked the door." I was floundering, and it had nothing to do with the locked door, but the 6'4" of bronze sin in my shower. "You know no doors can keep me out. Or have you forgotten my skill set, Rhea?" His lips widened in a slow smile. "Or would you prefer I called you Gianna?" My eyes cut down to his crotch, and I swallowed at the sight of his hard-on. He flexed, and I clenched my thighs without thought before his soft chuckle had my eyes snapping back up. An arrogant smirk tugged at the edges of his mouth, the tip of his tongue licking at the center of his bottom lip. I moved to sidestep him, but his hand snuck out, grabbed my hip, pulling me to him. A rush of air escaped my lungs as he nudged me up against a wall, forcing a muscular thigh between my legs, his touch firm, his fingers biting into the flesh on my hip bone. My lips parted on another breathless exhale, a lick of heat rushing through my veins as flames of open lust speared corners of my body it shouldn't have. He had no right to my body's reaction to him. Caging me with his palm flat against the wall, the other hand tilted my chin until my gaze met his. Warm brown eyes caressed my face. His thigh stirred between mine, and my eyes slid shut on a muted sigh. Memories of his kisses, his touch, the pleasures he'd inflicted on my body came flooding back. I opened my eyes, forcing them away. This was no time to rehash a life that no longer existed. As if sensing the change in my response, he rolled a slow finger down my cheek. "Whatever my actions, I didn't hurt you, Rhea." I guess circumstances collaborated with what you did." His jaw clenched, his hand dropping to his side. "Then why punish me?" "Because I swore off trusting men." "Don't I deserve a fair chance at your forgiveness?" "No." "Then why did you take a bullet for me?" He rolled a finger over the scar just above my right breast. I flinched, not from pain, but his touch. "I would have been better off dead than living, knowing you were dead because of me. But I was left in the dark, all these years, not knowing the truth, and still you treat me like I hurt you. Why?" "Let it go, Zane. It's over. We had a past and now we don't." I didn't want to open those old wounds, everything that happened and why it happened. "Don't fucking give me that, Rhea, because I sure as fuck deserve an answer. I have no idea what I did, but you were the one that lied to me. You ran and never came back the first time. Then you snuck into my life the second time to punish me for what? I have no fucking clue. If that wasn't enough, you were killed. Apparently. Now we have a fucking son together, one I knew nothing about." "And you think I knew?" I lashed back. "I had no fucking idea I was pregnant when I got married to the other asshole in this room. Worse, my baby died at childbirth, ripped out of my stomach by a savage woman who didn't think twice about fucking up a pregnant girl. Do you know what that felt like?" A pained expression zipped over his features, but I was beyond caring. "So fuck you, Zane. Don't tell me what you deserve, because I sure as fuck deserved a lot more. From you, from Salvatore, from both my fathers, one I don't even know. I've been to hell because all you men ever did was take from me. My life, my love, my heart, my body, my freedom, my choices, and my fucking baby." Glaring at him, I shoved at his chest and stepped out of the shower. My feet came to an abrupt stop, my glazed vision locking with Salvatore. Arms crossed over his chest, he leaned against the doorframe. His eyes made a slow descent down my body before returning to my face. "What? You want some more from me too?" I barked. His brow shot up. The amusement dancing in his eyes only made me angrier. I swear nothing affected that man. He was either colder than an iceberg or hotter than lava. "Fuck you too." Grabbing the bathrobe hanging on the wall next to the door, I brushed past him into the bedroom. I felt his eyes on me, but I didn't look back. Not giving any thought to my wet hair and body, I slipped on the robe, secured the sash, and flopped on the bed. Knowing Salvatore would carry me if I defied him, I moved to the center, fluffed the pillow around my head, and stared up at the ceiling. As my thoughts drifted, my muscles relaxed, and calm settled over my body. When the television switched on, I closed my eyes. Then the bed dipped on my right, and I tried hard to still my breathing, unsure who rattled me more between the two men. Lingering remnants of Zane's cologne filled my nostrils, and I held my breath momentarily, trying to ignore the scent. Despite the king-sized mattress, I could feel the whisper of his body as he moved before settling down. I bit my bottom lip, wondering if I'd survive the night. Every inch of my skin was already hyper-aware of them, and that was just by movement alone. Then the bed dipped on my left side, and Salvatore's scent merged with Zane's, tightening every muscle in my core. Fuck. It hadn't sounded that bad when Salvatore mentioned sharing the bed. Now, not so much. My anxiety peaked. Inhaling slowly to calm my body's reaction, I turned to my right and blanched. Zane was lying on his side, facing me, one hand under his pillow, the other resting casually on the curve of his body. My eyes lowered, taking in his naked torso. Stopping my gaze at his ribcage, I lifted it back up to his face. His eyes locked with mine, lacking the anger I'd expected from my earlier outburst. He pursed his lips and air-kissed me, his smile mischievous before he ran the tip of his tongue along the shape of his bottom lip, almost inviting me to kiss him. Shit. Letting out a frustrated breath, I flipped on my other side and came face to face with Salvatore and his naked chest. As if he planned this seduction with Zane, he bit down on his lip. Those gray eyes glinted with something wicked before he winked at me. I blanched, my insides swirling, a storm draped in lust. Double shit. I rolled onto my back, clenched my fists at my sides so as not to touch either of them, and shut my eyes tight, like a little girl afraid of the monsters under the bed. Only I was sure any sane woman would want these two men as monsters in her bed. I probably resembled the statue of a corpse. I didn't care. But I did pray for the two of them to go to sleep. No such luck. I had only a moment's notice of someone moving before my legs were spread wide open. The robe had come undone and fell to my sides, exposing my bare flesh to a flick of cold air. My eyes snapped open in time to see Salvatore dropping between my spread legs. "What are you I was cut off by his warm tongue spearing the entrance to my pussy. I moved to close my legs, but he slid his hands under my thighs, keeping them open. "What are you doing?" I squeaked, trying to resist the manipulation of his mouth. He looked up at me. "Eating your pussy." He dropped his head, flicking his tongue over my clit, and my hips bucked. "My body is not yours to do as you please." Even as I voiced that thought, I knew it was a waste of time. Salvatore took, simple as that. "And seriously, with Zane right next to us," I rasped, not looking at the other man. He glanced up once more. "Zane's a big boy, Bella. I don't need to tell him what to do." "What the actual fuck?" I gasped both from his words and the nip to my clit. My head snapped to Zane. If I expected irritation or anger, that's not what I got. He was smiling, apparently enjoying the show, and before I could say anything, he leaned forward and claimed my mouth in a hard kiss, shocking me with his acceptance of Salvatore's act. Like I said earlier, I was so fucked. I tried to pull him off my mouth by shoving against his chest, but Zane caught my hands, locking both my wrists, and held them above my head. Then, using his lips to coax mine to part, he slipped his tongue between the seam of my lips. As soon as he did that, I bit down on his tongue. He jerked back with a curse. "Fuck!" He fingered his tongue to check if I'd drawn blood, still keeping my hands locked above my head. "You don't play fair, baby girl." "This is rape," I hissed. Yeah, strong start. How long it would last would be another story. As if to prove his point, Salvatore slipped 2 fingers inside my traitorously wet pussy and rolled his tongue over my clit before biting down on the sensitive bundle of nerves. My hips bucked, and I couldn't stop the moan in time. He didn't let up, sucking me hard and fast until I was panting, while wet sucking noises from his pumping fingers surrounded us. Zane cocked his head to one side, his eyes roving over my flushed face, before his free hand palmed my breast, rolling the now hardened nipple between his forefinger and thumb, squeezing. Another moan slipped out. My body was on fire, and I wasn't sure who was causing more heat, because both their touches seemed to sear my core, testing my body's limits to restrain myself from feeling. And with each delicious pump, of Salvatore's fingers and Zane's squeeze of my nipple. I was losing that hold. "You want him to stop, Rhea?" Zane asked, his eyes dark with lust as he watched Salvatore tongue-fuck me. I didn't answer for fear of what would come out. In response, he leaned down and closed his mouth around the nipple, sucking hard while massaging the other. At the same time, Salvatore parted my pussy lips with both thumbs and slipped his tongue inside, sucking and licking, hard and fast. My eyes rolled back in my head as I cried out, my hips unconsciously flexing, chasing my release. I'd only ever slept with these two men at one time or the other. Was it strange, then, that we were here together, and they commanded my body at the same time without thought, without discussion? How had the one known the other wouldn't stop him? Salvatore bit my clit, and Zane bit my nipple, sending me crashing over the edge and dragging me from my thoughts. As my body jerked in release, they continued their wicked torture, not letting up until I was whimpering for them to stop. His gray gaze locked with mine, Salvatore climbed off the bed, his mouth wet with my juices, and wiped it with the back of his hand. Gripping my ankles, he waited for Zane to release my wrists. "Come here, Bella." He gestured to a spot on the bed in front of where he stood. There was no denying the authority in that tone, or that primal look in his eyes. With a glance at Zane's smug face, I moved. When I sat on my knees in front of him, he pushed my robe off my shoulders. "Have you sucked Zane's cock, Bella?" Not sure why he was asking, I hesitated. "Do you prefer the taste of my cum or his?" I closed my eyes as I felt Zane move behind me, his chest skimming my back. He swept my hair to the side while his tongue licked a slow path from my shoulder to my ear. I shivered, opening my eyes to find Salvatore's darkened gaze on Zane, who was sucking on my earlobe. I wasn't sure what to read in Salvatore's stare. Anger, lust, need, it was all in there, laced with ownership. Yet I couldn't understand why he was sharing. "Answer him, baby girl." Zane's low growl in my ear had my fists balling. Pursing my lips, I scowled, feeling like I was 18 again when both men railroaded my emotions. Salvatore il Diavolo was having none of that. "On your back with your head over the edge," he demanded. "Disobey me, and I'll tie you down with your fucking hair around the bedpost." I believed him. Rolling onto my back, I hung my head over the edge and waited. A sudden hiss of a sound I recognized had me freezing. He wouldn't. Salvatore moved to stand behind my head, dropped his towel, and palmed his dick. At the sight of his beautifully brown cock, dimpled with ridged veins and pinkish head, my mouth watered of its own volition. It was the object in his other hand that had me swallowing. With the angle of my head, I couldn't see what Zane was up to, and I heard his sharp curse as Salvatore slipped his belt over my head and around my neck, the other end wrapped around his hand, like a pet on a leash. I should have panicked. Zane's grasp of my fingers encouraged me not to move. Maybe I'd turned sadistic enough to enjoy it. I wasn't prepared, though. "Suck my cock like you've never tasted one before, Bella." Fisting his length, Salvatore ran the tip over my lips, painting it with his pre-cum. "Lick your lips." Rolling my tongue over my lips, I scowled at him, and, eyes narrowed, he tugged a little, and the belt tightened. "If you so much as think of biting, "I'll whip your ass until you can't sit for days," he warned. Cupping the back of my neck, he lifted slightly, at the same time sliding his cock into my mouth. "Open wider," he ordered. His fingertips biting into my nape, a low growl rumbled out his chest as I took him deep. "Good girl." Then he began riding my mouth, going deeper with each thrust. The belt tightened more, and breathing became difficult. Still, Salvatore fucked my mouth, his strokes relentless. Tears leaked from my eyes, rolling into my hair. The sudden sensation of Zane's soft lips on my ankles, moving up along my leg, biting and sucking on my skin, caused me to jerk my head up, pushing Salvatore's cock deeper. I choked, straining against the belt. "Fuck," he grunted, pushing down my throat even more, forcing saliva to slip from the side of my lips and run backward toward my ear, given the angle. The belt tightened, and white spots invaded my vision. I grasped the leather, and Salvatore loosened it an inch. "Jesus, Rhea, you love choking on his cock, don't you? You're fucking drenched," Zane groaned, spreading my thighs wider, to roll the tip of his tongue over my clit, slipping a finger into my pussy, pumping hard. My low moan vibrated around Salvatore's cock. He jerked on my tongue, yanking the belt. I tried to concentrate, my mind reeling from the sensations of Salvatore's cock in my mouth and Zane's tongue on my clit. Then his tongue speared my entrance, sucking harder on the bundle of nerves, causing my body to lock up and an orgasm to sear through me. Heat inflamed in my pussy, spreading outward. My body erupted, every nerve ablaze with unbearable pleasure that pulsed in rhythm with my shudders. I let out another cry around Salvatore's cock, my eyes rolling back into my head as Zane's sucking turned sensual, slow, delirious, causing goosebumps to litter my skin, while his finger pumped a gentle rhythm through my soaking wet flesh. I gagged on his cock, and Salvatore pulled out. Loosening the belt, he removed it from my neck, giving me room to breathe. I inhaled through my nose, quick and hard. My legs began trembling from the onslaught of Zane's mouth. I tried to clench my thighs and force him back, but his strong palms flattened them as he ate me like he'd just discovered the nectar of immortality. I could feel the burn of my orgasm whirl its way down my spine. My fingers gripped the covers, trying to hold on while Salvatore fucked my mouth, his movements slower, matching Zane's pace. Heat scorched my core, pushing up and out, and then Zane added another finger, sucked my clit into his mouth hard, and my body erupted. Another tense climax robbed me of my ability to control my reaction as I came, trembling and whimpering. "Fuck!" Salvatore roared when my teeth grazed his length, my tongue and palate locking around his cock. Zane lifted onto his knees, his thighs snug around my ass as he spread me wide. He rubbed his cock over my pussy, spreading my arousal. I felt the bulbous head cushion my clit every time he thrust up against it, driving me almost to the edge. Then, in one quick slide, he filled me to the hilt. And while one man fucked my mouth, the other fucked my pussy, their movements in perfect harmony with each other, their domination of my body my undoing. Lust rimmed with insatiable pleasure racked through my body. I shivered, knowing walking away from these two would be easy, if it were not for the way my body desired them, craved their touch, whimpered at the kisses, and begged for the adoration. "Jesus, Rhea," Zane groaned as his body tensed between my thighs and his cock pulsated in the heated warmth of my pussy. He leaned forward, nibbling at one nipple before covering it with his mouth and sucking hard. Gripping onto his slick shoulders, I moaned, sweet languor overtaking my thoughts. I could hear the liquid sound of flesh against flesh, a wet, sucking sound, egging me closer to a climax. "Fuck!" Salvatore's groan rushed out, his fingers tightening on my neck, his cock sinking deeper into my throat. And then I tasted the hot release of his cum. I swallowed as fast as I could. "Suck me dry, Bella," he growled, not letting up. I curled my tongue around his head, sucking and licking until he released every last drop. He withdrew his cock, but still held me in place as Zane released my nipple, and his thrusts intensified, deeper and harder. He let out a long, agonizing groan, losing control as my muscles began tightening and squeezing the length of him. I opened my eyes to find Salvatore watching me and Zane, his eyes dark with lust, his cock already hardening again. My gaze shifted to Zane, and he winked at me. "Come with me, baby girl." He pressed down on my clit, and my body shattered, pleasure dragging deep inside me, flooding up and outwards as my orgasm ripped through me, engulfing my trembling body. He followed a second later, and every nerve in me turned liquid fire. Waves of bliss crashing through every bone as he emptied himself in me. "Fuck," he cursed, and I felt his body shuddering against mine. I was still shaking as Salvatore moved my head up and onto the bed. My body numb with exhaustion, and the overwhelming desire for release sated, my eyes closed. I felt my body being lifted, my legs spread, before something soft and warm caressed my aching flesh. Then, cool sheets covered my heated skin, and I felt the dip of the mattress on either side of me, but I lacked the energy to lift my head and sank into oblivion.
68. Zane. 38 years. After what happened between the three of us last night, I expected a warmer attitude from Gianna. No dice. She merely went about getting herself ready like we were invisible. Salvatore was his usual brand of arrogance. He'd lost a couple of his men at the compound, and when the rest arrived to meet us, we drove in silence to the airport. Now we sat in the plane, descending into Chicago, and I wasn't sure if I was going to be invited back to the castle. "Why did you keep my son away from me, Rhea?" She was seated across from me, and her head snapped up, surprise lending her cheeks a distinct pink. Salvatore, seated next to her, glanced at her, then me. I waited for him to say something, anything. Nothing. He went back to looking at his phone. "How did you know I had a son?" she asked. Annoyed, I gritted my teeth. "Answer the fucking question." Salvatore's gaze snapped back to me. "Talk to her like that again, and you'll be flying home. Just not in the plane," he warned. I grinned. "I'd like to see you try." My gun slipped out a second before his, and my brow lifted. "I'm not one of your pussy soldiers, Salvatore. I don't follow orders, and I will talk to my wife how the fuck I want, until she tells me what I want to know." "You two are acting like kids." Rhea shook her head, and we holstered our weapons. "He's not yours, Zane," she added, earning a shocked look from Salvatore. "Salvatore looks just as shocked as I do, Rhea." "Is it his?" I snorted, insinuation thick in my words. "Fuck you, Zane." She retaliated quickly. "Why the surprise, anyway? You have a child with the Malik girl, and that was news to me. I thought she was just a friend." That knocked me so far off my seat, I would have landed before the plane did. "What fucking child?" She rolled her eyes.
Well, Cassius seems to think you were Maddox's father.
Maddox. I frowned, trying to remember before it clicked. As in the child I helped Jazz to get back from the man calling himself your father? I snorted. Isn't that an unfucking believable coincidence? And of course you'd believe that prick over me. First, you railroad me into believing you're Rhea Singh, then you disappear on me. No forwarding address, and turn up as Gianna Mancini. Then I find out you're actually Gianna Salvatore, who wanted to fuck me just for the night in return for a child I was helping a friend find. Next comes a son that has my fucking DNA, and now this shit. What am I missing? I ground out.
What are you talking about? What DNA?
She shouted. Would you two calm the fuck down and discuss this like rational fucking adults? Salvatore warned, like this wasn't his mess either. There must be a fucking problem somewhere. Just find the damn shit. Fixing him with a deathly stare, I stood and walked to the back of the plane as it rolled to a stop.
I dialed Jazz. Zane, wow, I'm shocked you still have my number.
She laughed after 2 rings. Listen, Jazz, I skipped the pleasantries. I need some information about Maddox.
Oh, okay.
I could hear the disappointment in her voice and blew out a frustrated breath. Who's Maddox's father?
I have no idea. My sister came home with a baby one day and said he was left at the shelter she volunteered at. He was a couple of weeks old and not in good health. The mother was shot that morning, so we don't have any details on him. I'm sorry. Why, though? Did something happen? Is he okay?
I frowned. He's not with you?
No. He's with Julian.
How the fuck did that happen? I raked a hand through my hair and paced the floor. I helped get him back for you.
Zane, chill, okay? When you headed for the plane and began shouting, Julian raced towards you, and before I could stop him, Maddox went after him as well and clung to Julian. Maddox threw a major tantrum. Julian was trying to get the lady that got shot on the plane, and some guys were trying to drag you off because you'd gone ballistic over her. Desperate, Julian grabbed Maddox and said he'd be in touch. We met 2 weeks later, and Maddox wouldn't come with me. Julian offered to take care of him, and I agreed. Why has this become an issue now, almost 5 years later?
Because someone seems to think he's my son, and familial DNA matched mine, I muttered.
Wow. Are you sure it's Maddox? Maybe they picked it up on another kid?
It doesn't make sense, because I've never fucked a woman without a condom until very recently, like this year. I needed to check with Declan. Maybe his system was flawed. Thanks for taking my call, Jess.
Hey, Zane.
She stopped as I was about to cut the call. Yeah.
Listen, I figured out why Maddox is attracted to anything on the wrist. A friend of mine who babysat for my sister said that when Maddox was a baby, they weren't sure why he'd never make a sound, even when crying. Then one day, my sister was changing his diaper, and every time her bangles would move, Maddox's gaze would shift to it. She began shaking her bangles at him every time she wanted his attention. It's how they communicated when she wanted him to do something, and then one day, she noticed he'd perk up at the sound of a piano. The pediatrician seemed to think he was attracted by a certain type of sound.
Okay, good to know. Thanks again. I cut the call and followed the others out of the plane.
69. Gianna, 27 years. Could you repeat that part? Because I suddenly feel like Alice in Wonderland, only I swallowed a pill marked stupid. Your mother came to see me just before she died. Salvatore and I stood in his den back at the castle, and I'd laid into him about paying the captain to keep me at the prison camp, and he said he'd have to start at the beginning. Really? Why would she, knowing my father was using me to pay off his debt to you? Always impatient, aren't you? His eyes glinted with amusement. Because she didn't trust Cassius to keep his word. She feared that he'd use your skill with numbers as a pawn between criminal lords. Sell you to the highest bidder who'd be willing to fund his business. And she was right, wasn't she? Yes, but why come to you? I frowned. Your mother asked me to take care of you. Protect you, Salvatore said. I laughed. Wait, I'm having a hard time believing that my mother would ask you, a perverted fuck, to take care of me. I understand your skepticism. Do you? I scoffed. Hate me all you want, Bella. Stop fucking calling me that. I lashed out with a fist to his chest. You don't deserve that right. He gripped my wrists, tugging me into his body, his gray eyes penetrating my very soul. Yet there was no hate there. Your mother asked me to protect you, but she also asked that I toughen you, fill you with such hatred that you'd take on the world, revenge her death. My jaw dropped so hard it hit me in the eye on its way back up. My mother asked you to toughen me up, and that's the shit you put me through? I scowled. Revenge her death? His eyes searched mine before he released my wrists. Not everything is black and white, Gianna. The sudden use of my name caught me by surprise. He'd never used it before. Dragging a hand through his hair, he walked to the window and stared out. The day after he brought you to me, Cassius rescinded his offer. As he said, he was prepared to return my money with interest and wanted you back. So why didn't you? I hissed, my anger escalating by the second. As fucked up as it sounds, at least my father was honest about why he wanted me. Why did you want to keep me? Give me a sec. He moved over to his table, picked up his phone, and dialed. Send him in. Curious, I stared at the door, waiting to see who he'd called. The breath caught in my throat when Julian entered the room. He nodded a greeting to me before shifting his gaze to Vincenzo. Sir? Julian, I'm trying to explain the truth to Gianna, and I need your help since she doesn't believe me. Do you blame me? I threw back, and he lavished me with a slight tilt to his head that I was beginning to find distracting, more so his calm demeanor. The truth, sir? Julian spoke before he could. Yes. All of it? Julian asked, spiking my curiosity even more. Salvatore nodded. Julian looked at me, and I caught the tenderness in his eyes before he smiled. After your father had you kill Mr. Salvatore's father, your mother heard him offer you to others. That's when she realized she had to get you away from him. That's when she planned my kidnapping? I asked. Julian nodded. Yes, but there were a limited number of people she could trust to help her without them telling your father of her plan. She mentioned that. I recalled our last conversation before I frowned. I remember her saying she had to cut a deal with someone. She wasn't proud of what she'd done, but it was the only way she could safeguard me. Do you know what she meant? Julian's smile was hesitant before he looked at Salvatore. Would you like to tell her, sir? With his hands in his pockets, Salvatore leaned his butt against his table, stretched out his legs, and crossed one ankle over the other. I think she'd believe it more if it came from you, Julian. My hackles rose. Would you two just tell me what the fuck's going on? Who did my mother cut a deal with? I'd never, in all the time I'd knew him, raised my voice at Julian, and his soft chuckle had my brow shooting up. This is not funny, Julian, I grumbled. Calm down, Bella. Fuck you. Don't tell me to fucking calm down. I've had it up to my eyeballs with your arrogance. My words held no impact. Salvatore merely cocked a brow. God, for once, could my words have some impact on him? Mr. Salvatore is right, Gianna. Julian's confirmation drew my heated stare. Your mother needed a backup plan in case the kidnapping idea didn't work. So, she came to see him, told him about your father's promise to the other two crime lords, and asked for his help. I swung my gaze to Salvatore. What did my mother promise in return for your help? Wait, Start with how you helped her. He studied me with those enticing grays, his expression a deathly calm I'd come to know well. She asked that I get you safely out of the city. Why would she come to you, knowing I was promised to you in marriage? I was the lesser of the 3 evils she was facing. Could have fooled me, I bit out, and his response was a painstakingly slow lift of his brow I was beginning to regret having found attractive at one time. Call me fucked up, call me the devil or whatever you want, Gianna. But your mother knew that in my home you would have probably been treated like a woman and not a slave, traded for her pussy the second her glorified virginity became stale. Your fate would have been far worse than what I put you through. I gnashed my teeth at his arrogance. Fine. What did my mother promise you in return, considering she told me that no one knew my whereabouts? A photo. My brow creased. A photo? My gaze pinged between him and Julian. I don't understand. Every year your mom visited with you, she'd take a secret photo of you and send it to Mr. Salvatore, Julian answered. Recognition dawned. Oh, my God. All those photos you have locked up in a secret coded room in the West Wing? I looked at Salvatore. That's how you got my photos? She gave them to you? He nodded. So, you watched me grow? All these years. You watched me? I repeated, shocked. Again, he nodded. So, you knew that I would be yours even before I had my first fucking period? I yelled, consumed by a rage so raw I wanted to strangle someone, and Vincenzo Salvatore looked like, strike that, was the perfect and only target. She promised Mr. Salvatore you would be his wife. Julian's attempt at calm didn't help. My body shook with the sheer anger racing through my veins. But she never gave him a photo of you before your 18th birthday, that last visit. I frowned. Why? Because she had a change of heart after her last visit with you, Salvatore answered. But I never went after her. Figured I'd bide my time until you turned 21, and then ask her. What changed? My skepticism for his change of mind was tangible in the way I arched my brow and curved my bottom lip in a sarcastic smirk. The night before she died, your mother came back to see Mr. Salvatore and gave him your location. Julian pulled in a deep breath, as though the thought of my mother's last moments pained him. But why would she do that? Why give him my location if I was safe? I swiped at the tear I didn't realize had trickled down my cheek. Because she didn't know you were safe, Julian replied. She'd heard Cassius's conversation about trafficking girls and whether they'd found Rhea Singh and knew her time was up. Rather than run, and because she figured it was only a matter of time before he found you, she came to Mr. Salvatore and he sent Cassius to fetch you. That way, keeping your mother's deal secret. My mother knew she was going to die. She chose to save me instead of her own life. The tears fell harder, and I swung away to hide them from both men. I tried to swallow to get them to stop, but to no avail, and I hated the weakness that descended over my body. Hated that my mother had not only been taken away from me, but she'd given me to a man who'd caused so much agony in my life. My chest tightened, painfully so, and my breath rasped out in strangled sobs. Every inch of me fought the resistance to stay strong, to not give in to the desperation to cry, to act like an 18-year-old once more, to forget everything that had happened to me since that last visit with my mother. And by God, I tried. Bella. The gentle whisper in my ear, followed by strong arms circling me, pulling my back to his chest, had me cringing in disgust. Let me go! Get away from me! I screamed, fighting his hold, squirming with everything I had. But Salvatore's hold was powerful. I'd seen those muscles in action, and now he held on tight, without suffocating me, without squeezing. It was a consoling embrace of a lover. While I hated that notion, I struggled to breathe against the tears choking my throat. My attempts fizzled into muted sobs and sporadic shudders. When I could no longer fight, I sagged against him, and he soothed me with whispered words to the top of my head. Even though I hated him, his embrace felt like a warm cocoon I'd wanted, needed for so long, but refused to acknowledge. That soft, emotional woman inside me had died a painful death. Still, I craved his hold, his warmth. Without thinking, I turned into him, and he let me. And when I cried into his chest, he rubbed my back like I were a child. Just once, I wanted the simple comfort of a man who'd be my lifelong partner. And I had two. Salvatore gave me what I needed. He held on to me, no force, no censure, no demand. Tightening when sobs burst out of me and loosening when I sighed. Just like the arms of a willful lover.
70. Zane. 38 years. What are you telling me, Declan? I grunted, irritation lining my brow. I had him on speaker and stood in the castle foyer. Surprisingly, Salvatore invited me back. He and Gianna needed to talk, so I gave them their privacy while I called Declan. I checked after we met, Zane. Those DNA matches go back 6 years. The name on the file is Maddox Mancini, registered under Cassius Mancini. Seems like the child has a hearing and speech problem. Cassius was having tests conducted for surgery, but it never happened. I cursed. That's Cassius Mancini, Ria's father. Her correct name is Gianna Mancini. Zane, Declan paused. The only logical explanation is that Ria had your child. I shook my head. She's adamant she lost her child with Salvatore. If she also had a kid with me, I doubt she'd hide him from me. Hate to break it to you, bro, but Maddox is a living, breathing child, and the tests say he's yours. Declan pointed out. Fuck. Thanks, Deck. I cut the call, shoving my hand in my hair for the 10th time.
Maybe I can help.
I swiveled to find a beautiful woman behind me. She was leaning against the main door, eyeing me intently. And you are? I realized I sounded rude, but I cared 2 fucks about my personality trait right now. She extended a hand.
Hi, I'm a friend of Vincenzo Salvatore. He's invited me to visit his lovely wife and share some personal details with her. And judging by your call right now, I'd say you're very frustrated. If you're interested in learning some facts, maybe you should join me. She gave me a wide smile that seemed genuine. After you. I followed her inside and toward Salvatore's den. I entered the den to Ria, wrapped in Salvatore's arms, and the words froze on my lips. The way they looked at each other, it didn't take an idiot to know they loved each other, yet too stupid to share it. I cleared my throat and he stepped back from her. Her green eyes, red-rimmed and glazed with tears, lifted to mine, her smile light. I looked away before she could read the pain of loss in my eyes, because I knew after today I'd lost Ria Singh forever, and Gianna Salvatore was here to stay. There's someone here to see you, Salvatore. The woman entered behind me, but it was Ria who reacted like she'd just seen a ghost. Oh my God, Lotus, she cried. You're alive? Ria ran into the woman's arms and they shared kisses to the cheeks before they broke apart. Oh God, how? Ria couldn't stop laughing. I thought you died that day. The other woman's laugh was gentler, more mature, but anyone looking in could see she cared for Ria. I'm a tough bitch, I'll say. Ria laughed, then she sobered. Wait, how did you know where to find me? I'm here at his request. She gestured to Salvatore.
He stepped forward and they hugged, like good friends.
Long time, Kyrie.
Well, when you call, I come, she teased. How do you two know each other?
Ria's face was contorted in something close to anger. Was she jealous of the other lady? Kyrie, I need your help to explain everything that happened to my wife in Japan, please. I need her to understand why I did what I did. Salvatore spoke up. Crossing my arms over my chest, I leaned against a window and listened in as Kyrie addressed Ria.
Vincenzo sent you to Japan for a 1-month crash course in a prison there to toughen you up, shake your girlish traits. I was supposed to meet you and sort of rescue you, escape. Then his uncle Leo screwed up the plans with his own agenda, and you got shipped off to the Korean prison camp where women are sold into trafficking and used as baby makers. I know. I killed Leo's nephew, Dino, the guy he roped in to help him at the airport,
Ria muttered. Fuck. Salvatore cursed, sharing a look with Ria. So far, a mixture of intrigue and anger seemed to simmer in my blood for what Ria must have gone through. More so, Salvatore sending her there. But I held back.
When he found out it was too late, you were already inside, and there's a rule in place there that once a woman is in, she can't get out. He sought my help, knowing I could get in and out. I'd been in worse places.
Kyrie calmed Ria's troubled expression by rubbing her arm.
But I could only get in a month before the incident with Matilda and she attacked you. I beat the shit out of her, but it was too late. Vincenzo paid the captain through me so no one would touch you while I trained you. We had to escape. It was the only way we could get out. Vincenzo's idea of toughening you up might be considered fucked up, but he protected you the best way he could, by sending me in and making sure you were safe. But not safe enough for Matilda. She still got her way,
Ria whispered. She'd gone a deathly pale, and I wondered why.
Not safe enough that I couldn't save my baby. That's why I cut.
What baby? I asked. 3 pairs of eyes turned my way, as if they'd noticed me for the first time. What baby, Ria? I repeated, this time with a little force. Ria approached me, and taking hold of my hand, she took the next 5 minutes to explain everything that happened to her, from the day her father took her away from me, up to now. I jerked my hand away from her, and before anyone could react, I launched myself at Salvatore, my right hook connecting with his jaw. He staggered back but didn't return the blow. You think I fucking wanted that to happen to her? Salvatore roared. How the fuck can you put her through that? I went in for another. This time my left fist caught him in the stomach, and he doubled over. She lost my fucking baby, you bastard. I gritted, clenching my fists, unable to stop the tears glazing my vision. You fuckers took her from me. Broke me. Broke her. For what? I shoved at his chest, and he staggered back, hitting the wall. Fight me, Salvatore, or I swear I'll put a fucking bullet in you, and unlike Ria's bullet, you won't walk away from mine. My chest heaved from the exertion to hold myself back. Ria screamed, grabbing hold of my arm. I jerked her off me. Don't be a fucking pussy. I glared at him. I swung wide, and this time someone pulled me back. Jerking out of the hold, I swung around to find Julian behind me. It wasn't him that stopped me, though, but the 2 children standing to the side, their terrified gazes on me, their bottom lips quivering. Ria turned, following my gaze, and ran to them.
Oh my God, Rowan, baby.
She grabbed the smaller of the 2 in her arms and kissed his cheeks. Then she looked at the other boy and held out her arm. He was older, but his fear was more profound, and he hesitated before his gaze sought Julian. I noticed the child's 2 different colored eyes, and I recognized him. Maddox, I whispered. His gaze shifted from Julian to mine. Without thinking, I dropped to my haunches, took off my Rolex watch and held it out. He stepped toward me, no hesitation, took the watch, and sat down on the floor, just like he'd done at the airport. I watched him play for a moment. He'd grown. His hair was longer on the top, neater on the sides, his features more profound, and I didn't have to study him long to know he was my son. My little baby genius. I blurted it out, my heart in my mouth, the tremble in my body forcing me to drop to the floor. He got up, and like he'd done before, placed his hand on either of my cheeks and rubbed his nose against mine. Laughing, I held out my arms, and he slid into them, leaning his head on my shoulder and sliding his arms around my neck. I heard Ria's gasp, and my gaze met hers as I held on to him, and she held on to the other boy. Kyrie moved to stand between us. What I was trying to say earlier, Gianna, Zane, is that your baby survived. Ria whimpered. Letting go of the other boy, she slumped to the floor. How? She whispered. Where is he? She choked on the tears filling her eyes. Kyrie looked at me, and then back to her. In his father's arms. It took a second for her words to register before Ria grasped her meaning, and she jumped up. Maddox. The word caught between her sobs. Maddox is my son. Kyrie nodded, and Ria crawled across the floor toward where I sat with him in my arms. Her gaze on me. The tears streamed down her cheeks. She reached up to caress his hair. He leaned back to look at her before his eyes met mine again. Da, he whispered with his palm pressed to my cheek. I choked, and for a grown man, I didn't care that the people in this room saw me cry. I didn't care that anyone looking down would call me a pussy. Because my love for this little boy would scale mountains, and I didn't even know him yet. Ria smiled through her tears, caressing his head resting on my shoulder. Kyrie crouched between Ria and me while we continued to sit like that. The other boy had moved to sit on Ria's lap. This is what you call serendipity, Gianna. Through all the trials, he still ended where he belonged, with you two. Because Cassius Mancini, in his fucked-up thirst for revenge, did half the work, and fate took over, sealing the rest. Not only was the child blessed with both his parents' eye color, but he also survived Matilda's brutal beating. He would have received better treatment and probably saved his hearing, but Cassius paid to have the baby delivered to him. The lady who took Maddox from the prison, however, was worried because he didn't look healthy. She was taking him to meet a doctor when Cassius had his men chase and shoot her. She dropped the child off at a shelter, where Jazz's sister found him, I said, and Kyrie nodded. Why was Cassius so desperate to get his hands on Maddox? Because you killed Nathaniel Prescott, his son. When he came to fetch me, Cassius saw your photo back at our apartment, Ria explained, wiping her tears. Mendez saw me at the prison and told Cassius I was there. That's how he knew Maddox was yours. That means he set me up for Ishara's. I trailed off in disbelief. He was also behind the shooting at the airport. A fresh bout of tears rushed down her cheeks, as though she remembered how close to death we both came. Why are you crying so much, Mama? Rowan asked. Laughing between the tears, she palmed his cheek. Because you have that brother you always wanted, baby. Maddox is your brother. The child clapped his hands, his face ruptured in glee. She turned to look behind us. Did you get what I asked for, Julian? Julian came around. Yes, and it's confirmed. Curious, I looked between her and Julian before she turned her gaze on Salvatore. I left a message with my babysitter that if anything had to happen to me, she was to ask Julian to get a paternity test done for Rowan, because I never wanted to find out who his father was. Her gaze flicked between me and Salvatore before she said, Would you like to meet your son, Salvatore? There was a sharp intake of breath, followed by a muffled curse before he walked around and knelt in front of us, his gaze on Rowan. Rowan, this is your daddy. Ria dragged a hand through the child's hair. Rowan looked at Salvatore and wrinkled his nose, making his father frown before his features relaxed. Can I get a hug, buddy? Rowan's hesitant gaze drifted to Ria, and she nodded. He moved from her lap into Salvatore's, and the man cradled his child in his arms. The look on his face, pure adoration. I glanced down at Maddox, sitting in my lap, playing with my watch, and smiled. A son. I had a fucking son. Serendipity might be fucked up at times, but it sure as fuck knows how to bring a beautiful family together, doesn't it? Kyrie asked. her gaze flicking between all of us. There were nods all around.
71. Vincenzo, 44 years. I'm sorry for keeping him from you, Salvatore, and if you want me to leave, I understand. Gianna's red-rimmed eyes stared at me, desperation in every word. I love my son. Please don't take him away from me. She gripped my arms, dropping her brow to my chest. I wanted to be angry. I couldn't. If anyone deserved punishment, it should be me. I'd hurt her so much, and yet she felt more pain for keeping my child from me. After what happened last night with the three of us, I had no idea that on our return to the castle I would not only find out I was a father, but be standing on the balcony with a sobbing Ria in my arms, asking for forgiveness. Strangely, I expected to feel hate for Zane for the threesome, and that he also shared a son with her. I didn't. All I knew was that I couldn't lose Gianna again. I couldn't watch her walk away once more. The last 5 years had been a different kind of hell, and for a man who was called the devil, I should be comfortable in that space. I wasn't. Watching her give way to the torment she'd carried around for so long, I'd learned to recognize that slit down my heart every time she hurt. I couldn't fucking live without this woman. As her sobs quieted, I slid a finger under her chin and tilted upward, forcing her gaze to meet mine. You shouldn't be the one to ask for forgiveness. My days will always be gray clouds and one storm to the next, Gianna. With you beside me, it's all the sunshine I need to survive, only if you want to. The last time you walked away, I let you. This time, I won't hold you back. But I want you to understand how I feel. I've only ever loved you since you were aged 9. Yes, fucked up, I know. However, everyone knows the heart wants what it wants. I hurt you, and you might hate me forever, and it's probably why you never told me about my son. Know this, though. For every tear I've made you shed, I'll kiss your feet 1,000 times if I have to. I didn't understand the despair lining my voice. I never begged. Yet when it came to this woman, I was willing to bow my head just to see her smile. Which means you'll be kissing my feet for the rest of your life. Her light-hearted comment tugged at my heart. There was hope. If that's what it takes to make you feel something for me, anything. I rubbed the pad of my thumb lightly over her bottom lip. I thought of you every day since you shot me. I mean, I knew it would never happen, but I couldn't help picturing us, like, out on a real date doing normal shit. My laugh was light, unsure if I should be revealing this much about myself. Then I figured she had to know. You're the first woman I ever pictured a future with. You're also the first woman I hurt so badly and regret every single second. When you were lying in that bed with a bullet wound, I kept hoping that when you woke, you'd give me a chance. Then you woke, and you left me. Only when you were gone did I realize that I should have said I'm sorry for everything I put you through, every single moment of hurt I caused you. I forgave you a long time ago. I accepted you were different. She toyed with a button on my shirt. Time away made me see things differently, I guess, and Rowan helped. Inhaling on a long breath, I cupped her cheeks in my palms, hoping my next words would make her stay. I love you, Gianna. I only have one heart to give, and it has always been yours. Walk away, and it will be forever cased in stone. She covered my hands on her cheeks. I love you too, Salvatore. Every inch of me exploded in a warm feeling I'd never experienced before. Still, I found myself asking, what about Zane? I love him too. There was no hesitation in her response, and strangely, I didn't feel uneasy or angry. I want him to stay with me, with us. And as fucked up as it might sound to most, I replied, I want him to stay too. The sudden sparkle in her eyes told me I'd made the best decision for us. I glanced away as Zane moved into my periphery. Holding Gianna's hand, I walked her inside. Zane, I began, not sure what his response would be. About last night. No need to talk about it. We're consenting adults, came the clipped reply, telling me he might not agree to my suggestion. I'd like you to consider making it a permanent arrangement. He stared at me, surprise lining his brow. I don't think that's wise. I frowned. He was giving up without even trying? Why? Let's not complicate something that happened on the spur of the moment. While it was good, you and Rhea have your little paradise here, and I don't think I have it in me to be a third wheel. His reply was terse, and I didn't understand his anger. I expected him to want this. Zane, you're not, Gianna whispered. He shook his head. Thanks, all the same. I'm good. He walked out before either one of us could stop him. I looked at Gianna, and a fresh bout of tears made it into her eyes. Clenching my jaw, I grabbed her to me and held her in my arms. He's not fucking leaving, Bella, I promised, kissing the top of her head, even though I had no idea how I could stop him. With a fucking gun? If that's what it took to give Gianna the happiness she deserved.
72. Zane. 38 years. When I walked into Salvatore's den an hour after finding out I had a son, I hadn't expected to hear the conversation between him and Rhea. I did. Her declaring her love for him left my heart in a tailspin and my blood cold in my veins. Those words stripped me of the last remnants of belief that we'd had something special, that we could be together. There was no hesitation in her response when he asked her about me, and had I not experienced something similar, I would have believed all was lost. Still, it was best that I walked away. Now I stood in the living room watching my son play with his brother, and turned as Rhea approached me. You're not staying? I shook my head. Why? Tear-glazed eyes pleaded with me. The most important people in your life make you feel better about yourself when you're at your worst. But you never gave me that chance to make you feel better. You mistrusted me without thought, even after I gave you every inch of me inside and out. You were the end to my beginning, but you finished us before we could even start. I cupped my neck, rolling it from side to side, trying to avoid that sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach. A silent river ran down her cheeks. People can change, especially when they're young and foolish, right? I looked at her, my heart on a tailspin, desperate to say fuck it and hold her in my arms, to kiss her and say I'm what's best for you. But I glanced over at Salvatore on the phone and drew in a deep breath. This was their life. But it doesn't make the bad they did go away, does it? No. But maybe they deserve a chance to be shown the errors of their ways. The wistful expression almost had me saying yes. Maddox lifted his hand in a wave, and I returned the gesture, glad he was getting along well with Rowan. When love is tainted by betrayal, it's a bitter place to reside in, Rhea. I prefer death than love's distorted perversion with your mind. It makes you gullible, trusting, and ultimately foolish to believe it actually exists. Her eyes widened. So what are you saying? You'll never love me again? No. Why? I loved once, and it buried my heart in torment and my soul in hell. Now I live there permanently. She neared me and gripped my arm, her fingers digging into my jacket sleeve. Then why did you come for me? Anger laced her words. I looked at her, slowly shaking my head. Because I'd rather fuck a woman and know she craves me for me than lies about her love for me. My voice tightened, knowing I was lying only to myself. I never lied about loving you, she hissed. Why change your mind now, Zane? Salvatore came up behind me. Yesterday you crashed into my house, demanding to take back your wife. Steel lined his voice. We had something good last night, and she loves you. Because I'm not sure this is for me. I threw back, agitation ripping at my tendons. This was Ash and Trent all over again. Only this time I wanted in. I wanted Rhea, and I didn't care if she came with Salvatore. I fucking wanted this woman. She was mine before she became yours, I growled. Are you trying to break her heart on purpose? Salvatore barked. We've all been through fucking hell over the last couple of years, Zane. Not just you. Wake the fuck up, he gritted, before I make you. I gripped the front of his shirt, but Maddox dropped the glass in his hand, made a beeline for Julian, grabbed his pants legs, and snuck behind the man. Seriously, you two, Rhea reproached. You both just scared him. Before I could move, Salvatore walked over to Julian and dropped to his haunches. Maddox peeped around Julian's thigh. Hey, little guy. Salvatore held out his hand. His eyes filled with fear. The child ducked his head behind Julian. I'm not going to hurt you, Maddox. His voice was so soft, I didn't think he had it in him to be that gentle with anyone. Then again, I'd seen him with Rhea just now. He really loved her, hard fucking aside. He was gentle with her. He'd always be gentle with her. I inched closer. Give him your watch, Salvatore. He glanced at me over his shoulder, a confused look on his face, and I tipped my chin at his watch. He's drawn to anything on the wrist. Salvatore blinked, then nodding, he removed his watch and held it out. Immediately, Maddox reached out a hand without stepping from behind Julian. He shook his head at Maddox. If you want it, you need to come get it. Salvatore pointed to a spot between his spread thighs. Come on. I know you can do it. You want this, don't you? He waved the watch. With his top lip rolled over his teeth, Maddox inched out from behind a smiling Julian. He took hesitant steps toward Salvatore. I glanced over at Rhea, her smile gentle, Rowan's one hand tucked in hers, the other with his thumb in his mouth, biting on his thumbnail, reminding me of Rhea when she used to be nervous. She was no longer that girl. Now she'd kicked ass. Now she was a mom. And I think with her experiences, she was now what I'd call indestructible. No one would break her or take from her. Not me, and definitely not Salvatore. She was his weakness and ultimately mine. I had to walk away. This was their lives, their future, not mine. Maybe somewhere out there someone existed just for me, and I'd get the love I deserved. I loved twice in my life. I loved Ashrika, but I loved Rhea more. Pulling in a deep breath, I turned to walk away as Maddox stood in front of Salvatore now, his eyes on the watch. Are you afraid, little guy? Salvatore asked. When Maddox didn't answer, he continued. You know I had a little brother once. I heard his sharp intake of breath, and I taught him something to do when he was afraid. My steps heavy, I walked toward the door. I taught him to place his hands over his ears. cover them tight, close his eyes, and listen to the ocean until... My steps froze, every inch of skin in quick goosebumps, every vein trickling with ice-cold blood, the hairs at the back of my neck on end. Slowly I turned. Everything else goes away, and his breathing sounded like a magical, sleeping dinosaur. I finished for him as Salvatore, with his eyes on me, slowly rose to his feet, the watch slipping silently into Maddox's hand. 73. Zane. 38 years. Salvatore and I stared at each other for what I'd call eternity. Everything from confusion to incredulity to a million questions pounding the silent air between us. And finally, the disbelief reflected in his eyes, mirroring mine perfectly, morphed into recognition, realization, as we took that first step toward each other, everything else ceasing to exist. Skywalker. The word tripped out of my mouth on a raspy breath, an anchor of emotion welling in my eyes, my stomach a churning sea of weathered storms. He stared at me, the confirmation of his doubts widening his eyes. Obi-Wan, he whispered in a breathless rush. I nodded, because words failed me, because for the first time in my life the ball in my throat was so huge I didn't think swallowing would push it down, because, for the first time in my life, the sight in front of me spun my world on an impossible axis. My hands trembling, I could feel its residue seeping through my body. Salvatore's steps faltered as he shook his head. How? He breathed on a shaky breath. How? Once more. Shaking my head, I took another step, and like the world would never keep us apart, we rushed into each other's arms, our names tripping from each other's lips over and over, like a mantra to protect us from the evils that had separated us, from the voids that had made it impossible to find each other. But we did. Until we finally stood back, his grip tight on my arms, like he was afraid I'd be whisked away again. We stared at each other, unashamed tears painting our flushed cheeks, the color of happiness. Fucking hell, Gabriel. Salvatore whispered, and then he did something I hadn't seen since meeting him. He smiled, and judging by the gasps flying around us, no one else had seen it too. He pulled me into another tight hug, this time laughing, and that sound was the most genuine fucking thing I'd heard all my life. When we separated, Rhea stood closer, her expression a mix between confusion and happiness, her tears telling us she felt what we felt. My brother. Salvatore and I breathed together, and her eyes widened, bouncing between me and him in disbelief. I nodded. I thought he died, Rhea. I didn't care that I was crying through the words. And you brought him back to me, I rasped. Laughing, Salvatore nodded. You did, Bella. You gave me love, but you gave me my brother, too. And the three of us must have looked like bawling school kids to the children as we came together in a hug. There's always that one person who makes you smile with no effort at all, and I waited a long time to see if I was that person for you, Salvatore, but it looks like you might love me, but you've loved your brother more. Rhea laughed when we finally broke from our hug. Then, for my benefit, he's never smiled before. Ever. Never, someone said from behind us, and we all turned to find Rosanna, swiping vigorously at her tears. I worked for his father and him for a long time, and I've never seen him smile in all those years. Salvatore laughed, and she cried harder. Come here, Rosanna. And when she did, he enveloped her in a tight hug. When your mama took you boys from your papa, he was heartbroken until the day he found you, Rosanna said when she stepped back. Salvatore looked like he'd either just been slapped in the face or he was having a major heart attack. You knew us when we were boys? He asked her. She shook her head. You were 5, and your mama was pregnant with him. She pointed at me.
when she took you away because she didn't want to live in your father's dangerous world. One day, he came home and said he found his babies. Then he went to fetch you, but was taken to the hospital without his boys, bleeding and broken-hearted. Someone stole them, he said. When he was better, he started hunting again, and he found you, Signor. But you were broken, and he didn't know how to fix you.
She rushed on in rapid Italian, further shocking Salvatore. It seemed like all this was news to him. Then she turned to me.
And they thought you were dead, because no one could tell your father what happened to you.
Why haven't you said anything before this? Salvatore asked her.
Because I didn't know how to fix you either. Your father and I tried, but you were an 11-year-old boy who had either lost his soul to Satan or become the devil himself, she continued, her excited Italian broken by sobs. His fists clenched and shoulders stiff, Salvatore turned away from all of us. Ria, Rosanna, and I stared at each other, not sure what to say. Behind us, Julian watched over Rowan and Maddox, yet his eyes held a somber gloominess. The boys, I noticed, seemed to be communicating in sign language, their smiles like they understood each other. Ria gestured for me to talk to Salvatore, and I nodded, moving toward him. I didn't find my brother after all these years for him to turn his back on me, and after he'd given the world his first smile, I said, squeezing his shoulder. He looked at me, no longer the arrogant man I'd met just a day ago, but someone who looked burdened by a heavy heart. Talk to me. He spent the next 10 minutes telling me about what Cassius had done to him, how he'd escaped, the effect it had on him, and why he'd done what he'd done to Ria. It began with revenge. He wanted to use Ria against Cassius. Then I fell in love, he continued. I let her leave me to go live in Italy, all alone. He glanced over to her and smiled. Her smile bounced back to both of us. Then I found Cassius wasn't her father. While I still planned to go after him, I regretted what I'd done to her. Now I'm going to have to kiss her fucking feet every day, he muttered good-naturedly. I heard that. She called from across the room where she was teaching Rowan to color within the lines and helping Maddox to set up a PlayStation game. Salvatore turned to me. What happened to you that night? Do you remember? We walked out onto the balcony, and I leaned with my back against the rail while he stood with his back to the wall. I was stolen from the car by a drug addict who wanted kids and couldn't have any. Regardless of her addiction, she took care of me for about 4 years. When she died of an overdose, I was put into the system where I met Declan. He's about 6 years younger than me, and I took care of him. After a couple of foster homes didn't work out, I took Declan on the run, and we were rescued years later by a military officer who took us under his wing, and the rest, as they say, is history. But we have plenty of time to catch up on our lives, I grinned. With his eyes on the blue waters on the horizon, Salvatore appeared lost in thought until his gaze found me again. About Gianna. He rubbed his jaw and I tensed. I'd really like you to consider staying. Linking my fingers behind my head, I leaned backward until my lower back stretched out, as in us being a threesome. He nodded. She loves you. You know that, right? I nodded. Then don't break her heart. I did, and I regret it every fucking day. Wasted years, and I'm too fucking old to waste any more. I chuckled. I don't think 38 and 44 are old. My cock still works the same as when I was 20. He laughed. Yeah, well, kids do change dynamics. But I want this. Me, you, and Ria. Would you be this willing if I weren't your brother? Yes, because she wants this as well. His reply came easily, answering my unasked question. I'll think about it. Unsure what our future held, the idea of being around family held an appeal all on its own. What do I call you? And what's with the fucking pseudonyms? Salvatore pulled me out of my reflections. When you're a killer for hire, pseudonyms work. How the fuck do you keep track? I shrugged. Passports.
I was born Gabriel Ricci to our mother, registered as Gabriel Marone by my druggy mom, and now I'm Zane Marone because Rhea called me her Zane. You have a choice, or we could just stick to Skywalker and Obi-Wan. He threw back his head with a laugh. Mafia Don Skywalker Salvatore and his assassin for hire, Obi-Wan Marone. Fuck. When we stopped laughing, I asked, "Why did you change your name? It would have been easier for me to find you." Given Declan's skill, I knew I could have. He shifted his gaze to the horizon, his expression changing to a darkness I knew would take a long time to disappear, even if he'd gotten his revenge over Cassius. Because Raphael Ricci died that first night Cassius touched me. When I escaped, I went back to the spot the accident occurred. Our father, who'd been visiting there every day since I disappeared, found me. Like he knew something bad had happened to me, the first thing he asked me when I climbed into the car was if I knew the meaning of the name Vincenzo. He turned his head to look at me, his eyes glowing with triumph like he'd learned something that day. When I told him I didn't, he said it meant to conquer. And that's who I became. Vincenzo Salvatore, the Conqueror, as he used to call me. You didn't just conquer, Vincenzo. You ruled. It takes a lot to overcome what you've been through and stand up so strong. The world fears you. Admiration filled my voice for a man I thought was someone I'd hate for taking the love of my life. I moved closer to him and held out my hand. I never said thank you for saving me from Monster, and probably from becoming a lost cause if he'd had his way with me. Instead of a handshake, he drew me into a tight hug, his embrace tight. I would have given my life for you then, and now you're back. I still will. Never forget that. He said when we parted, and I nodded. Do you have anything from our childhood? His eyes took on a distinct shine. I was 3, remember, and the toys in my backpack disappeared. Come on. I want to show you something. He re-entered the living room, and I followed him. Rhea jumped to her feet, and slipping between the two of us, she looked up at me. You're staying? Her smile was soft, her green eyes bright with happiness. Do you want me to? She faked a pout. Is that a trick question? I slid an arm around her waist and pulled her close. Remind me why I should stay. Give me an incentive. I'll suck your cock every day for a year? She laughed, reminding me of the innocent Rhea I once knew. Not the mafia queen she'd become. That's not an incentive, baby girl. That's a given. I winked. She punched my arm. Sometimes the people that hurt you the most love you the hardest. You know that, right? She said, her eyes flicking between me and Vincenzo's. He nodded, and so did I. You've got the rest of your life to make up for it. I tweaked her nose, and she laughed as Vincenzo led us to a room. He keyed in a code, and the doors opened with a soft swoosh. I stopped just inside, awe painted on my face. The room was designed to look like space, complete with a dark ceiling and tiny lights resembling stars and planets. The floor was a black void that gave the effect of walking on air. It made a perfect playroom for boys. One wall was filled with large framed photos of Rhea. Were you stalking her? I asked him, and he grinned. Salvatore moved to another wall, flicked a switch, and the panel opened to reveal a wallpaper-sized glass-encased photo. Fuck. The word slipped out on a ragged whisper, my eyes wide with shock. You kept it. It was the one thing I took with me that night. Our father made sure he kept it when we were taken from the car. I had it blown up, and now and then, when I'm lonely, I sit here and talk to you. And all this time I thought you'd come here to find solace in my photos. But it was your brother who gave you comfort. Rhea's laugh was soft as we all stared at the large photo. It was one of me and Vincenzo in our Star Wars costumes. A kind neighbor had made for us that last Halloween together. She'd taken the photo and snuck it to us when Monster wasn't at home. Welcome home, little brother. Salvatore's eyes were glazed just like mine before he pulled me into an embrace. Thank you for keeping a little bit of us. I hugged him back. If anyone had to ask me what I needed in my life right now, simple answer, nothing.
"74, Gianna, 27 years. Later that night, after a lengthy dinner, my new family moved into the living room. Salvatore and Zane were deep in conversation about their lives, and while I watched Rowan and Maddox invent their own sign language between brothers, I loved being distracted by the occasional laugh from their fathers. Two brothers who fell in love with the same woman, fucked her alone and together, yet didn't know the other existed. If someone told me this morning that come evening, Salvatore il Diavolo would be making foreign sounds other than barks and growls, I would have laughed in their face. Because a man like him would never make beautiful chuckling sounds until a man like Zane entered his world, challenging to boot, yet sweet enough to make his brother smile. Serendipity has a weird way of sneaking into people's lives, catching them unawares, and giving what they truly deserve, not just when it's expected. Julian walked in, drawing my gaze away from the kids. All through dinner, he'd sat opposite me, his face all flushed and contemplative. I'd wondered what was going on with him and planned to talk to him until he disappeared right after the meal ended. Now, he stood a few feet away from me, all nervous again. Rising from the couch, I neared him. "Is everything all right? You look kind of flustered." He stared at me for a minute, then, drawing a deep inhale, he withdrew an envelope from his inside jacket pocket. "Your mom asked that I give you this, when I thought the time was right." I frowned, looking at the envelope. "My mom? It's been ages since her death, Julian. Why now?" "Please, sweetheart." The earnest look in his eyes had me biting my lower lip for a moment. "I've never asked anything of you before, have I?" He rubbed my arm lightly. I shook my head. "Then please, read it. As I said, she asked me to give it to you when I thought the time was right. This is the perfect time." Inhaling on a slow, deep breath, I took the envelope and drew out the single sheet of white paper. As I opened it, the lingering scent I recognized a moment later as my mother's perfume drifted through my nostrils. I opened the letter and began reading. "My sweet, sweet Gia, if you're reading this, then it means that you and I can only spend time together in heaven, where I will wait for you forever. Because I have your angel wings in my pocket, I just need to clip them on. It also means you have found the happiness and love you deserve, and that I hoped you will. I'm not around to impart any advice on love, but if you're reading this, then it means you don't need any. I pray that, unlike me, your love will blossom for 1,000 years, in this life and the next. Something I found, not with Cassius. When you read the next words, do not judge me, baby, because all a woman needs in life is love for herself. Because in herself, she will find the strength to overcome wars that even man may deign not to battle, for he may not be strong enough. And with that, the love of a good man will not necessarily make it her best, but will give her the life she truly deserves, because she is worthy of love, life, and happiness. Something I found. Not with Cassius. Again, do not judge me, but the man I found the strength and love I needed stands right in front of you, delivering these words to you like he promised he would do, while his heart silently broke, not only for me, but for the daughter he could never love openly. Do not judge him for stealing the heart of a married woman. Look at him with love, sweetheart, because he deserves the love of the daughter he's been watching over, patiently waiting for this day. I love you, always. Mom. The tears began on her first words, but my heart rocked, rolled, and flipped on the last few as my eyes lifted to the man in front of me, his eyes reflecting my pain, his tears a shadow of the loneliness he'd weathered, yet through it all, he smiled. "You're my father," I whispered. Slowly, he nodded. "You're my father." The words rasped out again, between my tears. "I'm sorry," he began, but I cut him off by flinging myself into his arms, my hard sobs an echo against his chest. "All I ever wanted was the love of a man worthy of being called a father, and you gave me that with your silence," I cried. When I stepped back, he was crying just as hard, yet, like him, his tears were silent rivers, not hard sobs, yet they said more than tears ever would. "Why?" I finally whispered. "Why the silence, even after she was gone?" He sighed. "Because I promised her that I will only tell you once you had everything. And now." His gaze shifted to Maddox and Rowan on their stomachs, coloring, then Salvatore and Zane, who'd both moved closer to us when I began reading, before it returned to my face. "You have everything." "You're right. I now have everything. But you've just completed me." I smiled, kissing his cheek. "Thank you for always being there for me, through it all. I have never been so proud than I am right now to be called the daughter of a man like you." He kissed my cheek, then I laughed. "I always secretly wished you and my mom would marry, and the three of us would live happily ever after. And you've granted that wish, even if she isn't here." Laughing, he drew me in for a long hug and kissed the top of my head. When I stepped back again, I had to ask, "How?" As if he knew to what I referred, he smiled. "Your mom visited an orphanage once where I worked as the stable hand, teaching the kids how to ride horses and grow vegetables. Something clicked, and we became friends. She'd visit often, and one day she arrived with a sadness in her eyes I couldn't stand to see. Things happened, then she told me who she was married to, and accepted we'd never be together because he'd hurt her if he found out. Cassius was a powerful criminal, and me, the simple man your mother loved. We kept our affair a secret, until she found out she was pregnant, and I couldn't leave her with him. So I trained and got myself equipped with the skills of a bodyguard and applied for a job with your father, just so I could watch over you and your mother." My eyes had grown so round since he began speaking, I feared they'd pop out of my head. "Wow, that's so—" I was at a loss for words. "True love at its finest," Salvatore finished for me, and I glanced at him with a slow smile, nodding. "What men wouldn't do for love," Zane grinned, winking at me, and my smile hurt my face with how far it stretched. "I guess now we have to watch ourselves, right, Vince? We were her daddies. Now she has a real one who will kill us if we fuck up, I'm sure." "God, Zane," I scolded, my cheeks burning even though Julian knew our decision to stay together. "What's wrong, Bella? He's just stating a fact." Salvatore winked. I suddenly realized I was looking forward to getting to know the man behind the devil. Then I looked at Zane with his usual smirk in place and accepted I couldn't wait to see that man bring out the devil, especially between the sheets. My gaze switched to the third man, the father I couldn't wait to walk beside and shout that he was my father. Laughing, Julian warned, "You're right about that, Zane. I will fuck you up, sniper and all." This time he winked, earning a chuckle from the other men, before Maddox and Rowan dragged him off to play with them. "I only intend to call one man Daddy, So quit while you're ahead if you have any ideas, Zane, I warned, my raised brow daring him to challenge me. And he did. Trust me, baby girl. I have 5 years to make up for, and there are a lot more words I'd like to hear you scream. Starting with ride my ass, Zane, followed immediately by fuck my pussy, Salvatore. And judging by my brother's face, I'd say he can't wait to put the kids to bed. So, if I were you, I'd add in some extra stretches to your yoga warm-up session tonight. Their Cheshire cat smiles mirroring each other perfectly, they walked away, leaving me standing there with my mouth gaping, my suddenly drenched pussy aching, my ass twitching, and my heart rate going, what the fuck did I just sign up for? Yet, as I watched the 3 men playing with the kids, I couldn't help thinking that some women walk into the sunset with either a man she'd just met, the dream man she'd married, or a man she'd fell in love with. I had all 3. I just met my father, fell in love with Salvatore, and married my dream man, Zane. I was once a girl, innocent and sweet, and now I'm a woman no one can defeat. The men of the Round Table always called Salvatore the devil. Then I stepped into his shoes, and they called me indestructible.
Thank you for listening to Indestructible, Book 4 of the Serendipity series. Written by Charlene Namdari. Narrated by Raven Rose, Antonio Amato, and J.F. Harding, members of SAG-AFTRA. Produced by Blue Nose Audio. Production coordination by Abby Gillick. Post-production by Michael Kenzie. Follow Charlene Namdari on Instagram at Charlene Namdari, or go to www.charlenenamdari.co.za to find out more and stay informed about upcoming titles. Copyright 2021 by Charlene Namdari. All rights reserved.